second stage tank now pressurized.
5 seconds and 5. We are still going for 30 seconds and 5. Astronauts report a fuel flow of 25 seconds. 20 seconds and 5. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Good morning and welcome to Lake Placid for the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Beautiful morning here. Some clouds threatening a little bit of rain down the road as we look at Mirror Lake, but cannot wait for a fantastic race here today. I'm Matt Lieto and can't tell you how excited I am to be joined by none other than Craig Alexander. How are we doing, Craig?
Hey Matt, how are you, mate? I'm excited for this one too. I think it's a lot of storylines here. It's the 25th anniversary of one of the most scenic and one of the toughest Ironmans on the circuit. Both defending champs are back to try and reclaim their titles. We got Ironman Pro Series points in play. This should be a good one, you know. And a lot of the bigger names are yet to qualify for the World Champs, so there's plenty to race for today.
Yeah, qualifying for the World Championships. This is the last Ironman distance of race for the Ironman Pro Series as far as points before the World Championship. So certainly a lot up for grabs and such an amazing venue here in Lake Placid, Craig. Beautiful.
It's incredible. The Olympic Village, as it's dubbed, and it's got quite an extensive history, this race. And this year's going to be no different, I think, with, you know, just all those things in play. I think this Ironman Pro Series has given the season really a lot of direction. It's given us that, I guess, year-long narrative that we've been after. And, you know, the athletes have stepped up. The racing this year has been just awesome. I mean, last weekend in Swansea was no different. Every race has been awesome, and I just can't wait for this one as well.
Yeah, no, well said. And, you know, we're seeing great international field here in Lake Placid. And the weather here today presented by Roca, 61 degrees Fahrenheit, 16 Celsius. Overcast clouds and not much wind right now. High humidity, which is to be expected, but amazing conditions here. And Mirror Lake always smooth and flat. There's a reason they call it Mirror Lake. But Greg, we're gonna have our pro introductions here, and our defending champion is Trevor Foley. He was second place at 2025 Qatar Airways Ironman 70.3 Eagleman as well.
And race bib number 2, Matt, is Matthew Marquardt, also representing the US. Of course, Matthew's coming off that awesome victory at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, just a month ago.
Yep, bib number 3, the fleet of feet, Matt Hansen, very, very fast on the run. He's had some crazy run times today, fifth place at 2025 Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns.
Bib number 5, representing France, Leon Chevalier, of course, second last week at Ironman 70.3 Swansea and looking to back it up again today.
He brought his lucky stash with him too. And bib number 6 is Braden Curry from New Zealand. He was 9th place in Cairns just a little bit ago, but obviously great pedigree, 3rd place at Ironman World Championships in St. George.
Bib number 9, representing Italy, Mattia Ceccarelli. Notably 7th place earlier this year at Isuzu Ironman South Africa, so he'll be looking to improve on that.
Absolutely. And bib number 10 is Henry Gauche. He was third at Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns and first at 70.3 Port Macquarie.
Bib number 13, representing Denmark, giving a wave to the camera, Christian Hugenhaug. Of course, coming off a 5th place last week in Swansea, but also that awesome 2nd place finish at the European Championships in Frankfurt.
And we have bib number 14, Colin Zitch, 3rd place at 70.3 St. George, 2nd 73 Boulder, making a breakthrough this year.
And the last of our seeded men, Bradley Weiss of South Africa, had a 7th place at the Ironman World Champs in Nice a couple of years ago and 11th at the Ironman World Championships in Kona last year.
Yeah, a bit quiet so far from Brad, but he could be at the top step today for sure. You can't ever underestimate that athlete. Now let's get over and have our introductions for our pro women and our defending champion. Bib number 1 is Danielle Lewis from the U.S., 4th Ironman Pro Series standing so far.
Bib number 2, also from the US, Jackie Herring, who was first just a month ago at the Cairns Airport Ironman in Cairns.
And bib number 3, Marta Sanchez, 2nd at the 2025 Isuzu Ironman South Africa to start the year.
Bib number 4, representing Norway, Solveig Lofset, who set the world, the tri-world, on fire with that fastest ever Ironman debut in Hamburg.
Bib number 5, Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands, 3rd place at 2025 Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, and very consistent last 2 years.
Race bib number 6, representing Australia, Regan Holyoke. Regan was 5th at the recent Ironman in Cairns and has 3 Ironman victories to her name.
Bib number 7 is Lisa Perderer from Austria, 3rd place 2025 Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas.
Bib number 8, representing the United Kingdom and making her Ironman debut today, Holly Lawrence.
And we're waiting a long time to see that one. Excited to see that debut from her. Bib number 9, Laura Jensen, 4th at 2025 Isuzu Ironman South Africa, having a great year so far.
And rounding out our seeded women is bib number 10, representing Denmark, Maja Steyer Nelson, who was 5th earlier this year in Ironman South Africa.
Well, there you see, what tells you it's such a deep field, Craig, is there are so many athletes that we actually didn't even have introductions for. We had, 10 athletes that deserve those top 10 introductions, but, we have athletes, I'll just 2, Matt Burton, Sarah True. Those are 2 athletes that could win the race today and weren't introed. So the depth of field here in Lake Placid is extraordinary. As we see overhead shot of our athletes warming up in the non-wetsuit swim here in Lake Placid, Mirror Lake. So much more to come. Start just a few minutes away.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And we can see the Roca swim start. Our athletes, some of our pro athletes finishing up their warm up here in Lake Placid at Mirror Lake. And let's take a look at the Pro Series standings. As you said, this is a big race as far as the Pro Series goes. And, you know, not any movement really, obviously, since 70.3 Swansea last week, but we had some movement with, you can see Leon Chevalier moved himself up into 8th place. He's racing here today. Paul Schuster in 2nd, but obviously Christian Blumenfeld at the very top of the series, still with 1 race left, Craig. And, you know, we've got some athletes not in the top 10 racing as well, racing here today. But talk us through the women's Pro Series.
Yeah, well, mate, we've got Kat Matthews, who's like Christian. She's comfortably atop the standings. But I think, you know, there's 8 of the top 13 other women. So all the other athletes who have aspirations of finishing on the Ironman Pro Series podium on the women's side are racing here today. So we can expect some movement in this series standings by the end of the day, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie Herring is definitely going to, you know, give an opportunity to move up to the top of that list. Obviously, a lot of work with Kat Matthews not leaving a lot of points on the board when it comes to the Pro Series.
Yeah, I think both Kat and Christian have been clinical, haven't they? Almost perfect point scores, but you know, there's still the championship races to come, and we will see a little bit of movement because obviously athletes get their best 5 results. 3 of those can be Ironman races, and you know, it's race 13 of the Pro Series today, and there's another 5,000 points up for grabs. And it's interesting you mentioned Jackie Herring because I think that mechanical that she suffered in Hamburg, whilst at the time looked like a terrible incident, has actually played out quite nicely for her because she then got a nice little holiday down under to Cairns where she banked the full quota of 5,000 points. Yeah. And it's really helped her Ironman Pro Series overall standings.
Yeah, very good observation, Craig. Yeah, because she would have lost, you know, we don't know what her day was going to be there, but we did see some of the fastest racing in history, you know, with Laura Phillip doing insane things at the front of that race. She was going to lose points to that woman on that day. So yeah, very, very well said and well thought. And you know, what's crazy to me is Christian Hogenhag Christian Blumenfeld at the top of that list. You know, he had a pretty bad Oceanside, and he's still just had so many points on the board since then.
Yeah, well, they're the only points that he's left on the table so far. Yeah. But what was interesting about that race in Oceanside was he was leading the event when he suffered that flat tire and soldiered on and ended up running a 107 that day, which was incredible to watch. But he's so consistent. I mean, and of course, this series rewards consistency. And I think it's, I don't know, I think it's a fair comment to say that Kat and Christian have been the 2 most consistent this year, clearly, and Kat definitely last year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We look at our pros starting there. I believe that was Ciccarelli in the pink cap getting ready, as we can see this beautiful overhead shot of Mirror Lake and the oval, the Olympic oval that we saw in the Olympics many, many years ago. But amazing venue. Anybody that's ever spent time in Lake Placid absolutely loves it. Certainly as a race venue, it's spectacular. I've been lucky enough to race there, and certainly at the top of my list of places to spectate and race.
Yeah, it's a beautiful venue. Of course, the town hosted 2 Winter Olympics, most recently in 1980, and that outdoor Olympic skating ring is just, it's actually purpose-built for a transition zone. Maybe they the town planners here were very forward-thinking. They knew they'd be hosting a big world-class Ironman event for years to come. So it's great they're getting some use out of the Olympic skating ring.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is really set up perfectly for transition and to host Ironman Lake Placid. And as you said, 25th anniversary. And let's, we've got our national anthem coming. Let's head down to our own Tom Zebard.
twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Good luck, everybody.
Thank you, Tom. He will be sharing that voice with you guys all day long, one of our announcers. I gotta say, Tom, that was your best.
Always crushes it, our Tom Zebart, and no better venue than to celebrate the national anthem than Lake Placid. And Craig, let's take a look here at the male swim cap colors. You can see them upper right-hand side of your screen. Orange, Matthew Marquardt. Violet, Leon Chevalier. Braden Curry in the green cap. Ceccarelli in pink. Hogenhog in the violet as well. And Weiss and Horsfall Turner in yellow. Expect to see Horsfall Turner up near the front. And green is Jason West. Our defending champ, Craig, Trevor Foley. We expect him to be a little bit further back, but he is wearing that all-white swim skin, so he's going to be able to we'll be able to pick him out, but he is in the same color as the rest of the pros.
Yeah, the big story I think so far today, Matt, is that it's a non-wetsuit swim. I think that always, I think, creates a little more separation. The gaps tend to open up a little more in the swim, so I think that's definitely going to impact the race dynamics here. Notably also, Jason West making his Ironman debut today, so he's the guy who's been tearing up the middle distance in the T100 races, and I'm excited to see how Jason performs over the longer distance today.
Yeah, no, I think, it's you never know with the first-timer. They're either going to struggle in the ways that we think a first-timer would struggle or excel in ways that we never thought that they would. I know I thought the latter when I saw you race your first Ironman distance race. You did pretty good on that one, didn't you?
I bluffed my way through it, but thanks
second
for bringing
place
it
at
up,
Worlds?
mate.
Is it second or third in Kona?
Hey, mate, this is not an ancient history class. Let's move on.
Okay. Oh, there we go. And the pro men are off for our 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And Craig, this is such an amazing swim venue, and it's different than most any other swim venues on the circuit. It's super smooth, obviously a very fast swim, and there's a cable underneath the entire way, Craig. So for this Roca swim course, if you're in the front, you actually don't have to sight. You can just put yourself right on top of the cable and just swim away.
Yeah, it's great conditions. I mean, Mirror Lake is very calm. As you mentioned, that cable under the water, so that's going to help with sighting. The athletes won't need to lift their head as much to navigate. They can just follow that cable under the water. And, you know, we saw a pretty clean start there. And as you mentioned, Andrew Horsfall Turner, he led out the swim in Swansea last weekend. He comes from a swimming background. He's a noted open water swimmer, and we expect him to be right up the front, pushing the pace early here.
Yeah, and not to correct you, Craig, but one of the surprising things from Swansea last week was actually that he did not lead out of the swim. He was gapped actually out of that front group and had to bridge up early. So curious if his swim's quite where it normally is or not. But you can see, obviously, with the two yellow caps in there, he certainly is right up front. Ceccarelli is up there as well as Braden Curry looks like at the front in this green cap. But awesome overhead shot of our pro men as they cruise out. And look at that, Craig. It does, I I've overused it, but it does look like somebody spilled a bag of Skittles in Mirror Lake. All our swim cap colors, some of our pre-race favorites are all up front.
Yeah, it looks like Braden Curry wearing the green cap in the middle. And Braden's, he's one of the best multi-sport athletes in the world. Of course, we know his triathlon feats, but he's also won the coast-to-coast adventure race. And in fact, that was his background. And he's a noted swimmer, has had an indifferent season. You and I both did the commentary in Cairns, Matt, where he was the pre-race favourite, and he just didn't have a great day there. He'd been battling an illness leading in and scraped his way into the top 10, which I guess speaks to his toughness. But he'll be looking for a much better performance today and maybe bag one of those Ironman World Championship qualifying spots that are up for grabs.
And Craig, you see that there actually. One of the only negatives you might see from this swim course, and when you get like right on top of that cable, is athletes will just run into the buoys because the buoys are sitting and tied to that same cable. So we saw one of the athletes do that. But we can see how civilized this swim is. And that's what makes this swim course and this swim dynamics here so different, is there isn't a fight because you don't have to sight. You can just kind of line up next to the person next to you and kind of just let it rip, as we see Ceccarelli there. And there's no turn for a long period of time. You're just kind of straight out for I think it's, a fair period of time. I think it's 700 meters or so. And so the athletes just kind of line up next to each other. There's not a lot of fighting. And I think it creates, Craig, an opportunity for the not elite swimmers to hang on. And if I'm not wrong, I believe I saw at the tail end of one of our shots that Hogenhog was still in the front group and maybe only 4 rows back. So definitely opportunity for an athlete like Hogenhog, who's improved his swim, to stay with the very best athletes in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we saw Christian's great swim in Frankfurt. He was tacked onto the back of a very elite little front group there. So he's obviously bringing some good form in. As we get a close-up look of Mattia Ceccarelli here leading the swim, it was very orderly and civilized. And to your point, Matt, I think when there's a lot of turns, particularly early in the swim, it can break up.
Yeah.
But when you just swim these long straights, it's an opportunity for athletes to get on the hip or get on the feet and get in a nice rhythm early, as we see Ceccarelli leading and Curry tucked in on his feet there. So good to see Braden off to a good start here.
Yeah, Braden deserves a good one. Hasn't necessarily had great luck the last little bit over a year when it comes to lining up for races and getting what he needs out of his equipment and his body. But right now, looking at our women getting ready to start here in Mirror Lake, we can see our Pro Cap colors on the right-hand side of the screen, and athletes just a few seconds away. But we can see Herring and Sanchez and Loveseth in that shot. Greg, it's gonna be a full-on swim here for the women too.
Yeah, well, it'll be I love the non-wetsuit dynamic. I think it gives the better swimmers an opportunity to get a little more separation than they potentially otherwise would have with a wetsuit swim. And I mean, again, you mentioned the depth in this field and some great swimmers here. Rebecca Clark, we know, loves to lead swims out. Lotta Wilms is a great swimmer. I'm interested to see Holly Lawrence, what she does here. Again, her Ironman debut, and she's a noted swimmer, as is Sarah True, who's had a bit of a layoff from racing, as we see the women hit the water now and they're underway, and they're not messing around.
No, definitely not. We saw Loveseth in the yellow cap near the front already.
A lot of Wilms as well.
Yep. Great overhead shot, and again, just so civilized. I think if you or I had a choice of what kind of swim we were going to have, it would be one like this, where everybody just seems to give each other space and settle in.
Yeah, well, it's the fastest way to swim rather than fighting and climbing on top of each other. And yeah, it looks like it's about, say, 100 meters to that first turning buoy. And yeah, the women have settled into a nice pace early. It seems a touch more bunched up than the men's were, even though it's still early stages. Looks like a lot of Wilms, and we're accustomed to see her. I mean, obviously, she was a competitive swimmer for 2 decades before she got into the sport of triathlon, and she's no stranger to the front of the race. And Matt, we already see this arrowhead forming, so it looks like the pace is on here in the women's race early.
Yeah, the pace certainly is on, and starting to kind of single file out a lot quicker than the men's race. I think we saw Lotta Wilms near the front there. Looks like she's in third position. Pink cap as well. Probably Beck Clark and 2 pink caps. Lisa Perder at the front of the race so far, Craig.
Yeah, it's almost a carbon copy of what we saw in Ironman Cairns with Lotta Wilms and Rebecca Clark going straight to the front and trying to stretch the field out early. I mean, of course, that's their standard operating procedure. I mean, a lot of Wilms in that race in Cairns, she had a pretty lonely day off the front for most of it until the run. So I'm sure that's going to be her strategy today, and she'll be looking for some redemption. She had an unfortunate DNF here last year with a few mechanicals, so I'm sure she's looking to set the record straight.
Yep, no, absolutely, and we can see Ceccarelli at the front there with red cap to his right. We'll try to get sight of that number so we can identify that athlete. But the 2 athletes behind are Jason West, first-timer for the Ironman distance, and Braden Curry, swimming well at the very front of the race. And Craig, one thing I was thinking, I might change my pick. I know we didn't talk about picks, but Matthew Marquardt, obviously the only asterisk that he's had so far this year and the last year was this cramping issue, right? And I didn't think about it until we started the swim and how civilized it is. And I talked to Matthew Marquardt on the Ironman Insider podcast not too long ago, and they're trying to figure this thing out. And to me, the fact that you're not fighting and you can pace yourself, kind of ease into it, and he can settle in and not sight. Often sighting kind of messes the system up, the nervous system a little up. So the fact that Matthew Marquardt is getting set up possibly to not try to swim at the front, because he said he wasn't going to because that stressed him out, and still get out in that front group, I think that puts him in the driver's seat. But we'll see. The only negative is it's a very, very long run to T1, so that if there's an opportunity to cramp, it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I mean, the big question mark with Matthew Marquardt has been this cramping that we've seen plague him really since the Ironman 70.3 World Championships last year in New Zealand. So it was quite amazing what happened in Cairns, where he was in that front group, third out of the water, lost 5 minutes in transition and finally got going, and at one point was as far as 8 minutes back before he was able to get his body working properly again and maybe get some confidence back that he could push hard. That was really one of the great comebacks we've seen in the sport. Is again, we get a close-up look here, or we pan a little wider. We see Ceccarelli leading. We can see Jason West in that group. Braden Curry's in the group. I think the red cap might have been Thomas Gordon, who's a noted swimmer. So, and now we're looking at the women, and I think it's...
Yeah, it still looks like it's Beck, Clark, and Perder at the front with... I think we saw a lot of Wilms there being hidden by our logo at the moment, but there's our top 3 women so far at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Yeah, it threw me for a little loop there. I couldn't see Lotta, but definitely Beck Clark leading, and yeah, she's no stranger to the front of these races, and this is her go-to strategy, and I think it's a good one for Beck. She's a noted swim biker. She's just a beautiful open water swimmer too, and I think all these, you mentioned the benefits of that cable that runs under the water. Of course, when you sight, you lift your head, your hips drop. It's counterproductive to sort of forward motion in swimming. So that cable gives the athletes the opportunity to keep that body line, that body position in the water a lot better. And these conditions are just amazing. Mirror Lake it's a beautiful venue for swimming, and yeah, hardly a ripple on top of the water. So I feel it's going to be a fast swim. I know I did have a quick look at the course records. Our old friend Andy Potts holds the men's course record here at a tick over 45 minutes. And Joanna Zeiger holds the women's swim course record at 47.22 from over 20 years ago now. But we know what a great swimmer Joe Zeiger was, Olympic representative, awesome athlete at all distances. And she still holds the swim course record.
Yeah, no, some very fast swimmers there. And before we go to our course maps, Craig, I do want to say that it looks like that we had some last-minute cap color changes from what we've got. So I think that second-place athlete might actually be Holly Lawrence. It does look like her swim stroke, and I would not be surprised to see her in second position. But let's take a look at our Roca swim course here in Lake Placid. Beautiful Mirror Lake. Starts off with a very long straight out section, 2 right-hand turns, back at it, and then all the way through again, Craig, with that cable the entire way. So you can have some breakthrough fast swims here at the Roca Swim Course, but with this non-wetsuit swims, probably not going to be any course records set today, especially with those names in the past that had those incredibly fast swim splits. And here we go, another great overhead shot of our men's field, and this is great. We can see we've got our 2 yellow caps in there, Craig. I do see that lavender cap of Hogenhog in there, so our yellow caps, that's Horsfall Turner. Bradley Weiss is in there. You can tell me if you notice any other of our swim caps. You see those orange caps as well, so that would be Matthew Marquardt and Henrik Gauche, looks like have made that in this overhead shot. See if I can't see that white swim skin, so no surprise we don't see Trevor Foley in that front group quite as of yet, but big news is right now it's a very large group. Hogenhog is in the front, and as you said, a danger man if he gets to transition 1 with the leaders at our Ironman distance race. We know what he could do on the bike and run, but so much more racing left to come.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Some smooth swimming at the front of our men's pro field here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And Craig, a lot of our favorite colors are up there. We can see 2 of each of a lot of our pre-race, notable swim cap colors there. The only one I'm not seeing so far is the violet cap of Leon Chevalier, which isn't too surprising. But so not quite sure where he's at yet. But again, our leader just kind of swimming catch up, and our men's lead on the left side of the screen, and then our women's lead on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, some beautiful relaxed strokes out there. That's extremely relaxed, almost a classic pool swimming stroke on the left there we see. And we did see Andrew Horsfall Turner tucked in, I think in the yellow cap, behind our male leader, and also Braden Curry. So there hasn't been too much change at the front there. You did mention Leon Chevalier. I mean, we would expect to see him lose 2 to 3 minutes, typically in a swim. So we will keep an eye on it. It's interesting that this course, like the course in Frankfurt, has an Aussie exit after the first lap. So I'm not sure if that will do any favours to Matthew Marquardt if he's been getting a
Right.
few cramping issues, obviously changing muscle groups so quickly, and changing temperature, things like that can bring on urological cramps. So let's keep an eye on Matthew Marquardt as well, because, I mean, all the talk pre-race here was, whether he and Christian Hugenhauer could get together immediately out of T1 here, because they're both have been front pack swimmers in their recent races. So the race dynamic is going to be really set up based on where a lot of these athletes come out of the water, particularly this in this men's race with so much bike power.
Yeah, no, I think that's very fair, and yeah, I mean, I think it's a good point with the Aussie exit. And for those that don't know what an Aussie exit is, it's when the athletes halfway through are going to have to get out of the water, run around our swim arch, and then jump back in. And when you have that change from swimming flat to standing up and running and jumping back in, that's when, as you said, Craig, those will happen. I used to have incredibly bad cramping issues. I know you've seen it. You saw it on the course a few times racing as well. And Aussie exits, as much as I loved them, they terrified me because you just didn't know if that was going to be a day that the cramps were going to get you. But right now, a great overhead shot of our women's swim, and it looks like, those pink caps have been, actually this looks like it must be a chase group of our women's swim, so that could be Marta Sanchez or probably Sarah True, the yellow cap there, Solveig Lovseth. Looks like 2 yellow caps there, Craig. So we've got a lot of our pre-race favorites looking like in this kind of second group.
Yeah, interestingly, the shot we saw before this, we did see the 2 pink caps. So yeah, I think that was Rebecca Clark and Holly Lawrence had cleared out a little bit. Obviously, they're not in this group anymore, so they've obviously just stolen a little march off the front. But Marta Sanchez is another interesting athlete. I mean, I was wondering pre-race whether she could get herself into this front group. She's consistent across all disciplines and vying for a podium, an overall podium in the Ironman Pro Series. But I guess front of her mind today is just setting this race up in the swim. Sarah True, another athlete that you mentioned, is just a great story too, Matt. I mean, such a decorated athlete. Raced at the Olympic Games in 2012 in London and got a close 4th place, just missed a medal. 3-time a podium getter at the ITU World Championships, and has won races of all distances. Of course, still holds the course record here, which is just a tick over 9 hours. So hasn't raced much this year though, Sarah. So it'll be interesting to see what her form's like early.
Yeah, and she's one where you never see her. You don't see her race, and then she wins a couple races, and then you don't see her race for a while. So never underestimate Sarah True, as we can look now at our women's leaders. Looks like we still have the same 2 women at the front there, Beck Clark and, again, believe Holly Lawrence there in the pink cap. Again, swimming smooth, still sighting a little bit, so it might be around one of those sections where they're turning, so maybe not seeing that cable. Oh no, they're actually right on that cable there, but just keeping an eye on what's in front of her is our women's leader, Beck Clark.
Interesting not to see a lot of Wilms in that group. I know in Cairns, Lotta had a bit of trouble. It was quite a windy, choppy swim. There was a lot of water moving on the surface, and she said she got a little bit of seasickness in the swim when she did a post-race interview. So unusual not to see Lotta at the front, because that's her go-to strategy as well. Such a great swimmer with that swim pedigree growing up. This looks like Beck Clark leading out.
Yeah, passing some of our back markers in the men's field, and that's one thing that can be challenging on this course, is because there's that cable and everybody can be right on the right line. Passing athletes, lapped athletes, athletes from the course in front of you can get a little bit busy here at Mirror Lake, but definitely a unique swim venue, and one that can suit different athletes. And I love talking about myself, Craig, but it's a weird swim when that's the only swim I ever let out in my professional career. Maybe the fact that you don't have to sight. Maybe I was bad at sighting and not good at fighting. Maybe that was my whole swim problem.
You're selling yourself short. I saw you at the front of plenty of races. But just great shots of Beck Clark there. Just a a beautiful swim stroke that she's got, breathing bilaterally, just a long stroke, nice and relaxed, high recovery. It's very easy to pick out the athletes who, and again, I mean, we always talk about techniques, and often we're splitting hairs. I mean, what's most effective is how quickly you get through the water. So what happens under the water is often most effective, but just looking at how relaxed their recovery is, as we get a shot here of the men's field again, and I think that is Thomas Gordon leading the men out. So Braden Curry looks like still in second place with that slightly higher turnover, which is usually effective in open water swimming, particularly when it's choppy. It's not, as you've mentioned, Mirror Lake's turning it on today. It's really, really great open water swimming conditions. But
yeah,
it's just I love just to look at the differences and the little nuances in technique between the athletes. Again, I mean, I guess the main objective is just to swim quickly and be in that front group, but you know, all athletes have little distinctive tells in their stroke. It helps us pick them out, and yeah, a lot of efficient swim strokes at the front of this race right now.
For sure, and pick them out. We're going to have a little contest to see who's right on this, because we're going to see it here in a second of the Aussie exit. I kind of think that might have been Jason West that moved into second place with Braden Curry maybe a little bit further down, but again, it is really hard to tell on those swim strokes. But we're going to see. That's one of the great things about an Aussie exit is we get the splits, and we get to see how far back, you know, some of our pre-race favorites that we know aren't necessarily going to be in that front swim group. Like these, you know, we talk about this bike course being challenging, and this used to be a course that, you know, the winner would barely go under 9 hours to win this race. That's how hard the bike course is, and what they're doing now is crazy. So it's going to be much closer to 8. But you've got a Matt Burton that's not going to be in this front swim. We got a Leon Chevalier that's going to be chasing. So some of the best bike athletes in this race aren't going to be out of the front of this swim group.
Yeah, it was one of the talking points pre-race, just the depth of really high-quality bike riders racing today, and the questions on where they would come out of the water and could they form little partnerships of convenience. I think you're right. I think that is Jason West in second, because it looks like it's Braden Curry tucked a bit further back. But yeah, Trevor Foley, I mean, he could have a willing ally
yes.
in Matt Burton. So we'll keep an eye out on exactly how much time they've lost as they're ending the end of their first lap here, and they're about to make this Aussie exit. So we'll get a really nice visual on who exactly is in this front group.
Yeah, no, you're right, Greg, and I totally spaced on that. Obviously, yeah, Trevor Foley certainly could have the fastest bike split out here today as well, obviously, as defending champion, and backed it up last year with a 2:36 marathon, which ain't too bad, because, again, 3 hours used to kind of be the mark on this race course. But we could see first athlete coming out of the water. We'll get their timing chips going over this little section as well, so we'll be able to see who's where. But again, that looks like Horsefall Turner, Jason West. We got the orange cap. Looks like that was Matthew Marquardt. So actually Matt Schaefer, sorry to Matt Schaefer for calling him incorrectly this time, but Matt Schaefer first across the timing mat in 24:51, so under 50-minute pace at this point, Craig.
Yeah, it's good. Nice, crisp first lap, and it seemed quick in the beginning, but the fact that so many are still together would I guess, lead us to think that the pace is not as quick. Definitely much more separation in the women's race. They're in single file. Little gaps have formed between groups of 2 and 3 athletes, whereas the men's front group is still 12 or 15 solid. So let's see if anything happens in this second lap. But it looks like they've hit a rhythm in that once these groups are formed, particularly after the Aussie exit and with such long straights, not too much opportunity. And once an athlete is quite settled on the hip or the feet, it is hard to shake them loose.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, as we get this overhead shot of our athletes. Again, Jason West in second place. And Craig, still not totally sure actually on looks like the trackers are only showing a few athletes coming across. So not sure if that actually was Matt Schaefer in the lead or if he was just the only tracker that came across. So we'll get more information as it comes to us. But we can see the overhead shot of our men navigating our amazing age group field that's out here in Lake Placid as well, and being polite and staying wide to the right side of these athletes and keeping everybody clear. Not a lot of contact, but certainly a lot of effort going in here in Mirror Lake as we see this great overhead shot of our pro fields and our amateur fields all swimming together.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Roca. Find faster with Roca. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. And Craig, still our lead women cruising at the front. Beck Clark, Holly Lawrence, and as you said earlier, surprised a little bit of a gap to Lotta Wilms being a competitive swimmer. And, you know, generally, as we've said a few times, this swim course lends itself, at least the first lap, for things really sticking together. That second lap, when you're going through lapped athletes, can be a little bit different. But so surprised to see the gap to Lotta Wilms, and we'll see here pretty soon on this Aussie exit what that gap is, if Lotta is still trying to swim it on her own, or if she's kind of gone back to that second group.
It's been a great first lap by Beck Clark and Holly Lawrence. They certainly have just wanted to push the pace early, and they've created quite a big gap here, which is good. And as we see Beck Clark come up, make the turn, have a quick look back, she would know she's got at least one athlete on her feet. And great swim by Holly. I mean, Holly's known as a great swimmer, so you know, her pedigree in 70.3 in middle distance racing is just awesome. I mean, the last 10 years she's been one of the best and most consistent in the world. Of course, a former 70.3 world champion in 2016, and bringing some good middle distance form into this race.
Yeah.
A 5th and a 6th place at the 2 T100 events that she's raced this year. So, yeah, not too much of a surprise to see Holly right at the front. Definitely a surprise not to see Lotta Wilms in this group, though.
Yeah, and we're going to see here pretty soon some of our other women coming around. And here we go, coming around that last turn buoy before they head in. And not seeing Lotta in the front of that group either, so she's kind of just settled into that chase pack. But we can see our chase pack looks like about 4 women, and then a few just disconnected from this chase group coming out. So first athlete coming out of the water, we've got Liz Lotte Wilms in 4th place, Marta Sanchez as that athlete in 3rd, with Lisa Purr in 5th place. And Craig, talk us through just how ridiculously awful it feels going back in the water after an Aussie exit, and maybe the tactics that could come into play with a swim with an Aussie exit.
Yeah, it's a different feeling. I mean, of course, you've been swimming, so all the blood is up in your shoulders and your upper body. And then you're expecting your body to get up and run hard. You go from non-weight bearing to weight bearing, so you normally get a bit of a spike in the heart rate. Blood pressure drops a little bit. It's an awkward feeling. But it's definitely a skill that these athletes train for. If they know they've got an Aussie exit in a race, they prepare for it. And, you know, tactically, if you're on the front of the group, you can definitely push the pace. You know, if you're the first to hit dry land and you can sprint through that exit while the athletes at the back of the group are still swimming in, you can create some separation. And it's where you see gaps do open up. At the stronger athletes, the stronger swimmers definitely use the Aussie exit to try and shake things up in the group. And, you know, one of the strategies all the athletes use as they're coming in, whether it be to the Aussie exit or T1, they just bring the kick in a bit more, up the kick rate a little bit, get some blood into the legs and the lower body just to prepare themselves. But interesting to see such a big lead already for Beck Clark. She looks super relaxed, as she always does. Just an efficient, relaxed, great open water swimmer, great pool swimmer. And Holly Lawrence doing a good job to hold her feet. As you can see, you know, they're on the inside of this cable that you mentioned, Matt, with a lot of the age group athletes on the outside. As we get back to the Aussie exit and we see...
Looks like that Solveig that just went through. So one of our pre-race favorites, just actually almost 3 minutes down with Sarah True in tow as well. So a lot of our pre-race favorites actually there. We got Solveig Loseth, Sarah True, Jackie Herring, Penny Slater, and Tamara Jewett all swimming together about 3 minutes back from 9th place to 13th place.
Yeah, and that's not unexpected. Those women wouldn't be panicking. I mean, we saw in Cairns out of the swim, Jackie Herring formed a good little group with Hannah Berry and Regan Hollyoak. So I'm sure she's taking stock of who's in that group around her. Solveig Lofset's an interesting one, Matt, because, I mean, based on what we saw in Hamburg, for me, she's one of the big favourites here today. I mean, that Ironman debut was historic. It's the fastest Ironman debut. I mean, she biked incredibly well. Remembering she also had that issue with her aero bar that came loose. She had to ride with a loose aero bar, lost a minute, was able to bridge back up to the front group and then ran a 2:46 marathon. So we did expect her to be a little bit down. I didn't expect her to be 3 minutes down after one loop, but let's keep an eye on where she comes out of the swim because she is one of the best bike runners in this field.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And back up with our men's leader, and do have confirmation that was Thomas Gordon, bib number 53. So Thomas Gordon in the lead with Jason West in second, Horsfall Turner in third, going around that first Aussie exit. Matthew Marquardt safely in that group, as is Christian Hogenhaug and Bradley Weiss and Hendrik Gauche. And Craig, we haven't talked about one of probably the biggest bike engine in this field. Robert Callan actually in that group as well. So that's dangerous having him all the way up front early. Andrew Cougar in 14th place as well. Then we got a little bit of gaps to Leonard Arnold, Chris Leiferman, Matt Hansen just a minute back though, halfway through. Pretty good swims from them. And rolling down the list a little bit, Colin Zutch at 140, Leon Chevier at 142, halfway through with Trevor Foley at 158.
Yeah, I mean, those splits are interesting. Robert Callan in that front group with Christian Hugenhaug and Matthew Marquardt, three just huge engines on the bike. So, yeah, let's just keep an eye on this second lap because I think if they're rolling out a T1 together, we're in for some fireworks. And, you know, some of the boys further back, you know, Leon Chevalier is a bit further back than I thought he might be. Strong bike rider, but that group that you mentioned, those three athletes and Robert Callan, for me, that is a surprise to see him this close to the front.
But yeah, Leon, that puts him maybe about 4 minutes back, but again, he's got Trevor Foley probably to ride with. Big surprise for me, Craig, and he's had some bad luck since his win at Cairns last year. Matt Burton already 4 minutes down halfway through. That's going to be a big gap to Matt Burton, and it doesn't matter how strong a cyclist you are, you're not going to get to the front of the race if you give up 8 minutes to these other athletes.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. I mean, Matt's used to being a little way back, facing a deficit out of the swim. That's definitely much greater than he would have hoped for. He's had an interesting, I mean, he and his wife gave birth. That's why he wasn't in, well, his wife actually gave birth, but they welcomed their second child in Cairns, so he missed the race in Cairns, understandably. And had some indifferent form early. I think he tried some position changes and a few different things. So, yeah, it's not an ideal position to be 4 minutes down halfway into the swim. He is a great bike rider, but he's giving up a lot of time to other great bike riders. So not an ideal start to the race for Matt Burton.
No, and if I remember correctly, when he won in Cairns, he was less than 4 minutes down, at least from like the main group, which is part of the reason he had such a great race. So one of the nicest guys and best people in the sport. So hate to see him not have the good luck that he hasn't had so far, but we'll see if he can move that around too, because 8 minutes over Ironman distance, you can still be right up there for a podium shot, but getting a win against the competitive field that we have here today is probably not likely if you're that far back. But putting themselves at the front of the race is Beck Clark with Holly Lawrence right in tow. We can see at 33 minutes, and we can see our splits at the bottom part of our screen.
Holly having an awesome swim, just latched right onto Beck's feet, and interesting to compare their swim strokes. Holly's got more of that straight arm recovery that you often see in open water swimmers or effective open water swimmers. Again, it's what happens under the water that's most important for sure. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Holly plays this, being her first Ironman. We mentioned it was her Ironman debut. She has a ton of experience though across the middle distance, 70.3 racing, the T100 series. So she would have adjusted her training accordingly. It's going to be interesting to see what her tactic is, though. She will know who the experienced Ironman athletes are, and I'm sure she's got a plan and a strategy, a pacing strategy for the bike, but she's really set herself up beautifully here. The race couldn't have started better for her.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, she's an athlete, Holly Lawrence, that we've been looking forward to seeing in an Ironman distance race for a long time. And our Fighting Chance crew was able to catch up with Holly Lawrence this week. Let's see what she had to say coming into her first Ironman.
That move though was Marquardt. Gosh, the fist bump.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Where do you just?
That is so cocky.
Where do you?
So how are you feeling? First Ironman?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. I just have no idea what Sunday's going to actually feel like. Because in training, you just don't go the full distance. You're only biking up to 5 hours, long run up to 21 miles, but then that's not consecutively. Like, I've never done anything but nearly 9 hours straight. So I'm just curious and cautious. Like wanting to be mentally strong, because I know inevitably there's going to be really tough moments.
Kind of has that.
Ironman was always going to be my big goal this year of going to Kona to qualify. So I'm only going to know how the training is really relating to an Ironman on Sunday. So super excited just to find out.
It was like 6 in the morning.
What I have done so far has given me confidence of that everything's trending in a good direction, but you just never know. I've never done a full Ironman.
What kind of expectations do you put on yourself?
Yeah, I mean, generally I don't do well with expectations. I try and keep all expectations really achievable. And my first and foremost, the reason I'm here is to qualify for Kona. Kona is where I want to be this year, and this is pretty much the only attempt. I know I could go to Kalmar after this, but I really don't want to have to do that. I really just have to finish this race, and because it's late in the year, a lot of girls have already qualified. I really just have to finish to qualify. I wanted to go full Ironman back in 2020. That was the plan, and then COVID happened. But then everything just kind of got pushed back. But then when I got pregnant, it was just really loud and clear that I wanted to come back and I wanted to go to Kona.
Kona being the focus, what would winning this race mean to you?
I mean, winning would be huge. I think especially, you know, the girls here that are really tried and true, like Jackie Herring. But then there's like newcomers like Love Seth. Yeah, I think a win would be like, oh, I'm going to be just fine in Ironman, but I'm not getting carried away and thinking that way yet.
Hello. Hi, baby. Don't be scared. Boo. This is my friend Jackie. I must hold this baby.
She might cry.
She's heavy now.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Puppy.
There you go. Definitely some excitement coming into her first Ironman, Craig.
Yeah, and a lot of expectation. I mean, from me at least, I think she's going to be awesome at this distance. Like you mentioned, I think a lot of the triathlon community in the tri world have been eagerly awaiting her debut at this distance. What's been interesting, Matt, is just having a look at the splits after that first lap that Rebecca Clark and Holly Lawrence actually would have been in the men's lead group. They only lost,
I know,
I think 15 or 18 seconds to Thomas Gordon, the men's leader. So amazing swimming by those two women. And it's obviously clear that they're not intent on hanging around. They've already opened up a minute. So yeah, great tactics early. I mean, Beck Clark always does it, but I love these tactics from Holly as well. I think get ahead of the race, get in a great position. It gives you options. You can make some tactical decisions later. But I mean, just watching that clip there, she looks content. She looks in a good place. There's always unknowns at this distance, but I mean, her return to racing this year after giving birth last October has just been incredible, really. She finished 5th at the T100 race in San Fran and then backed it up with a 6th place at the T100 event in Vancouver. So she hasn't lost any of her speed or competitiveness, and I think that'll translate well into the longer distance.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, and you know, you can't ever doubt someone that was able to win a world championship of any distance if they're switching around and, you know, changing disciplines a little bit. They just know how to win, and you know, you definitely can't doubt Holly Lawrence. And I think the position that she puts herself in is obviously that's how you love to be able to have your debut go, is have yourself probably going to be a 2-minute gap. Let yourself settle in. You get the choice of whether or not you get after it and really put it all out there, or stay strong and, you know, maybe she rides steady and the leaders don't catch her for 40 miles, or maybe she rides easy and lets them catch in 20 miles. Like, you have so many options when you let the race develop up to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the benefits of being just versatile and consistent in all the disciplines, you have a few strings to your bow. It gives you options in the race, and like you mentioned, she's got a couple of decisions, and I'm sure they've got a plan. Her and her team will have sat down and they'll have a plan around, you know, what they want to do on the bike, what they want to accomplish the first lap and the second lap, and having a 2+ minute buffer on a lot of the main favourites is a really nice position to be in your first Ironman.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could. I mean, that's you know, a lot of athletes would dream of such a thing. So, you know, and you know, you got to work your way through things, right? So, like, I think right now we see an athlete that's, you know, working his way into the sport. Thomas Gordon, you know, he was our fastest swim split at Ironman 70.3 in Boulder, and you know, we see him coming out with obviously great swim here today. You know, he's 24th in Boulder, 37th at Ironman Texas, but he's continuing to put himself at the front of these races, and just like I was saying with Holly Lawrence and trying to win, you know, what a gift, and not a gift, that obviously something that was earned, but to be able to start your professional career and be in the lead of all these races and then learn how to race from the front, knowing what is happening around you, is great. And it's awesome to see Thomas Gordon put himself at the front of the race here again today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think gives you a lot of confidence, enables you to see the race close up, all the moves at the front. Yeah, and he's early in his professional tri journey, but he's making a good fist of it so far. And I love that he's had the confidence to go to the front. I think it speaks a lot to his intention and his confidence. And, you know, he felt early that the pace wasn't quick enough, so he's just taken it upon himself to go to the front and try and lift the pace. And I'm sure he's not thinking that he's putting the other guys under some pressure, but he would be putting some of the people at the tail end of this pack, this lead group, under some pressure, particularly those who are at the back of the group as they hit that Aussie exit. It's, you know, the start of the second loop when you have an Aussie exit, it's always tough. As we talked about, the heart rate's high, just an uncomfortable, awkward feeling, hard to get back into your rhythm quickly. And, you know, a lot of the stronger swimmers, we've seen swimmers, athletes like Jamie Riddle use an Aussie exit to their advantage. They're just so good at getting in and out of the water quickly and across the dry land, back into their swim rhythm. Yeah, it's something you can have in your tactical weaponry to use. I don't think those thoughts are in Thomas's mind today. I think he's just happy to be on the front and pushing it out, and he's doing a great job.
Oh, he certainly is, and he, you know, he comes from a swimming background. He swam in college at Emory University, and you know, obviously it's a good pedigree there. But swam free and fly, set school records in the 200 free and the 1650 free, which would set you up pretty well. I mean, with now knowing that, Craig, you know, he's just swimming catch up at the front. You know, wanting to, you know, hey, is anybody on my feet? And it looks like right now actually does have a gap, a pretty big gap, Craig, which is surprising to me. Surprising and not surprising. This swim, and again, I told you I'd only do it once, but I'm going to talk about myself here and what happened in Placid. But the fact that you do have to swim around amateurs, you can kind of like use them to set a pick to a certain extent. And some people maybe get confused as to where everybody is, and you can get yourself out and a little bit of a gap. But we're getting in here just that final right-hand turn, Craig. So we're going to see our swim leader coming out here, Thomas Gordon, here in just a few steps.
Yeah, a little bit of congestion here, but I love this move from him.
Yep.
I mean, well, if that's his swim pedigree, I mean, it does look like he's still quite relaxed, and why not use your strength? That's the ace he's got up his sleeve right now, and I don't mind that at all. I think I think he still looks comfortable. As you mentioned, he looks quite relaxed as we see him hit the land here, and that's a great swim. Thomas Gordon, hats off, young man, leading out the Ironman Pro Series race here in Lake Placid, and great start to the race for him. And yeah, hopefully he can just get through T1 very cleanly and get out on the bike and get to his work there.
Yeah, that's a 48.51 for him. We can see him on the blue carpet, cruising again, a long transition in the Ruby Transition 1 for these athletes. So you'll see them kind of, you know, roll their top down, do everything they can to get ready for transition, hype up the crowd a little bit as we see him do on that run out. And we can see Andrew Horsfall-Turner in second place here. We see our Wahoo Element rival swim split, 48.51 from Thomas Gordon. So Horsfall was 26 seconds back, Matt Schaefer 28, Jason West right on their heels at 30, Ciccarelli at 33, and then it did break up a little bit, Craig. So whether or not there was a cramp going in and out of that first Aussie exit or just lost a bit of time in that congestion, but Matthew Marquardt 57 seconds back. So that front group that was so tightly and securely together looked like the Aussie exit, and then the swimming around the age group athletes, even on such a course where you don't really have to sight, has broken this swim group up quite a bit. Still waiting for our 7th place athlete to come across. Then he just does. It's great. That's Braden Curry at 1:30. Sorry, Greg, with Christian Hogenhog just on his heels.
Yeah, it seems it's really broken up on that second lap. And as you know, Matt, when athletes at the back of the front group, when they're on the red line, on the rivet, as we say, and then you hit that Aussie exit, and the swimmers on the front, if they have the pedigree and the quality of Thomas Gordon, and they can even they don't even have to drop the pace. Even if they even split, even pace that second lap, the athletes who are on the back who are redlining tend to get cut away on that second lap. That's what we saw. We saw some gaps, and it's easy when you lose the feed of that group to lose 30 seconds or even a minute. So surprising to hear Braden's 90 seconds down, though.
Yeah, Braden 90 seconds down, and Robert Callan was 16 seconds down, which was surprising to us, and now he's a minute 45 down. So definitely an effort. And again, that's with our leader, Thomas Gordon, having 30 seconds on the next 2 athletes. So, that gap is just to our lone leader, not the rest of that front group. But, surprised to see the swim break up as much as it has, and we'll see if those gaps continue to those athletes that we're chasing. Like, does that mean that a Matt Burton is going to lose 10 minutes instead of 4, or if it's going to kind of even out if those athletes were hanging on too much? That was Jason West running through transition there with Andrew Horsfall-Turner and Matt Schaefer. These 3 athletes on screen chasing our solo leader, Thomas Gordon.
Great swim by Jason West. Coming from the middle distance realm, he would be used to Aussie exits, he would be used to explosive starts, so he's set himself up nicely. Again, similar to Holly Lawrence, it'll be interesting to see his tactics here. I think he'll go not ballistic at the start, but I think he'll get out and get into a fast rhythm. He knows he's got a minute on some of the bigger names and 2+, 3+ on some of the, the well-known powerhouse bike riders. So I think he'll want to check off a few miles before they come through, get into his rhythm, and take a chunk out of this bike course before some of the, I guess, the Uber bikers, as we call them, come through.
Yeah, and we saw there Jason West with great transition actually moved himself all the way through Thomas Gordon to get onto the bike course in first place. So onto the bike course, Jason West, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, Thomas Gordon, Mattia Ciccarelli, and Matt Schaefer. And what I'm looking for, that was Hogenhog there, that is Braden Curry there, and I'm just looking at these splits to see Matthew Marquardt was in 6th, and again, a long transition. So what's going to be very telling with that long run is, we didn't see a picture of Matthew Marquardt yet. So again, it looks like Christian Hogenhog has gone through and out of T1 in front of Matthew Marquardt, who had 30 seconds on those athletes coming out of the swim, Craig. So either he is dealing with those cramps again or taking it very, very easy on that jog, but with Matthew Marquardt losing at least 30 seconds at this point. So he does, we have word from course that he is cramping. We see, actually, we've got a shot coming to you right now. So he's walking, and Craig, you could tell, like, there's a lot less panic, right? So, like, we were able to call the race in Cairns, and he knows what's happening, and now this is just a thing that he's dealing with. And he's obviously very frustrated, hoping that this wouldn't happen. But how different is it, Craig, than the way that we saw him react going onto the bike in Cairns, and now knowing, okay, I lost all that time in Cairns, still won the race. Let's just get to my bike, get on my bike, not stress out, and get riding, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, obviously the experience of having dealt with it before is helping him here. He looks like he's just moving forward. In Cairns, we saw him come to a dead stop.
Yeah.
So I wonder if getting on the bike and just changing the muscle firing patterns helps loosen his legs up. Because what we did see in Cairns was he got on the bike, but he didn't go for the throttle straight away. He continued to lose time, but slowly got his legs moving again. So I think he's just trying to minimize his time loss. It's heartbreaking for him, though. I mean,
yeah,
he sets himself up so beautifully in these races. As we flash back to Beck Clark and Holly Lawrence coming to the end of their swim. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Matthew Marquardt. It was interesting to see Braden Curry running out behind Christian Hogenhaug. I mean, Braden figuratively and literally needs to get on his bike there. He doesn't want to let Christian get out of sight, because we know what Christian's tactics will be on this bike course.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see our women navigating our amateur athletes as they're finishing their first lap, and the women are finishing their Roca swim here at Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And just a few swim strokes left for Beck Clark. See Holly Lawrence doing a few little dolphin dives as she heads in. So we can see, there we go, pink cap on the left there. Beck Clark kindly getting herself in and out and undoing that swim skin. Holly Lawrence just on her heels. Those two athletes, great swimming from those two athletes, Craig. And, again, they're going to be not far off of the swim time of some of our fastest athletes out on course on the men's field. 50:51 for Beck Clark and 50:53 for Holly Lawrence.
Yeah, great swims by these two ladies. And as we see Holly make the pass here, I mean, when you step up to Ironman distance and you've spent your whole professional career racing short course or middle distance, it's just in your DNA to rip through these transitions, and
yeah.
It's a good strategy. You don't want to waste a second, not a second. So I love this from Holly. It shows her intention early. Interesting to see how polite the ladies were, as a lot of the age groupers were navigating that Aussie exit. They were just calmly, they're so polite. The men would have just been pushing and shoving, and I saw Beck just casually gesture someone out of the way, and but yeah, great swim by these two women. And again, this is what we've seen Beck Clark do. I'm just excited to see what Holly's going to do now. The first 10, 15 miles of this bike, the first half hour, I think she's worked hard to get a little lead. And similar to Jason West, I think she'll have a pacing strategy or some sort of scheduling that she's come up with her team, just to fully leverage this gap that she's opened up here. It's not a race-winning gap, but it's certainly a huge advantage to have this kind of a gap over some of the bigger favourites in your first time, and you can settle into your rhythm, start your nutrition, start your hydration, and just get to your work. And it doesn't feel like you're chasing the race. It feels like you're ahead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see this Wahoo Element rival swim split from Rebecca Clark 50-51, as we see kind of the transition, how it flows, and what our athletes are going to be experiencing as they go through this transition. And this is Trevor Foley on screen. So this is our defending champion, just now getting to his bike. So the swim for Trevor Foley, we expect him to lose a little bit of time, and right now it looks like he lost 6 minutes, and he's a minute behind Leon Chevalier. So he's kind of on his own a little bit there, Craig, with again a 6 minute gap to our leaders, is our defending champ.
That's a big gap, but I guess the silver lining is Leon Chevalier just up the road, and that's not going to be an easy catch, because we know what kind of bike rider Leon is, and I think this course suits Leon for a number of reasons. But Trevor's a great bike rider as well. We saw him ride this course last year with Lionel Sanders, and they were able to pick their way through the field. So Trevor really needs to just, if he can, bridge that gap up and not go crazy doing it, but he needs to close that gap to Leon and then, check that box off and then go to work from there.
Yeah, as we see Holly Lawrence getting through T1 and onto her bike and into the lead of her very first Ironman. Not too surprised to see Holly Lawrence at the front. And again, this is an athlete that we've all been pretty excited to watch race over this distance. And we'll see what she's capable of today. And again, she's picking a race with some of the best athletes in our sport, all lining up for Ironman Pro Series points to have her debut. And you wouldn't expect anything less from Holly Lawrence. She expects a lot from herself and expects it at the very highest level against the best competitors in the sport. So again, great overhead shot of our athletes getting onto the bike. Looks like that's Beck Clark getting onto her bike as well. So our top two athletes should be out on course.
I love that little graphic. The Zoot bike course, hilly. That's all it said, hilly. So there is definitely some elevation gain on this course. I was interested to hear Christian interviewed before the race and talk about, he thought the climbs were very American in that they were power climbs more than power to weight climbs. So
got it.
Interesting perspective from one of the best bike riders in the field. But yeah, as we're back with Holly Lawrence at the start of her 112 mile, 180k bike ride, she looks good. Great start to the race. I think it's a great tactic for her. She's a strong swimmer, has always been a strong swimmer. There's no need to conserve energy in the swim if you can swim comfortably with the leader. She's first out onto this course, got through the Ruby transition really, really quickly, again showing her short course chops, her experience there, and I'm loving this so far from Holly.
Yeah, no, it looks great. It looks absolutely smooth and in a position that she wants to be at the front of this race. Looking, Craig, at our women's swim splits, we had Marta Sanchez coming through 2.5 minutes back with Lisa Perder, Lotta Wilms, Regan Holyoke in tow. So that little group of 4 is third through 6th place at 2.5 minutes down. Gabrielle Lumpke's at 4:48, and then one of our pre-race favorites, Solveig Lovseth, at 5:19 with Sarah True right with her as well. So a little bit bigger gap to Solveig and Sarah than I would have expected, especially with the swimming pedigree, over the short course. We're talking about a 4th place in the Olympics from Sarah True. It's kind of surprised to see her at 5 minutes deficit.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the quality of the swim from Beck and Holly. Obviously Beck had it in her head she was going to just take the pacemaking responsibilities in that swim, take the lead. Holly, that was perfect news for Holly. News to her is she could just hop on the feet and get a ride around the course. But interesting, I mean, Lotta Wilms, 2.5 minutes down. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
So
surprise.
Interesting. Yeah, it is a surprise. Let's see how this shakes out. I wonder if it's a strategy. I can't imagine, though, that when you're the level of swimmer that she is, that even if you decided to maybe conserve a little in the swim, you wouldn't lose that much time. So I'm just wondering if something's happened to her in the swim, because the early shots we got on the swim course, she was in that front group.
Right. Yeah, and Craig, I'm curious, maybe, like, she does seem like an athlete that's very conscious of her decisions and doesn't kind of overreact, which maybe people would think the opposite. Like, you saw her in Cairns, she's like, I need my watch. I'm going to go back and get my watch. And she lost 2 minutes for that watch because she knows that 2 minutes is not as important as, her pacing strategy. And it's, possible when she's got spit off the back of those 2 that she's like, man, me swimming by myself over this distance and trying to hurt myself, maybe that's not worth the effort, and maybe she just decided to swim backstroke a little bit and settle in. But right now we're at the lead here. I believe this is Ciccarelli, kind of an aero helmet I have not seen before, but I like it. Looks good on him. Looks like we've got a group of 3 at the moment, and that group of 3 should contain Jason West and Andrew Horsfall Turner. Again, Thomas Gordon was in that group as well, but didn't see him in that shot. But this does look like a group of 3 at the front of Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, with Holly Lawrence on the right-hand side of our screen.
Yeah, great split screen with our 2 leaders there. Mattia Ciccarelli's interesting. I mean, he had a triathlon career and then went and got a real job as a biomedical engineer, of all things, Matt. So, and then has returned to long course triathlon, and he's making a good fist of it. He finished 7th at the South African Championships earlier this year, Ironman South Africa. So he has got some form, and again, another athlete. The depth of racing just continues to improve, and the confidence of these athletes, they're not scared to take it on. So he's had a great swim. Mattia, and he's not hanging around. He's not looking over his shoulder, looking to see who else is there. He's just going to get on the front and start making the pace himself.
Yeah, we saw there a shot of Solveig Lovseth, one of our pre-race favorites, going through, transitioning onto the bike course. And now back here with Holly Lawrence, our women's leader here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and looking smooth, making it look easy. First time Ironman, might as well just go all the way to the front.
Yeah, she looks great. She looks great. I mean,
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Was in another lifetime, one of toil and blood. When blackness was a virtue, the road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Hoka, Fly, Human Fly. We can see Holly Lawrence here on one of our early climbs on the course. And Craig, it does look like some of the rain that was possibly forecasted has come in here today.
Yeah, the roads are looking wet as we see some of the pro men re-overtaking Holly after that great swim. Yeah, well, they forecast some weather, possible thunderstorms. I mean, typically you get a bit of the weather. You're in the Adirondack Mountains here, so you can get some weather. I think the athletes would prefer this over baking hot, as we can see Holly calling out here to someone up the road. I think she's trying to make a pass, but she's looking good. She's looking good. Interesting to see some of those time gaps that opened up in the women's race. Again, not wanting to harp on it, I just think it speaks to, Beck Clark and Holly Lawrence just laying down a great swim. And, it's not often you see 2.5 to 3 minutes back to the first chase group.
No, and to see Maya Stage Nielsen and Jackie Herring 7.5 minutes back. Like, these are athletes that don't expect to be at the front and, expect to lose maybe 3 to 5 minutes, but 7.5 minutes, especially, Craig, considering this course, I think the swim course tends to suit a not as good swimmer being able to stay close. The big elephant in the room in that case is obviously this was a non-wetsuit swim, right? So those two athletes, obviously pure swimmers, able to get a little bit more gap, and so maybe that's why we're seeing some of these gaps. And then, like we said on the men's field, almost 9.5 minutes, Matt Burton loses in that swim. So yeah, maybe that non-wetsuit swim and the warm water has had that effect. Tamara Jewett threw 8.5 minutes behind, and then Craig, it's going to be a stopwatch on Danielle Lewis, and obviously defending champion. I had to eat a Hoka last year after saying there's no way she could win the race after the swim deficit that she had. I think it was close to 15 minutes, and she did. We'll see what the case is today and what kind of gap she has coming out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare you see an athlete come back from a 10-plus minute deficit. But to your point, I mean, the gaps we've seen in the swim today, I just think it highlights the huge difference that wetsuit swimming makes. I mean, it definitely helps, I don't want to say poor swimmers, but the lesser swimmers. The advantage that they get is greater than what a really good swimmer would get from wearing the wetsuit. I mean, great swimmers, part of the reason they are great swimmers, as we see Danielle Lewis here at her bike just going through Ruby transition zone now. So she has, we'll get a split on that shortly, but it's a huge deficit. It's a big deficit again she's going to have to overcome, but like you mentioned, she's no stranger to that.
Yeah, Craig, and it looks like her gap is 12 minutes, so that is a substantial gap to our two leaders, but again, she, as you said, she's used to it. And I think last year on this course, she was it was 15, over 15 minutes to Lauren Brandon out of the swim behind. So that's a huge gap for her. But the difference being it's 12 minutes to someone that has a possibility, Holly Lawrence on screen, of winning this race, where obviously 15 minutes to Lauren Brandon is a little bit different of a situation. As we look here at our Ruby Transition 1, top 3 fastest male times. Chris Leiferman out there doing well today, 2:57 back in the transition. Matt Hansen, 2:58. Christian Hogenhog at 3:01. Those 3 athletes having our 3 fastest T1 times. And on the women's side, for the Ruby T1 times, at Solveig Lofsef at 3:25, Lauren Jansen at 3:25 as well, and Holly Lawrence at 3:31. Craig, we can see our male athletes going through one of our technical sections of the course again. Raining, from what our camera is showing us, pretty hard right now, Craig, and I think that's going to, be challenging for some athletes, and we're going to see maybe some athletes benefit from that. But right now, it looks like this is Christian Hogenhog that we see riding up to Ceccarelli, I believe.
Yeah, it is wet, and look, the athletes would have known the forecast. I mean, all the talk yesterday was, they were expecting some weather, some bad weather in Lake Placid, so they would have made, adjustments in their tire pressure and maybe their race strategies a little bit. And look, a lot of the Europeans and even the North Americans, they're used to racing in these conditions. They're used to riding in these conditions. So I don't think it's too disconcerting for most of these top professionals. They're very used to racing in these conditions. They have to make some subtle adjustments to their bike setup, and also maybe, the way they corner, be a little more, I would say, conservative than they otherwise normally would be. But very experienced, our top professionals in the sport. So just back to the swim point, Matt, I think it just highlights the difference that wetsuit v non-wetsuit makes in these events. Good swimmers, part of the advantage they have is they have great body position in the water. So, the advantage that a wetsuit brings definitely helps them much, much less. And it's great to see. It's great to see the swimmers, the really good swimmers, get, a return on their investment. So,
yeah. And speaking of good swimmers with return on investment, on screen is Andrew Horsfall Turner, now in the lead of our race here, with Jason West in second place. See him on cue on screen there. Ceccarelli in third at 5 seconds. Christian Hogenhog in fourth. And then a pretty large gap, Craig, to a minute to Bradley Weiss, Braden Curry, Henrik Ghosh, and then a little bit of a gap to Matt Schaefer. And then Robert Callan, biggest mover already, a minute 30 back. So he's made up a minute already in 7 miles. So the Callan train is coming, and all aboard to those that want to risk blowing up their legs for the marathon. But let's take a quick look at the Ironman Lake Placid bike course. We see Jason West getting settled there. But Craig, it's an absolutely beautiful bike course, and it's known for its picturesque scenery. It's got about 7,000 feet of elevation gain with rolling hills and some punchy climbs, 2 laps, so it gives these athletes a couple opportunities to push the pace and realize kind of where it's going to break up. And that last section coming back into town, we call it the three bears, Mama Bear, Baby Bear, Papa Bear, some climbs that will kind of soften up the legs as they come in to T2. But Craig, it's raining. It's raining pretty good, and I do think that's, the cyclists that signed up for this race, Lake Placid, because of the challenging bike course, are loving this, right? And I know a Chevier's loving this, Horsfall Turner's loving it. They're used to running in this or riding in this terrain. I bet Hogenhog is not afraid of that, although we've seen him slide out in conditions similar to this in the past. So again, as you said, those athletes going to have to be smart and changing tire pressure. And someone who doesn't look too stressed about the rain right now is the woman on screen. That's Holly Lawrence.
No, she looks awesome. She's had I don't want to say a perfect start to the race, but it couldn't have gone much better, as we see her getting some nutrition on board here, getting some carbohydrates in. Decent temperature, even though it is wet and raining. They still have to obviously watch their electrolyte depletion, make sure they're getting enough carbs in to sustain the effort, the power they want to push. As we see Ceccarelli making a pass on Andrew Horsfall Turner, and he's gesturing something. I don't think he's happy with it. The big mover, Matt, is this man on screen. Christian Hugenhaug, who was 90 seconds down. We saw a visual of him coming out of the Ruby transition with Braden Curry, and now he's got to the front of the race. So he is not messing around. It seems like he's just following the same playbook that he followed in Frankfurt, and he looks, can I say it, he just looks awesome. Look how relaxed, look how, so much power, but so relaxed, so smooth.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat for sure. His performance in Frankfurt was nuts, and you know, only to get beaten by one of the best athletes ever in our sport. And you know, it's new to him. He's been working on his swim, and he's been excited about the work that he's put in, and it's clearly paying off. You know, when you're a cyclist of this caliber, and it takes you 30 to 50% of the race to get to the front, you know, it's nice to have those bike legs, but it's frustrating to not be able to get to the front earlier and really, you know, put it to these athletes, you know, earlier in the course and get a bigger gap. And now he's finding that equation a little bit easier. You know, he's a good swimmer, but he's now showing a front pack swim is very different than being a good swimmer. And Christian Hugenhaug setting himself up to have a great race here today in the rain here in Lake Placid. And Craig, if you think it's raining now, you never know with the weather up here in the Adirondacks. We've seen, you know, 2 inches of standing water on the course here in years past on the run. So right now, raining pretty hard, but a lot more racing to come here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And the weather's going to show us some stuff, as well are the athletes.
It's just where I wanna be.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
This is Andrew Horsfall Turner at the front of the Zoot Bike course here at Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And again, this is an athlete, Craig, that just last week raced at the Ironman 70.3 Swansea. Didn't quite have the end result that he was hoping for, but you know, I think you gotta, if you're not feeling it on the day and you know you've got an Ironman and maybe one of the toughest Ironmans on the circuit, just a week later, maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, he had a great race last weekend. Was an early leader on the bike there as well through those tight technical roads in Swansea. So he's used to riding his bike and being technically proficient and riding in this weather as well. So he's no stranger to this, and great to see him again up the front peppering the leaderboard. Christian Hugenhaug is just, for me, it's just been interesting to watch his progression in the sport as we see Holly taking a sweeping right-hand turn. And mate, there is a lot of water on the ground. So definitely that forecast storm that they were hoping would miss the area, it's definitely hit. It hasn't missed, and there's plenty of water on the ground. So we see Holly was a little cautious on those corners there, and that's very, very smart in these conditions. But yeah, just getting back to Christian, it's been interesting to watch his progression in the sport. Third in the Ironman Pro Series last year, and he's just become a contender at big races. I mean, that performance, like you mentioned, that performance he put down at the European Championships at Manova Ironman Frankfurt was incredible. It took one of the greatest, and I would suggest the greatest male triathlete of all time, the best part of 7 hours to catch him. And let's not forget that he had a 1-minute penalty coming off the bike there as well, Christian did. So definitely impacted the result. But again, he's just going from strength to strength. He's done the race in Swansea last week. He's traveled across the Atlantic. Seems to be managing his body well, managing his recovery, his schedule really well, which is always a challenge. You know, these athletes are trying to fit in heat acclimation blocks, altitude training blocks, and scheduling all of those things in and amongst a very, very packed racing schedule. And he seems to be handling it quite well, or better than quite well, very, very well this year.
Yeah, and he's having fun, and he's consistent. Obviously, a great performer in the Ironman Pro Series last year, and continuing to do so this year. We see Holly Lawrence at the front of this race. They have gone through that timing, Matt, so 48 seconds to Lisa Perderer, Marta Sanchez at 1:08, and Beck Clark already slipped down to 4th place in 1:49. So that's our top 4 pro women out on course in that first out and back. But in addition to the pros on course, there are over 2,800 age group triathletes competing today in the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, Craig, and among them are a number of triathletes using TriDot, the official training platform of Ironman, to get race ready. These TriDot athletes get the unique benefits of expert coaching and AI-powered training plans, including predictive race day splits to guide their strategy. Today's TriDot athlete is Vanessa Ronskly. Let's hear from Vanessa about her goals and strategy for executing her race plan today.
My name is Vanessa Ronskly. I am from Calgary, Alberta in Canada, and I am racing the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. I actually chose this race because I came here last year as a supporter and a spectator, and I was also working for TriDot. And when I turned off the interstate highway and saw how gorgeous it was, I immediately knew that I needed to put this race on my bucket list. TriDot has been an amazing training program to follow for this race. It has got me ready for the hills with all of the interval training. So my program is designed for me specifically, in addition to the course that I'm racing. So I know that I'll be able to crush all of the hills that this course has to offer. And I've been working with a coach as well, who is a TriDot coach, Ironman U certified, and he has been fine-tuning my program to make sure that I stay away from being injured. I'm a very highly injured athlete, so I have to make sure that I don't overdo my sessions, but I'm still getting the appropriate amount of interval training to make sure that I am going to perform my best on this course. My goals for this race, the first thing is that I want to make sure that I have a really great day out on the course. I want to enjoy the scenery, I want to have a lot of smiles, and I want to high-five all of the volunteers that I can. So making that a really wonderful experience. So my performance goal is to see what I'm really capable of, and I know that TriDot has my back in my training. I know exactly what I am going to be able to execute in terms of my power and my pacing. I would love to qualify for Kona.
We'll be checking in on Vanessa's progress later to see how close her actual times are to her predicted splits. At the end of her race day, Ironman and TriDot will post her finish time along with her split times on their social media pages. Excited to see how Vanessa does through the rest of today, and I'm betting she does pretty good, Craig.
As we flash back to Andrew Horsfall Turner here, and These conditions don't seem to be slowing the athletes down too much. I mean, they're just watching the way they're taking some of these corners. They're cautious, but not overly cautious. And I was just having a look through the some of the splits, Matt, and it seems in the women's race, the big movers, Marta Sanchez and Lisa Pertera on the bike, look to be taking a decent chunk of time out of Holly's lead. They're the ones who have, the two from that main chase pack in the swim who have, I guess, taken the race on and tried to close that gap and bridge across to Holly in the lead. And I mean, Lisa is known as a strong bike rider. Marta's known as just a good all-round athlete.
Yeah.
So it looks like Holly will have some company at the front of the race pretty shortly.
Yeah, no, they're on the gas for sure. No question about it. As again, we're back on, I believe this is still Horsfall Turner, and you know, we've got Hogenhag a little bit further up the road, it looks like, about 30 seconds up the road from the man on screen. But yeah, men's race is definitely shaping up. And Craig, with as hard as it's raining, I'm curious, you know, we saw that Roca weather earlier. I'm curious, you know, 61 degrees doesn't feel that cold. But if you're getting rained on, and sometimes the rain in the Adirondacks, you know, can have a bit of a chill to it. I'm curious if it's possible if this holds for more of the day. Obviously early, it's not that impactful because you just came out of a swim, you're wet anyways. But do you think it's possible that these conditions could have an effect, you know, physiology-wise on these athletes, as far as just another stress maybe that they weren't necessarily planning on? Because we don't see any athletes with vests on or arm warmers or any of that.
Yeah, potentially it could have an effect, but it's interesting. We just flashed from Andrew back to Holly, and where Andrew was, it wasn't raining and the roads were dry. So he's only a few kilometres up the road. So I think there's no wind at all today, and the wind's the thing that can really bring in the chill factor. There's no question if you can't warm up if you get cold, and this does affect some athletes. You definitely, you shiver, of course, to try and warm up, and you burn through more calories, more carbohydrates. So you need to be mindful of that. But yeah, the really cold races we've seen, Matt, you know, the athletes do wear vests, arm warmers, sometimes gloves. We haven't seen any of that today. I think the temperatures are good. There's no wind. I think they're going to get rain in patches. There's going to be sections like this where the road is really wet, and then other sections where it's dry. So, I mean, mid-60s in Fahrenheit, I think that's actually, don't want to rain on your parade, but I think that's pretty perfect racing conditions. Yeah, without the wind, you tend not to get that sort of chill factor. So, but we'll keep an eye on it. It doesn't seem to be affecting them so far, as we see Holly on one of these faster sections, just holding that aero position. I think, you know, we previewed the Zoot bike course before. You did the course preview, Matt, and it's an awesome course. It's got a bit of everything. It's got some climbing. It's got some really fast sections where holding aero will be important. It's got some sustained downhills where you'll need a big enough gearing to be able to pedal. So I think this course has a little bit of everything.
No, it certainly does, Craig, and it's gonna, you know, it's gonna show itself to the best cyclists, right? And there's no hiding on a course like this. And Holly Lawrence is certainly one of those best cyclists, and you know, she's at the front. But again, as you said, losing a lot of time to those athletes chasing from behind. So a lot of action still left to come here. The Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
you know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we're back with Lisa Perder, who's made the big move up into the lead here, Craig. And, you know, this is an athlete that is not wasting any time. And again, Holly Lawrence, great pedigree. We know she rides the bike well, but Lisa Perder not wasting any time.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch that pass, wasn't it? Just the cadence, the gear Lisa was pushing up the hill as she crested that hill and made the pass. And I mean, Lisa's had a great season so far. She got third in the North American Championships in Texas, where she biked a 4:23 map. And I know it's a fast course, but that's moving.
Yeah.
And also got a second place at the T100 event in Singapore. So she's not only performed well over the Ironman distance, she's bringing quite a bit of speed into this event as well. So clearly she likes racing in the heat. Being from Austria, I'm guessing she doesn't mind racing in the cooler temperatures either.
No, I imagine that's a pretty good assumption, Craig. And yeah, I mean, she was third Ironman Texas, second at Cozumel last year, and right now we're looking at our third place athlete on the screen, and that's bib number 3. So we have that as Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, it's Marta Sanchez, yeah. So she's the other big mover that you mentioned, and isn't that a picture? I mean, look, her upper body is absolutely motionless. She's another athlete who's not messing around. We did see the splits through Ruby transition, and both Marta and Lisa were 90 seconds down, and Lisa's already erased that gap, and it looks like Marta's well on the way to bridging up to Holly as well here.
Yeah, no, absolutely moving through the early sections of this bike course, and yeah, the women's lead not wasting any time, and again, that with all that effort and energy up front, you know, it's just going to make it so much more challenging for, you know, some of our pre-race favorites that are behind out of that swim, with like a Solveig Lovseth and a you know, Jackie Herring and a Danielle Lewis. You know, it's one thing to trying to make up time on people that are just riding steady or at a reasonable pace, but you know, I wouldn't say Perder is riding necessarily at a reasonable pace. She's absolutely moving right now, and Holly, you know, responding, which I love the racing attitude behind Holly Lawrence, as she got lost 2-minute gap and then straight back and responding once Perder catches her.
Yeah, well, you mentioned she might have a strategy just to settle in on the early miles of the bike, the first 10 or 15 kilometers, and knowing that there's some athletes who are very experienced, you know, at time trialing 180 kilometers, and it is a very specific discipline, a very specific skill. But I'm guessing she's not minding the company right now. We saw her make a pass on Lisa there. Now she's back in the lead again. Looks like the roads are, I wouldn't say dry here, but they're not as wet as they were a few miles ago. And Marta Sanchez also on the chase, so we could have a group of 3. And that, again, speaks to your point, Matt, with, you know, an athlete like Danielle Lewis giving up so much time out of the swim. You know, when you've got this much depth, particularly towards the front of the race, and this much bike strength, it is hard to shut those deficits down. And you don't shut them down quickly. It's a race-long chase, but is it possible with this kind of quality on the front? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, definitely going to have to wait and let the athletes kind of show us what's going on here. Right now, this is Andrew Horsfall Turner in second place chasing. And Craig, we did have men go through that second bike split. It's just over 16 miles through the race. Robert Callan now a minute 54 back, so that shows you that our leader, Christian Hogenhag, is certainly pushing the pace. And, you know, Christian is a smart athlete, and he's one that I've seen him, you know, on the course, you know, on a moto, watching kind of his tactics, and he doesn't love wasting his energy pulling a group around. You can see him getting pretty frustrated, but once he gets kind of open road and knows there's nobody behind, then he really lays it down. And again, he's already got 30 seconds on Horsfall Turner, and I think he accelerated once he had that gap. So again, gap opening up on you know, athletes like you know, Braden Curry, Matt Schaefer, but we do see Leon Chevier moving through. He's now just 4 minutes down, and I think big news for tactics of the race and what's possible is Matthew Marquardt is with Leon Chevier now. So it looks like he's settled and he's managed those issues, and he's holding steady. He hasn't lost any more time really since 7.5 miles. So those two riding together with Leiferman just 5 seconds behind him with Colin Zutsch as well. And then Trevor Foley, definitely one of the fastest movers out on course right now at 4:45 behind.
Yeah, it's a great race dynamics going on here. That was an awesome close-up of Christian Hoogenhaug. Then his face is so relaxed. He just looks relaxed. He's laying down a lot of power, and you mentioned he doesn't explode past. He just gently accelerates away. But once he gets a gap, he does lay the power down a bit more and try and, you know, open that gap up quickly. And he just looks great. It looks like so far it looks very similar to what he did at the European Championships in Frankfurt. But there is also another dynamic going on behind, because there's so much bike strength in this race. Leon Chevalier with Matthew Marquardt is a little power group. Trevor Foley, we know, I mean, he biked, I think it was 4:17 or 4:18 here last year. Matthew Marquardt's the current bike course record holder here, 4:16. So whilst not ideal to suffer that cramping and those issues with cramping, again, I'm sure it's just frustrating beyond belief. Just like he did in Cairns, he's got a great temperament for this kind of racing. I think he just managed the situation well, and now he's got a really willing partner in Leon Chevalier on the bike.
A great over-the-shoulder shot of Christian Hoogenhaug. Again, I think as you noticed, Craig, just so smooth and relaxed. You can tell he just kind of leans into those bars as he settles in to the bike course. See him again through a wet section. Obviously rained pretty heavily in this section earlier, and you know, making sure he's not wasting or taking any chances going around any of these corners. And I got word from out on the course about mile 5, there was a little bit of sprinkles out there, a little light rain, so it's like very, very spotty as to where the rain is really coming down and where it really isn't kind of existing at all. So I think we're going to see bits through this race course here today where we see a lot of rain, and then you know, obviously sections where the sun's going to come out, and it might get a little bit humid out there. But Christian Hoogenhaug looking smooth, and again, this guy, when he has open road, he really just, he takes it, and he leans in and uses that aerodynamic position. And you know, we were able to chat with Christian Hoogenhaug a little bit earlier in the week, and let's hear what he had to say about coming into Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
This is going to be my 3rd race in 3 weeks, so a full and then a half last weekend. And I feel more ready for this race than last weekend. Also, my target has been the full distance, so I kind of saw Swansea last weekend as a prep for this race. I hope the body comes around come race day. For my strength, yeah, it's like it has these, I call them American climbs, like more gradual on big roads. So it's more about absolute power than power to weight. And then there are some sections where you can go really fast, and having maybe a little more weight and like being very aerodynamic, I think that suits my strength. It has some like insanely fast descents and also some slight downhill sections. So I'm riding a 60, and I think, yeah, just with the power I'm pushing, that with the climbs it won't be a problem. Maybe there is 2 or 3 times where I have to like really get out of the saddle to get over it, but I'm also running a 33 in the back, so I don't it won't be a problem. The biggest problem will be that I run out of gears on the downhills.
If you're running out of gears on the downhills with the 60, Craig, you're pushing some watts.
Yeah, well, he loves pushing a few watts, doesn't he? And yeah, he's just great to watch. It's so enjoyable to watch. He's just so relaxed in his ability to sort of maintain or sustain this position is part of, I don't want to say it's his secret, but it's part of his success on the bike. Great cadence. Be interested to see, I mean, yeah, a 60 on the front. And I'm sure he's not the only one. I mean, we know Robert Callan, Matthew Marquardt. There is, you know, some long sustained descents on this course.
Yeah.
Particularly the one down into the township of Keene, I think it is. So, yeah. And, you know, these boys, when they have a big enough gear on, they can pedal down and put out enough watts to still be driving the bike forward and not need to get in the tuck position. So he talked about the long, gradual downhills, and I think that's really, he had those in mind when he put that gearing on the bike and that front chainring.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Yeah, it looks smooth in one of our faster sections, flatter sections of the course now with Andrew Horsfall Turner, who's doing his best to limit the gap to the gentleman in front of him, Christian Hogenhag. Last check was 30 seconds, going to be more than that now. Our GPS is showing about 45 seconds gap between those two athletes. And Craig, the women went through that timing mat at 16.5 miles through, and we see Lisa Perder on screen in the lead, obviously through that section with Holly Lawrence. They've been swapping back and forth. And Marta Sanchez at 42 seconds behind. So she's losing a little bit of time to pace to Lisa Perder as she moves to the front. Regan Holyoke at 2:57 and Beck Clark 2:58. A lot of Wilms 3:30 and Solveig Lovseth, big mover for sure at 4 minutes behind. But you know, she's lost 90 seconds to Lisa Perder as well. So you know, again, we have big expectations from Solveig Lovseth, but a lot of people pre-race chatter picking Lisa Perder to have kind of her breakthrough race and possibly win here at Lake Placid.
Yeah, and both Lisa and Marta look awesome on their bikes. Yeah, it's still early in the ride yet. I mean, I think that race that Solveig put in Hamburg, it was historic. It was the fastest Ironman debut on record. But it was a different course profile to this. I actually think this course might suit her a little better, but she's lost a little time early to these two ladies, or particularly to Lisa Perder. So we'll just keep an eye on that split. But I think she'll eat away at this lead, and I still expect her to figure at some point in this bike ride at the front of this race.
Yeah, and on screen we got Marta Sanchez riding in third place, and we were able to get a little bit from her this week leading into the race as well.
I'm really excited to be here. I actually could see the bike on one course, and it's gonna be really beautiful but really challenging. We'll see. Obviously, I have a plan of my mind. My coach also sent me the homework to do. But yeah, since it's like the last full distance before the Kona, the World Championship, the last race in the Ironman Pro Series. So maybe at some point I'm gonna have to take some risks. So we'll see. I mean, the bike is, as I said, a challenging one, but I think that if you push too hard or try to stay in a group that it's pushing too much, I think that this marathon is even challenging than the bike. So you need to save some forces, and especially on the way back, they say that the last 10K are the worst. So I think that you need to really think about the final part of the race.
Yeah, I think that's well said. You got to think about the final part of the race on the bike, obviously challenging. But Craig, that's what's so brutal as we get this great shot of Hogenhag as he looks over his shoulder, as we're looking over his shoulder. And Christian, nobody anywhere close behind you. Keep looking, but you're not going to see anybody, buddy. Love it. Love seeing him at the front of this race. But yeah, Craig, he really wants to see. He's shocked as we are at how quickly he's gotten this lead. And I think he's maybe wondering where those other bike power houses are. maybe a Callan or, because on the out and back, you could see how close some of these other athletes were, right? So maybe he's curious about that. But back to what Marta was saying, it is a hard course. You got to save some for the end. And Craig, underestimating how hard this run course is you can't do it. The hills are brutal, and they're brutal going down and going up, just at the steepness of them. So you really, as competitive as these athletes are and how much they're putting kind of on the table on the bike ride, there has to be a little bit of concern with, you can't just leave it all out on the bike ride on this course. That run will absolutely eat you up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you often see challenging rides and flat marathon courses. You don't often see a really hard hilly bike ride and a hard hilly run. So this race in Lake Placid is very unique from that perspective. And that's not to say that flat courses are easy. I mean, just different skill sets, different requirements. Fast courses are hard because you've got to power up the whole time and use the same muscle groups. But certainly a hilly marathon brings other challenges, and there is a skill set there that works. We saw Trevor Foley last year run a 2:36 on this course, and a big part of that would have been his leg turnover and his ability to run the downhills fast, as well as being strong and solid on the uphills and cresting the hills and the flats. Just being a good downhill runner is a skill, and on a course like this, you'll see certain runners will make up a lot of time on the downhill sections.
Yeah, no, I think that's smart, and why, before we got live here today, I said that this was a course that I wish I'd seen you race on, because you were one of the best at running down and up at the time, and maybe Bennett. I would have liked to see you and Bennett do a downhill running competition. I think it would have been a good one. But yeah, I think someone like Trevor and some of these other athletes out here can really just lean down the hill and not take it on the legs, and that's a huge part of what's going to make these athletes successful once they get to the marathon.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts, no hype, just work, same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Morton, get used to it, and by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. We're here with second place still on course, Andrew Horsfall Turner, out of the saddle on one of the steeper sections of this Zoot bike course here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
great race so far by Andrew. Every time we flash back to him, though, he just looks like he's working harder than Christian on the front. Christian looks super efficient. You know, what was crazy about that European Championship race in Frankfurt for the men 3 weeks ago was, I mean, Christian Hugenhaug was able to put 8 minutes on Christian Blumenfeld and most of the other pro men that day. So, you know, his form for mid-season has just been top shelf as we had a look at Lisa Perderer here. The question is, how long can he sustain this form? And also, we've got the two, not that he'll be thinking about this, but we've got the two championship races coming up. And he's in championship form right now. So, and it's just been a big program for the middle of the season. 2 Ironmans and a 70.3 in a 1 month span. But yeah, I was just blown away watching him in Frankfurt put a world-class field on the bike to the sword the way he did and have such a big lead. And looks like he's got his heart set on doing the same thing today. Although, yeah, there are some other Uber bikers in this field. So this bike ride's still got a long way to play out.
Yeah, there are for sure, but if you're thinking about a course where someone on a good day on the bike could put in a lot of time, there's way more time on the table to get on your competitors here at Lake Placid than that course, right? Like that was a very, very fast course. So yeah, I'm impressed. And Craig, you're right. He is on World Championship form, and it is crazy. And a lot of people just, expected him to have no legs at 70.3 Swansea, which he did, and then obviously expecting him not to here today. But as casual as he looks, as he keeps looking over his shoulder, I think he's surprised how much he's riding away from this field. But it's, if you think about it, it's actually not, if it works, it's a pretty great approach, right? It's like he's not training at all in between these races, right? So if you get into that shape to have that performance, and then you actually let yourself recover and just let yourself get to the start line and not put pressure around it and hope that the legs come. Like he said, I hope the legs show up. And clearly they have. You can't fake going off the front like this. Like if his legs were tired in any way from those other races, we'd be seeing it already. He would let the race come to him a lot more than he is. So yeah, he's certainly on form, and he's an athlete that I think up until last year, like a lot of people had expectations of him, and he was a great racer and had some good performances, but not at that like top tier level, right? Like he was like the kind of second of the top tier. Like he's going to be on podium in races, and yeah, maybe he's leading or in the podium of the Ironman Pro Series, but yeah, maybe that's because athletes like Blumenfeld aren't there. But he's showing now that he's just continuing to get better and better, and he has this quiet confidence, but also you can tell it's just he's enjoying it, so there's not as much pressure, right? And maybe I'm misreading that, but it just seems there's like a lightness around the way that he comes to races, and I think that pays off.
No, he certainly looks relaxed. I mean, that interview, he was calm. Looks like he's just playing with house money. Everything's a bonus, everything's a win. But I agree. I think his competitors and the whole sport is seeing him in a different light this year. He was obviously a really strong athlete last year. He finished third in the Pro Series, but to be contending for the win against the fields that he is, he's definitely stepped his game right up. And yeah, it looks like he's on another flyer today. It seems like that he's recovered well from that effort in Swansea last week. And no, I agree completely. If he had any fatigue, you would often see it at the start, and often you can sort of get through it and work into your race. But he's just come out of the blocks lightning quick, like he did in Frankfurt, and he's setting himself up nicely. As we see Lisa Perderer here, and she's setting herself up nicely. We just saw her ride through the sunshine a minute ago, so it's 4 seasons in a day here in Lake Placid. So I don't think the weather's going to play too much of an issue, Matt, other than in those rainy sections when the roads are wet. The athletes will have to stay clear of the road markings, the white paint on the road. And I'm sure most of the athletes these days are riding 25 or 28 mil tyres, some 30 mil tyres, and they would have the correct bike pressure in there, the tyre pressure, sorry. So as we see Holly Lawrence coming up to make a pass on Lisa, and these two are sharing the workload at the front here. And yeah, I think both of them would be happy with the situation so far to have a little bit of company so early in the ride and shouldering equal workload, make it more difficult for the ladies behind trying to catch up.
Yeah, and I think the way that we're seeing Holly Lawrence respond to me shows, Craig, that she used that kind of swim gap to settle in and get herself comfortable for when the race came to her, right? Because she lost 2.5 minutes to Lisa Perder, in the first 10 miles of this bike course, and then you don't lose that kind of time and then stay with that athlete and continue to like swap turns, so to speak, with that athlete. If you weren't just saving your energy. So very clear that Holly Lawrence is here to race, and she's responding to Lisa Perder as well. Marta Sanchez hanging on in third place, still just under a minute behind as our GPS is showing. But Holly Lawrence looking pretty great, and her Ironman debut, I'd say, Craig.
Yeah, she's looking amazing. And yeah, it's a great tactic, isn't it? If you're a strong swimmer, to get a couple of minute advantage and then settle into the ride at your own pace, get on your nutrition and hydration plan early. And now she's got company, as we see. This is a great shot. Marta Sanchez closing that gap. So here's another, interesting dynamic we're about to see. What happens here? Has Marta been sort of working hard to catch up? Will she relax, or is she just in her rhythm? Will she try and continue on through? So it is interesting as athletes do tack onto the front group and bridge across from that main chase group, whether it's been just a concerted effort, slightly above threshold, maybe a little more comfortable than you would like, or if Marta's just in her sort of all day long Ironman rhythm here. So I'm pretty sure if she does continue on through, the other two ladies will try and go with her, but she's closed a lot of time. I mean, she
has, Greg. I'm super impressed with the fact that those two athletes in the front are, again, using that momentum together, and motivation, riding together to continue to push the pace. But Marta Sanchez being able to move back up, and again, Lisa Perder put 40 seconds into her in the first 16.5 miles. So that's not nothing, and looks like Marta Sanchez has pulled a majority of that back already at this point, Craig.
Yeah, and she looks pretty efficient, pretty relaxed doing it. So good signs for Marta Sanchez early, and she's having a great season. I mean, this is really a quality field on the men's and women's. I mean, 8 of the top 13, vying for Ironman Pro Series podium spots. I mean, we talked on the top of the show that the 2 Ironman Pro Series standings, the athletes on top of those standings, Christian Blumenfeld and Kat Matthews, have pretty much banked maximum points, and they're quite comfortable leading. But the other positions on the podium for the series are still well and truly up for grabs, with championship races still ahead of us. But more so on the women's side, I think today we'll see some movement in that top 10 of the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, as we look on the screen at our 5th and 6th place athletes on the course, that was Braden Curry, looks like right now riding in 7th place with Ghosh and Weiss. So those athletes riding along pretty well, continuing to be consistent and hold strong. Have not lost too much time at this point. And that is, I believe that's Jason West as well. So a lot of movement here on the men's course, Greg.
Yeah, and these boys would be just riding to their pace. And I think that was Brad Weiss, actually. And he's an interesting athlete because I think he's obviously from the off-road triathlon scene, 2-time world champion at Xterra Triathlon. Came across the middle distance racing with really good success, and I mean, just a versatile athlete. He finished 7th at the Ironman World Championships in Nice, and then a year later he finished 11th last year at the Ironman World Championships in Kona on a completely different course. But I think it just shows Bradley's versatility. He hasn't had the season so far he would have wanted. He hasn't qualified for the World Championships yet, and I'm sure that's high on his agenda, high on his list of things to accomplish today. And he's in a good position so far. He's in a good little group there with Braden Curry and Henrik Gosch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I have to forgive myself, a red kit that starts with a WE, but that was definitely Bradley Weiss. And yeah, I mean, he's had great performances, and you're right. I think he's very keen to get that world spot. You speak of his 7th place in Nice, and that was with a drafting penalty as well. I know that he very much felt that he didn't deserve. We'll leave that talk for another day. But I've always known Bradley Weiss as a athlete with a bunch of integrity as well, so certainly not intentional, I'm sure, from him if that did happen. But it shows you that, you know, if you get a 7th with that kind of penalty, you had the ability to be much higher up on the results sheet, and I know he's pretty keen on that course. And if you're keen on that course, you're also keen on a course like Lake Placid. You know, it really suits a very similar type of athlete. And we look, Craig, through 31.5 miles. We do have some more splits, and that's Christian Hogenhag in the lead still with Andrew Horsfall-Turner a minute back. Robert Callan, 132 now, moved into 3rd place in front of this athlete that we're seeing on screen, Bradley Weiss, and then Braden Curry at 137, Henrik Ghosh at 138. Ciccarelli in that group, as well as Jason West. So we've got a group of about, 6 athletes pretty much riding together in that 1.5 minutes down to 143. But it's not going to be a group of 6 that soon, because at the front of that group is Robert Callan, and we saw him absolutely tear up the front group in Kona last year in the chase group. You know, hold on to Callan's wheel at your own peril. That guy, especially on the flatter sections of this course, and you know, if Hogenhag was saying it's the American climbs are more just pure power, less power to weight. Callan is a big boy, and he puts out a ton of power. So he's going to be continuing kind of his move up to the front of the course. And I think at this point, he's actually maybe riding a little bit quicker than Christian Hogenhag. So you might see him bridge up to Christian.
Yeah, I think Robert's being really sensible about his riding. He hasn't just gone crazy in the beginning. As we see the athletes come over the river and make that sweeping left, I'm pretty sure this is the corner where Danielle Lewis spinned it last year, went off into the ditch on the grass there. So Bradley Weiss looking good. I'm interested. You talk about the dynamics and the bike strength here, Matt. I've got a question for you. I mean, you know, not too far behind this group. Well, a couple of minutes behind is Leon Chevalier and Matthew Marquardt together, and 40 seconds behind them is Trevor Foley. And word from the course is that Foley's one of the quickest on course. So although he hasn't been able to shut down that 40 seconds that Leon had on him in T1.
Well, actually, Craig, you might have gotten the last split, or you might not have gotten the last split. The last split, Trevor Foley is actually in front of Leon Chevalier by just over a second, with Matthew Marquardt behind him and Zuch behind him. So Trevor Foley, definitely the fastest mover on course right now, riding over 2 minutes faster than our leader, Christian Hogenhag, to this point. So he will make connection with this group, depending on how fast Robert Callan is riding. But a lot of racing left to go, but a lot happening right now.
This is where I wanna be.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
We're here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid with Sanchez moving up onto the wheel of Holly Lawrence, who's chasing Lisa Perder on one of these climbs here. So, long chase, definitely shortened when we get to these climbs with the strength of these athletes bridging these gaps. But Sanchez not messing around. This is definitely one of the steeper sections, and, she sees that blinking light on Holly Lawrence. That means that she needs to pass within that period of time. We see Lisa Perder really being aggressive as well, Craig, up on the front of the screen. So this might stretch things out a little bit. We might see the top three kind of break here, because these athletes, Craig, are racing this as if it was a 40K. I mean, look at them go up this climb.
It's a great course. It's just, it has everything. And that was one of the shorter, steeper climbs, as you mentioned. Yeah, that Lisa Perder looked like she just really attacked that, got out of the saddle, and even Marta Sanchez responded, although she had to. Holly's race ranger light was flashing, so she had 25 seconds to get through the zone. And yeah, I think you've got to be really smart about how you ration your energy on these types of courses, because we heard Marta talk about her coach had given her some homework, so she obviously knows the course profile really well. She knows how she wants to expend her energy here, understanding what the marathon, the challenges that's going to present later in the day. But yeah, these three ladies are just going at it. I think they're obviously the fastest on course, notwithstanding the next split. We'll see what Solveig Lofset's up to, but she was hovering around that 4 minutes back. As we zoom back up to the front and see Christian Hugenhaug, just looks like he's out on a Sunday ride on his own, looking over his shoulder, seeing who's there, just relaxed. The big news at that last timing split, though, Matt, was that power group of Leon Chevalier, Matthew Marquardt, and Trevor Foley. I mean, Trevor Foley has done amazing the first 50 kilometres of this bike ride to get himself back in a position where he can challenge for the win here and defend his title. Obviously, there's a lot of racing to go, but he had some work to do early. He didn't want to miss the train, so to speak, as we see Robert Callan here, just looking metronomic and smooth on the front as well. He's a very tall man, long levers.
Oh, here we go, Craig. It looks like we're seeing a penalty being given to Lisa Perder, and we'll get more details on that as soon as we hear. I saw a yellow, so we'll see if that's what the case is, and maybe that was a littering infraction or something of the sort. But again, it was a yellow that I saw, but we'll get more information on that when we can.
Yeah, it looked like a yellow card, so potentially littering or unintentional littering. I did notice when the three women were going up that short hill, there was a fourth athlete there. I wonder if it was one of the, lead age group men or one of the trailing pro men. I really hope they just don't get in the mix and ruin the dynamic that these three women have got going at the moment.
Yeah, it looked like they were going through, and we're going to get a replay here soon of that, so we can kind of see what that penalty. We're not going to see what the actual penalty or what caused the penalty or that happened, but be able to see the card that is given to the athlete. But right now we're on screen with Holly Lawrence, who is still chasing. Lisa Perder has been shown a penalty card. So, and for word on course is that it was a blue card, which is a 3-minute stand down at the next penalty tent. So that's, again, Lisa Perder reportedly has gotten a penalty for with the blue card. Yeah. So it's unfortunately, it looks like a penalty off of one of the maybe male pros, or as you said, one of the leading age group athletes.
Never good to see. Never good to see. She's been having a great race, and so anyway, her race is not over. She's going to have to serve that penalty at the next penalty 10 on course. And not ideal, but these women know the rules. It is frustrating. It must be so frustrating for them, though, when they get some of the pro men at the tail end of their race just getting involved. These three women had a really nice sort of dynamic going. Lisa had bridged up to Holly, and then Marta had bridged up to both the leaders, and they were exiting stage right. But not to be for Lisa. She'll serve that penalty, and but her race is not over.
No, certainly not. And 3 minutes over this distance, especially on a course this hard, it's you know, as long as you can respond and keep your head in it, you're certainly capable of still having that great result. As we see our men's leader Christian Hogenhag still pushing it at the front of the bike course here in Lake Placid. And Craig, yeah, I mean, you were saying that power group is exactly that, and it looks like they've kind of settled. And you know, Trevor had put about a minute on Leon to get to that point, and you know, about 4 minutes, actually 3 minutes on Matthew Marquardt, who we know had to just kind of let the legs come to him. But I think that's a sign that Matthew Marquardt is, you know, his legs have opened up if he's pushing the pace with someone who's again riding 2.5 minutes faster than the man on screen here. So that power group, if they keep that pace up, they will bridge up to the man on screen, Christian Hogenhag, at some point. He's just not riding as quickly as they are.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Not often you see people bridge up to Leon Chevalier either, but Trevor knows this course. He raced here. I always find that there's just a higher comfort level coming back to a race where particularly if you've performed well, you know the course, the idiosyncrasies and the nuance of the course. You know where you can get maximum bang for your buck, spend your energy and get a good return on that investment of energy. So he's managing himself well today, and he's got a couple of willing allies on the bike. This man's still in control, though. He's still in the lead. I'm sure he's getting splits out there, or he's getting word that those three men are moving through the field, and as is Robert Callan. So, you know, that power group might grow like a snowball as it gets closer to the front, because I'm sure Callan won't let anyone roll through without him responding and changing paces. We get a look now back at, it looks like Matthew Marquardt making a pass, and that's Leon Chevalier, who's just been passed, and he will now drop back the required distance. And yeah, as you mentioned, Matt, I think it looks like Matthew's legs have loosened up. It's just the strangest thing that he gets this early in the race. Yeah. Not in the swim, but coming out of the swim. And then seems to be able to get going again.
Yeah, no, and he's, you know, he's very, very smart, obviously, with the body, being a medical student, and you know, doing all the work he can to make sure that he figures this thing out, as we see him now bridging up and going past Trevor Foley. And and that's what's so hard on a race course like this, and we might have seen that with Lisa, is that these gaps shrink on the climbs, and then you get to a faster section, and then it's, you know, it's closing that gap in 25 seconds when the dynamics are changing with the course can be challenging and put you in a tough position. So I'll tell you that effort that Matthew Marquardt just put in just to pass Chevalier and Foley was a big one, and that shows that his leg has opened up. And he was saying it was a nerve, he believes, in the quad that was causing that. But we were able to get our AFC crew to sit down and chat with Matthew Marquardt this week leading up to the race, and let's see what they found out.
So we calling that the Matthew Marquardt's race week session?
Yeah, I think so. And hopefully it will catch on, and all of my competitors will start doing it, and then be completely burned out on race day.
What's up, dude?
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Look at that. What do you have? What better things to do than study? So thank you.
Does it feel like you've lifted the weight off your shoulders of winning your first Ironman?
I mean, the winning is never what this sport has been about, but like it's obviously a goal. It meant that I was racing against the best, and so to do that in Cairns was definitely super meaningful. So the workout for today is 4 hours on the trainer. Warm up is 300 watts, nice and easy, straight into about 2 hours at 400 watts, and then some sections up to 500. Very doable and not overdoing it, considering that I'm racing in 2 days. I think what's cool is a bunch of the Europeans that have come over this time. Traditionally, this is more of an American race. This time around, like, we have a lot of people from a lot of internationals, which I think it's great to have them out here, and they will definitely add some different dynamics, especially with some of the like really strong cyclists.
All right, where are we headed?
All right, so today I'm inspired by the Norwegians, and we're gonna do about a 30-mile run, the whole course plus a little extra just for good measure, and then we should be all set.
Do a what, sorry?
Do a moment of silence at the spot where my soul died last year.
Kind of like that you're gonna go revisit it and make peace with it sort of thing?
Sure. So I think what makes Lake Placid such an awesome, but also challenging and incredibly mean course is that you're basically going uphill until the last like 3/4 of a mile of the run. Just never lets up. And this final stretch right here is what I always dread. So, welcome to Lake Placid. So Toffer decided to get me some 8 years old and up Legos to play with, because he knows that I like Legos and I also like science. It wouldn't be a proper Ironman build if you didn't build at least one Legos. So, here we go. We're almost there. All right, ready?
Yep.
Boom! We did it. All right, I guess now it's time to go race.
Great stuff from Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. And for more Fighting Chance presented by Hoka, watch segments on Instagram at Ironman Tri, and full episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Again, here with Christian Hogenhag at the front of the race, Craig, and continues to lead and doing it casually. And honestly, like it does seem like you never, like an athlete like this, that's that strong of a cyclist, you never see them look over the shoulder as much as Christian Hogenhag's looking. And to me, and I'm just guessing here, but it tells me that he isn't actually pushing that hard. And he maybe had a race plan where he wanted to settle, have a certain amount of watts, and then push the second lap. And he's just like, where is everybody? Because I know how fast I'm riding and how fast these other people are capable of. Because if you look at it, he's gone a 107.27 through 31.3 miles, compared to Trevor Foley's 105.17, Chevier's 106.06. You know, those athletes have the ability to ride faster than Christian for sure, but 2 minutes in that period of time, if they're both riding as hard as they can, like I don't think that happens. But who knows? We'll see when Foley and the rest catch, and you know, maybe Callan is going to be the first one to bridge up. But last time check, he was still 90 seconds behind.
Yeah, just the last 10 to 15 minutes, it just feels a little different with Christian on the front to how it looked and felt in Frankfurt. I agree. I think he's looking back. I think he's getting splits, and maybe it's part of his plan. I mean, as we've mentioned, it is his third race this month. He understands the course profile. Maybe he's got a plan of how he wants to ride this 180 kilometers, and you know, maybe he wants to show a new string to his bow in the marathon as well. So very, very interesting. I agree with you. Matthew Marquardt looks amazing. He looks like whatever issues he was having in Ruvi T1, he's shaken those off, and he's really getting into his work. That group's moving really well on course. You talked about the penalty for Lisa. It's a shame. I mean, these athletes are so experienced, but on a course like this, you have to be so ultra aware when it's just undulating and, you know, you come down a little roller or a false flat, carrying a lot of speed. And then you'll just be careful you don't go up into the draft zone of the athlete in front.
Yeah, and right now, Craig, we're seeing Matthew Marquardt. We saw him pass Ceccarelli there when we first got to that shot. That's Jason West, I believe, that he passed just then. So he's moving through this group that's going to have Henrik Grosch in it, Bradley Weiss, Braden Curry, and I believe we might assume, again, hard with the picture at the moment, that's Trevor Foley in front of him, also kind of moving through this group. So these athletes already moving up into the group that contains fourth place. So yeah, that's Trevor Foley in the front with Matthew Marquardt, and they're both kind of playing leapfrog as they go through this section. And this is tough too. We're talking about great timing, talking about that penalty. We see this athlete put his hands up. Like, when it's that tight, it's really challenging to keep the distance and to, fall back when you get passed by another athlete. That's why this athlete's like, man, I got to fall back. Maybe he doesn't think Matthew is making that pass soon enough. So you got to be careful. You want to, Matthew wants to be able to match Trevor Foley and not get gapped. But at the same time, you can't make an error there, because you're going to lose 3 minutes standing in a penalty tent if you make even an inadvertent error that puts you in the position of having a drafting penalty.
No, absolutely. And it just speaks to what we were talking about before. Trevor knows the course, so he knows where to make the passes. He's raced here before, but Matthew has as well. I mean, Matthew holds the bike course record here, so you've just got to be ultra aware. They know the rules. They know, how long they have to make a pass, what constitutes a pass, when they need to drop back. And there's really no excuse for it, but there's often explanations. These undulating courses, that piano accordion concertina effect that you do get. But, as a professional athlete, you just got to be well aware of it and make sure you stay well out of harm's way.
Yeah, there's no excuses, but there's always a way out. 99.9% of the time, there's a way out. And if there isn't a way out, it's because you went into the position without thinking it through or being patient as you went. You have to problem solve. People always say about, it must be nice being in the group, but being in the group has its stresses as well, and you really have to pay attention. And Craig, this race is really starting to come together now with that powerhouse group moving through, not too far behind Callan already at this point, and then Callan not too far behind men's leader. But back to the women's race, we have Marta Sanchez sitting here in second place now with Holly Lawrence, a little bit gapped by our last timing check by about 15 seconds from Sanchez, but Sanchez just being 2 seconds behind Perder. Big mover placing-wise, but not really timing-wise. Up to fourth place is Solveig Lovseth, but Craig, she's still 5 minutes behind our women's leader, Lisa Perder. But again, Lisa with that 3-minute drafting penalty that she's going to have to serve at that next penalty tent.
Yeah, Solveig Lovseth, you're right. She's actually lost a little bit of time. So although she's made up some places, she's lost a little time. This women's group on the front, yeah, they're the fastest movers on course. Real shame for Lisa. She's going to have to serve that penalty as we pan back and see Marta sitting 20 or 25 metres back, which is the smart thing to do when there's only, two of you now in the group. Holly's about 10 seconds off the back. And, it's hard racing. I mean, sometimes the front of the women's race gets mixed up in the back of the men's race, and it must be frustrating, extremely, extremely frustrating for these lead women, but the rules are the rules, and she's going to have to serve that penalty, but she will rejoin the race still in third place given the current splits. And, if there's any silver lining in it, it's that another strong biker, Solveig Lovseth, is 5 minutes behind. So, notwithstanding, sometimes when, I guess it might be hard to get back in your rhythm when you stand there, particularly if it's not a super warm day. Might take the muscles a little while to warm up again, but she's got a powerhouse cyclist coming from behind. So she'll have company as well, even after the penalty.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And yeah, it's you know, it has to be deflating when you're near the front or at the front of the race, and you know, realize that you're going to have to spend a little time standing still. But Lisa Perder hopefully doesn't let that get her race down. It does look, though, that the three women have come back together. It does look like Holly Lawrence back on the wheel of Marta Sanchez as they go up one of the, you know, kind of punchy little climbs on course. And that's what's cool about this course, Craig, is it's, you know, you have those long, you know, steady climbs, but you also have these short, punchy ones as well. So you really never know what's coming.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's great. Like we talked about the difference between I guess a true climber's course, an undulating course versus a flat course, and none of them are easy. They have their different challenges. I think one of the good things about a course like this is you get to mix the muscle groups up. You get some time down in that aero position to, you know, for the sustained high speeds. There's some climbing. That last shot of the men's group, we saw Bradley Weiss sitting up on his drops going up the climb. So that was interesting to contrast with Matthew Marquardt, who was down in the aero position, trying to mash the pedals and power over the climb that way. And it's just interesting to see the different strategies and techniques that these athletes use. And I got a question for you, Matt. I mean, I think it's still early days in this race, but you'd have to imagine that Holly's pretty content with how things are playing out at the moment.
Oh yeah, I would assume so, right? Especially, you know, now that one of the athletes she's riding with, she knows is going to have to take a break here in a little bit. But yeah, being in the lead group and having control, you know, a quarter or third of the way through the bike ride, as it actually looks like she's kind of getting distanced here at this point, Craig. I think she is in a good position, but it does look like on these kind of tougher sections of the course, the two women in front of her have a little bit more power on the pedals. So we'll see if Holly Lawrence can keep up the effort that she's had so far today.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Big mover on course right now is defending champion, bib number 1, American Trevor Foley, really making big inroads to the front of the race course right now. It's showing that he's moved past Robert Callan into second place. So that's two very, very strong cyclists, and Trevor Foley making his move to the front of the course. Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka, is our race week series that takes you into the inner everyday lives of elite triathletes for an under-the-hood look at the athlete journey. This week, we caught up with Trevor Foley as he led into defending his title here at Ironman Lake Placid.
Always wear earplugs. That's how you know you're a true second packer. Is it like beta or not as cool to wear earplugs? Trevor Foley wears earplugs. Paula Finley goes, wow, Trevor's not really like the gold standard of swimming. It's freaking brutal. Some recovery. Been here for a day now and have had like, I don't know, really good interactions with people. Everyone's asking me if I'm going to repeat, when, run faster, bike faster, I don't know. But yeah, no, vibes are really good. We got the whole team here. So this year's been a bit trying for me. I've had you know, some pretty up and down results, some DNFs, some unfortunate mechanicals, one thing after another. So yeah, I don't think I have any pressure, to be honest with you. I think I've had a mixed bag of results this year for one reason or another, and you know, I got nothing to lose here. You know, only to make the season better. So I'm in a good head spot. I think, you know, maybe some of the other big names who've had some really good starts to the season, like a Hogan Hogg or Leon or Matthew Marquardt, they've all had exceptional seasons so far. And me, I'm just, you know, I'm trying to pick the season back up, so I don't really have any pressure. I'm in a good headspace. When you only finish half the race to start, you know, and I, you know, I've only finished a 70.3 this year, 2 of them.
Dude, we gotta hurry. We're gonna be late.
Yeah, I'm pretty fresh. And freshness, like my good friend Lionel Sanders says, freshness goes a long way in the Ironman. If you're 1% done in the Ironman, it could be a really long 7, 8, 9 hours. But if you're just a little bit underdone, then you can kind of transcend the training and really just get the most out of yourself, which is what I did really well last year. I came in here really fresh and was able just to really push beyond my limits, and that's how I feel now. Training's been really good, and I'm also really fresh and really fired up.
You're gonna be late. You gotta run.
You know where it is?
Yep. Zone 1 when in a rush to get to panel. Does that turn into zone 2 at any point?
We might have to push this to zone 3 or 4 on the back end. I'm gonna peep at the watch in the turn. I might have to hit it to zone 5.
Yeah, where are you headed?
Pro panel, then pro meeting. Pro. I'm a pro.
Are we late? Not yet?
Not yet.
Trevor Foley proving that everybody looks a little goofy when they're running with a big backpack like that. But a lot of good stuff out of Trevor. And Craig, you know, I do really like his attitude and, you know, what he's saying about his season. But do you think that's, you know, sometimes you like to convince yourself that you don't have any pressure and you still feel it? Didn't look like he felt it. Do you think he's managing that mentally, or do you think he is feeling the pressure?
It's a great question. I mean, I think every athlete deals with the pressure and the expectation differently. They've got different strategies for doing it. Some verbalize it and talk about it. Others play it down. I mean, he is the defending champion, so there is a little bit of expectation from, I'm sure, from himself. I'm sure, you know, his competitors, when they were scouting the start list, would have earmarked and highlighted his name. And I'm sure he's got his own expectations for the race as well. But he's having a great race. I mean, he has one of the best bike run combinations. We can talk about his run pedigree shortly as we flash back up to Christian here on the front. And again, Christian just looks like he's got things in control. He would know that this group's coming. He knows exactly who's in the race, and I think he's got all the tools he needs to ride with this group when it catches him. Interesting to see some of the contrasting styles. I mean, Trevor looked like he was sort of starting to rock the shoulders a little more, pushing a bigger gear. It is quite impressive that he's bridged up from that deficit out of the water, you know, in the first lap. It looks like he's gonna get to the front of this race sometime before the halfway point on the ride, and that in itself is unbelievable. But he's one of the up and coming superstars of our sport. I was in Kona last year and standing about 200 meters from the dismount line, and he had a terrible crash. His shoe hit the ground as he was trying to take his feet out of his shoes, prepare for the dismount. And he was in an unbelievable position. He was in that Cam Worth group on the bike.
Yeah.
And Cam ended up finishing 7th that day. And no disrespect to Cam, even though I do consider Cam a runner these days, he's not the runner Trevor Foley is. Right. So Trevor Foley's a man in a hurry in this sport. And yeah, I'm excited to see what the rest of this race holds for him.
Yeah, I'm excited too, Craig. And, you know, he's certainly making that move up pretty quickly. And, you know, it looks like he was able to drop Leon Chevier on the way up that last little climb as well, Robert Callan. But, you know, they might have bridged back up. We'll see. It does look like there's a bit of a group behind Christian Hogenhog at this point. And Greg, it's just kind of a question of, you know, theoretically, ideally, you want to be as close to, on a 2-lap course, like negative splitting on the second lap if you're one of the better cyclists, right? Like the gaps usually come down when everybody gets tired at the end. And in the beginning, everybody's fresh and tapered and excited. So when you're making up a gap like that, 4 minutes, not even through the first lap, that's a big effort. So to me, it questions whether or not he's paced it. I'm not doubting it, but like that's what we look for, is these athletes that are moving up, like a Leon, like a Marquardt, like a Foley. Are they leaving enough where it seems like from the outside looking in, Hogenhog is doing the opposite, where it looks like he's letting it come. He's waiting, so he has the power the last quarter of the bike course to really push the pace. So yeah, what do you think about that, Greg?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I mean, not even negative split. I think an even split on a course like this would be, you know, a desired outcome. And Trevor has been ultra aggressive. So, you know, we may not even see the fallout from that on the second lap of the bike. That might come later into the run. But, I mean, it's an interesting point. You bring up the tactics and the strategies around pacing. I mean, even in the women's race, you know, on some of the short, punchy uphills, we've seen Holly get distanced a little bit. She looked like she was fighting her bike in a bigger gear, but then would bridge the gap on the downhills and the flats. I think the way you ride this course and your strategy for how you attack these climbs really will determine the outcome. And again, you might not see it even on the second lap of the bike. The fallout and the payoff, you know, paying the piper might come later into the run. But again, I mean, you know, two of the fastest movers on the bike have been Trevor Foley and Matthew Marquardt, and they both raced here last year, so they know this course. So you would have to imagine that they've got their pacing in hand. It has been fun to watch and super aggressive, as we see again. Trevor just punching over these short little climbs, and he's a man in a hurry at the moment.
Yeah, he's being very aggressive, Craig, for sure. And you know, this kid's power numbers are ridiculous, and his, you know, he's clearly a very gifted athlete. Put a lot of hard work behind that, and you know, has the ability to do those kind of efforts. It seems like, and you know, it does seem like he's looking around a little bit. Maybe surprised athletes are be able to stay with him on this kind of pace, but when that athlete is Robert Callan and Leon Chevier, you probably shouldn't be too surprised. Those guys are have the ability to go uphill and are obviously very aerodynamic on the flats as well. But Trevor Foley, defending champion, again, he said not a great season, finishing about half of his races, not finishing Ironmans, and you know, able to have a great second place finish earlier this year to 70.3, but making his way back up as defending champion to the lead here with Christian Hogenhog. And Craig, Trevor did not have the lead until very, very, very late stages of the run here last year. So very different situation that Trevor's finding himself, or not finding himself, putting himself in. And we are getting the splits going through as we see a lead change here at the front of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, with Trevor Foley moving in front of Christian Hogenhog. We had Callan right behind him at 3 seconds. So we're going to see Callan right behind Hogenhog now in this group. And so that's a front end shot of Trevor Foley with Christian Hogenhog behind, Robert Callan behind him, and that's Leon Chevier behind him, then Matthew Marquardt, then Bradley Weiss, and then it's a 10-second gap to Henrik Ghosh. So unless the pace slows up, it's probably going to be a group of 6 athletes if Bradley Weiss can hang on to this kind of insertion of power, as Trevor Foley if I was a guessing or a betting man, Craig, I wouldn't expect Trevor to settle in once he got to the front.
No, it hasn't been his intention thus far in the race, and I think he's just pushing on. I mean, he is looking around a lot, but I think he's looking around to see who's still there. And I think at some point, though, on this second loop, he needs to, I know this is where experience will come in, and he's an experienced athlete now, even though he's young in age and young in triathlon years. He's been racing his whole life, so he understands the dynamic at play here. And you know, Christian, who is one of the best bikers in this field, he's just taken 4 minutes out of him. So you know that Christian's got his energy tanks, his energy reserves are high. You got Robert Callan there, who's one of the best bikers in the sport, particularly on the flats. Leon Chevalier, the same, a great bike rider, unbelievable pedigree, 4 top 10s at Ironman World Championships. If I'm Trevor right now, I'm thinking, well, I think I've got a 2:36 marathon up my sleeve here, so I don't have to win this on the bike. As much as I can set up the win on the bike, I don't have to roll into T2 solo. So I think let's just watch and see what happens, how this plays out. But he's definitely intent on withering this little group down, and it is a very elite select front group.
Yeah, no, he's pushing the pace, and you got to admire it. You love the gumption to get to the front and push it and try to gap those athletes behind. I think it can be dangerous because even if he is the stronger or the strongest cyclist out of this group, you know, it's hard to break a group up. And if that group is, I mean, literally, this is a nightmare if you're a person that's at the front trying to break up a group. I mean, the group is Callan, Hogenhog, Chevier, and Marquardt. Like, those are 5 of the best cyclists in the sport. So I think as much as I appreciate it, and it's amazing the effort that he's putting in, and maybe he'll just ride away from him and show us that he's a transcendent cyclist at this point. At a certain point, it is you're using a lot of your energy. And just put it out there, if I was, and he's gapping them, Craig, it looks like. If I was those athletes behind, I'd be like, oh man, there's nothing more than I want to see Trevor Foley going as hard as he can on the bike and me staying with him, right? Because like, as intimidating as he is on the bike, he's 10 times as intimidating on the run.
No, mate, I agree with you 100%. I think if we look at the run pedigree and the marathon PBs, he is the best runner in this front group, all things considered. But again, it's an Ironman marathon. It's not a flat marathon. It depends on your energy expenditure, your fitness coming in. He said he was fresh coming in. I never think that's a bad strategy. So, but yeah, I don't think you're not going to break up a group with the names you just mentioned. It's just not going to happen. There's too much strength in that group. There'll always be someone feeling good in the group. I mean, it's hard to break up any group, let alone a group of Uber bikers. There'll always be someone feeling good who can pick up the slack and close the gap. Mm-hmm. He just needs to ride steady to his number, though. I'm sure he's got a number in mind, an output that he can maintain and still run a sub 240 marathon, or you would think that would be the case, because he had a full dress rehearsal on this course last year, and that went pretty well. So as we see Lisa Perter on the right, navigating some of these sweeping turns through town, and she's another athlete who just long career, great pedigree, racing across all distances, and I mean, bringing some amazing form into this race. That Ironman Texas result earlier this year, 8:28 with a 4:23 bike. I mean, if there's any question mark on her, I don't think she has yet to deliver the low 250 run.
Right.
That a lot of, or not a lot, but some of the other women in this race have. She may not need to if she's got a 5 or 8 minute lead, but we know she's got to serve that 3-minute penalty at some point.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I mean, I think you're right. She doesn't have that low 250, but I think maybe she was looking at this course and the difficulty of the course, hoping that she can hold the kind of effort and pace that she's held over that marathon distance. And on this course, it would suit you well. And just going a little bit further down the women's splits, Craig, through that 31.3 miles, which they're now a fair bit past. But we had Lauren Jansen at 7:47 back, Penny Slater at 7:29 back, Jackie Herring losing more time at 9:17 back, Tamara Jewett at 11:46, and then Danielle Lewis at 12 minutes back, which is about the time gap that she had coming out of the swim. So she's holding pace, as obviously Perder has put in big effort to get to the front of this bike course.
Yeah, I guess the big news, the big storyline there is that Solveig Lofset hasn't really been able to make any sort of dent in this lead. In fact, she's lost a little bit of time. That being said, we're not even at the half distance of the bike ride yet. So as we had a look from behind this women's lead group, Marta Sanchez, and we posed the question, what would her strategy be to bridge up and continue to ride through the group, or just to sit in for a while, sit in legally, that is, for a while. And she's a great tactical racer, Marta Sanchez. We've seen her just, I don't want to say overperform, but just perform to her potential. She never makes, or rarely makes, bad tactical decisions in races. So I'm loving the work from her so far. As we see a couple of hot dogs with mustard there, could do with a couple of those right now. But yeah, it's a different course, isn't it? I mean, some courses have crowds, some have, this is just scenic and challenging. We're in the Adirondack Mountains. It's of course it's beautiful scenery, not that the athletes will be appreciating that right now, but I'm pretty sure what they are appreciating is the challenge of this course and the opportunity that it gives stronger cyclists to put a dent into their rivals.
Yeah, and we see this lead group of women riding well together on one of the kind of rollier sections of the course, and a camera shot that we didn't have on screen, but to me is telling, so I want to share. Lisa Perder went through that last little section where there were a few people, on the side of the road with signs and cheering, and she put a little fist up and gave them energy back. So to me, that's a great sign that Lisa Perder has, to some extent, already forgotten that she's got that blue card, or at least not let it take advantage of her emotionally, and still in a very positive space as she's leading the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with the feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And we're here with Christian Hogenhog, cruising through with Trevor Foley and Robert Callan and Leon Chevier and Matthew Marquardt at the front of this Zoot bike course here in Lake Placid, Craig.
I mean, I don't know if he would have wanted this scenario to play out. I think it was pretty evident, you know, from the first time splits on the bike course that he was losing a little bit of time. So he's been prepared for it. And he's got a great temperament in this racing. He's very calm, and maybe he's enjoying the company. But yeah, Trevor Foley, he's been just so aggressive. He showed his intentions early, and I don't hate it. I got to be honest, I don't hate it. It's an interesting tactic given the other gentlemen in this group. But you know what? He's trying to make a race of this. As we see every little sort of uphill, he does tend to string the group out, and it's probably not a super comfortable way to ride, not super steady. And those other men back in that group just have to be mindful of the fact they don't roll up the back of Trevor, especially if he sits up like this going up some of the hills and they've just powered down a hill and across the flat. They've just got to be really careful here. Slightly different strategy on this little climb, Matt, we're seeing from Trevor. He's not down on the bars powering over it. He's just sat up a little bit. As we now rejoin our women's leader, Lisa Perderer. Watching on that last little climb that Lisa and Marta rode over, it was interesting again. Marta got out of the saddle like she was there, and Lisa was just down in the aero bars with a really nice smooth cadence, just using her cadence almost to get over the climb. She wasn't trying to power over it. She was just using her rhythm and cadence to get over the climb. Looked nice and smooth. And but yeah, again, it's just the different strategies, and a course like this using different muscle groups on some of these climbs. You will see the athletes at different times get out of the saddle just to stretch out the hip flexors and the lower back. Of course, if you can stay in the aero position, even when you're under 30 kilometers an hour, it's preferable. And that's what Lisa was doing. That was the contrast in their techniques going over that last climb. But Lisa looks great. She looks really smooth, comfortable. Looks like, as you said, Matt, she's just got her head right back in the game here and is setting herself up nicely.
Yeah, and from our GPS, it's showing that the gap is even increasing to Loveseth, and Holly Lawrence has been gapped by nearly a minute at this point. So she is certainly riding away, theoretically, but obviously not riding away from Marta Sanchez. Marta Sanchez is continuing to be able to respond as they go over one of the tougher climbs in the back section of the course. And Craig, you could see how, looking at this, and you can see our profile there just in the early section. So Baby Bear, that on the second lap, this will sting, right? Like, this looks hard now. On the second lap, this is really where some big moves will be made. And you know, we're looking at these gaps now, and you know, we're talking about this 3-minute penalty that Lisa's going to have to stop for. This course throws up a lot more than a challenge, more than 3 minutes, right? Like, the last half of this bike course, we're going to see huge gaps.
Yeah, these gaps will blow out on the second lap for sure. It looks to me like, I mean, again, we see it here, Marta out of the saddle and Lisa in the saddle spinning. I feel Lisa's riding a lot more controlled and a lot smoother, and Marta's having to work. And you mentioned it when Holly was still in this group. Holly looked like she was out of the saddle, muscling to sort of keep up with the group. And that's what you tend to see. It, you know, the back of the group, they work harder and harder to stay in touch. And at some point, you know, the leader just keeps that pressure on. And it's not even about accelerating. It's just about not slowing down, particularly on that second loop. But you're right, these little climbs, they will pinch. I'm sure they're pinching already. It's interesting to watch the difference in riding technique of these two women. Lisa seems to stay in the saddle a lot more and use her cadence just to crest these little climbs, and looks ultra efficient.
Yeah, no, very efficient. As you see Matthew Marquardt looking like in the back of this group with Trevor Foley at the front, pushing the pace. We can see him sitting in pretty well, and I believe that was Leon Chevier in front of him, looking comfortable. And I think all these athletes are going to be pretty stoked about where they're at as far as this group goes. Maybe not Callan, because he just simply can't run with anybody in this group. No disrespect to Callan. It's just the type of athlete he is, and especially on this course, I think he's going to have a little bit more trouble. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about theoretically. I don't think it's going to stay this group of 6, but if Trevor's pushing the pace on this bike, a majority of it, in this run, who do you think on a course like this is going to shine between Foley, Chevalier, Hogenhaug, and Marquardt? And Weiss still.
Yeah, I mean, to me, at the moment, I think the two, based on recent past performance and also just what they've shown us previously, is Trevor Foley and Bradley Weiss are the two best runners in this group. Both elite runners at the front end of running ability in our sport. How they're going to run off a hard bike? Well, again, we saw Trevor do it last year and run a 2:36 here, and I think he's eased off a little bit, Matt. I think in the last 5 minutes, he doesn't seem to be just, rolling the sleeves up shoulder to the grindstone as much. I think we saw him roll through. There was a little bit of crowd back there, and he did a fist pump similar to what Lisa Perderer did at the last little township. So to me, that says that he's still feeling okay. And surely in his mind, he knows the strength of these men in the group too. So really, he's checked all the boxes for the first half of his race. He's got to the front of the race. I think he's the ace in the pack here in terms of his run ability. So I don't think he has to do anything silly, but let's see how it unfolds. I mean, Christian Hogenhaug's run has continually improved, although he did give up 8 or 9 minutes to Christian Blumenfeld in Frankfurt, notwithstanding that 1 minute penalty. Matthew Marquardt, I think, has made huge improvements in his run. He ran a 2:39 in Cairns and looked great doing it on a flat course, but hot and humid. So different course here, different conditions, different course profile. But I know it's a long-winded answer to your question, but I think the two best runners in the group are Foley and Weiss.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with that. And athletes actually just went through the 54 mark, and everybody is still together in that group. We can see this shot right now of overhead shot of that group, and that's Foley in the front, Hogenhaug in second place, Marquardt in third, Chevalier in fourth, Robert Callan in fifth, and Bradley Weiss in sixth place. And all that considered, Craig, everything you just said, if you were on the side of the course or you were coaching, let's say Trevor, would you be yelling at him, just go to the back? Or would you encourage him to continue to try to soften the legs, right? Some people at home might be asking, okay, well, if he's the strongest runner in this field, why would he be pushing the pace on the bike?
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter if he goes to the back or not. And you mentioned before, sometimes the dynamics on these undulating courses are such that it's dangerous to be in the middle of the group or at the back. You're at more risk of getting a draft penalty. At the back, you can be climbing or cresting a hill while the front 2 or 3 athletes are already on the down slope of the hill going at 55 kilometers an hour, and it just stretches out. I think it's more what his output is rather than his positioning in the group. If he's just riding at a steady output that he knows he can run well off, then that's fine. And as we see them come back into town at the end of the first lap, and yeah, there's been some fireworks on lap 1. I wouldn't have predicted this. I wouldn't have predicted Trevor Foley leading the race, given his time deficit out of the swim.
No, certainly not. And Craig, through 54 miles, not all the way through 56, we'll get a 56-mile split here in a second, but, it's going to be around 2:04, maybe 2:05, and that's so crazy fast as we see Marquardt needing to get out of the saddle to pass the super strong Christian Hogenhaug in that 25 seconds. And what we're going to see here, this is actually great. We're going to see now the gap is too small for Matthew Marquardt to be able to slot in, right? And around this corner, he's going to go into the draft zone, probably of Foley, and that's fine. But he most likely is going to have to make this pass here pretty soon, and he doesn't. So looks like the race ranger was giving him a different color maybe than I thought that I saw, but so Marquardt, yeah, it was that yellow. So he had enough space to not have to pass. I thought he was going to have to pass within 25 seconds, and that's where kind of those efforts that maybe you weren't planning on expecting can kind of catch up to you. But what I was saying is, I mean, in this course, if they're in a 2:05 range, that's a 4:10 or so on this bike course, and Matthew Marquardt slows down through maybe to get his special needs. Had a little bit of trouble there, put a foot down, but making sure he gets what he needs out of that special needs section, as we see Bradley Weiss using his technical abilities to easily get around these corners and kind of the back section of the oval here. A little bit technical here as they go through this section of the course, rolling into the second lap of the Zoot Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid bike course.
Interesting watching Brad Weiss use his mountain biking skills there. It's certainly not a highly technical course, but that is the most technical part of the course, and he was just flowing through those corners and was able to bridge back up to the back of the group. We did see Matthew Marquardt stop at personal needs to make sure he got what he needed. It'll be interesting to see how easy he rejoins the group. With Foley on the front, pushing the pace, you don't want too much of a gap to open up, but this is an exciting race now.
He's on already, which is surprising. He certainly put himself to the front of that group just in case he had to slow down for special needs, which he did. And this is a shot of some of our chasers coming through here. That looks like Horsefall Turner, if I'm correct, and with him that's Jason West. No, that's Ceccarelli, excuse me. But through 56 miles, Craig has 2:04.56 for Leon Chevalier, 2:04.06 for Trevor Foley. And that's a predictive bike time of 4:06 is what the predictive is showing me, which is insane, Craig, because back in the day, this course was like 4:40 was a fast bike ride on this course, right? Like, it's nuts that these guys are going that fast. 4:10 on any course was kind of unimaginable a decade ago, and that Lake Placid, you would have thought I was joking to say these guys are going around that fast.
It's outrageous. And not only from 20 years ago, it's outrageous year to year, the improvements we're seeing. I mean, last year at this race, we saw the bike course record set at 4:16, and there were, I think, Trevor and Lionel rode 4:18 or 4:19, and seeing times under 4:20 on this course, you think it's just crazy. And fast forward 12 months, it looks like we're going to go under 4:10, provided these boys can hold pace on this second lap. And I think they will. There's so much experience in this group. No one is really doing anything stupid. There was aggressive intention early from Trevor and Leon to bridge up, and they had to, knowing who was in front of them. And now we've got this power group together. This is all the best bike riders in the field that we mentioned pre-race, with the exception of Matt Burton, are in this front group.
Right.
So it's going to be an interesting dynamic here because, again, when did the tactics start coming into play? When did as we see Andrew Horsefall Turner starting his second loop, and he's having another solid race, continues his good form this year. But I love the aggressiveness of Trevor and the confidence. We talked about his up and down year so far. He did get a second at the Ironman Pro Series 70.3 race in Eagleman, where he got in that head-to-head running battle with Sam Long. So yeah. I think he's feeling confident in his run. He must be. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this second loop, because he certainly has just had his heart set on sitting on the front ever since he's got to the lead, and he hasn't looked back other than a couple of times to see who's still there, and he hasn't really expected anyone else to come up and share the pace making.
Yeah, no, and they're going through a section of the course. Looks like it's raining pretty hard in Lake Placid at the moment, where these athletes are going through. And Craig, one thing I'm a little surprised by is, and it's been happening more lately, but that Braden Curry is 3 minutes down and was not able to hold with that front group. Again, he's an athlete that generally can respond to those types of efforts, but now he's going to be riding with Colin Zutch, who's had some great performances recently, but not where a previous podium finisher at a world championship on a tough course we would expect to see in full form at this point of the race. But again, probably the man on screen right now has a lot to do with that. It's hard to settle in to a pace of a group that's passing you when they're passing you at Mach 10, as Trevor Foley certainly was on early sections of the bike course. And Yeah, Craig, I'm impressed that he continues to just put his head down, not ever look over to anybody else to take a pull, and they're continuing to put time in on the athletes behind them at a pretty substantial rate of speed. The athletes behind are averaging 27 through that last checkpoint. Those guys are averaging 30 miles an hour, so that's miles an hour. That's pretty stinking fast on this course.
And it's a significant speed differential to everyone else on course. So, but again, it'll be interesting this second loop. Let's see who stayed on top of their pacing, who's burnt too many matches going over these short climbs, who's gone into the red, got that heart rate up over zone 4, too often, who's stayed on top of their fueling, who's made sure the carbs are still coming in. So, Braden's 3 minutes behind, not ideal, not where we typically see him, but he's a great runner. And I feel this kind of course, if he's in his best run form, he could still figure and run a really solid marathon on this course. We know he's still searching for that Ironman World Championship slot for Nice later this year, as we see Matthew Marquardt make a pass on Robert Callan there. And these boys need to be very careful with their lights flashing. This is the dynamic that you were referring to. Matthew really needs to make the pass on Leon as well, and it looks like he's going to do that. He's got 25 seconds, so these sort of undulating courses, you just have to keep your eyes up all the time. Coming down a really fast section, it's easy to carry speed. If the front of the group starts going up an incline or a false flat, to carry that speed into their draft zone, you just got to keep your eyes up. And it looks like they're riding pretty well. They are spaced out on the flatter, faster sections. I've loved Trevor. So far, he's the big story for me. I've loved his aggressiveness. Defending champ, wants to really put up a worthwhile race title defense, and he's doing that.
Oh, he certainly is, no doubt. And yeah, the dynamics in this front group, it's nice to have that motivation of the other athletes around you, know what the rate of pace is, and keeping the front of the race in your view. But it is challenging, as we saw with Matthew Marquardt. Like, making those efforts is rough, and it does, you burn some matches. And athletes like Braden Curry chasing from behind 3 minutes, you don't have to put those efforts in. So it's a little bit different racing, and different strokes for different folks.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
I'm Craig Alexander with Matt Lieto, and you're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Race 13 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And Matt, so far we've been served up a treat as we rejoin with our men's race leader, Trevor Foley, and he has certainly left none of his fellow competitors in any doubt what his intentions are today.
No, certainly not. Putting the effort down and trying to see if anybody, if they want a chance at the win here, they're gonna have to take it from Trevor Foley. And yeah, he's put a lot of people in the rear view mirror. I mean, Craig, I have not seen Matt Burton anywhere. He's actually finding him now 14 and 44 behind the leader at 46 miles. So one of the best cyclists in the sport. The sword has been drawn by Trevor Foley, and everybody's hurting.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic of Matt. He's having a tough year, an indifferent start to the year. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Matt, but having a sort of a glance down the splits at the 56 mile or 90k mark on the bike after, loop one, lap one. Jason West is an interesting name, and I want to ask you a question, Matt, because I think depending on how beat up his legs are after this hilly 180 kilometre bike ride, he's one guy who could lay down a mid 2 hour 30 run. And not saying he could win the race, but I'm just saying that he's one of the quality runners in this field. We've talked about Trevor, we've talked about Brad Weiss, but let's not forget Jason West has that run pedigree where it was only 2 years ago, he was beating up some of the best runners in the sport at the T100 series and having the quickest run splits. So he's certainly a guy we need to keep an eye on, and what kind of deficit can he manage in the second loop of this bike ride?
Yeah, and I think the first part of your question, I think, yes, possibly has the capabilities of being that kind of runner. I think there's no doubt about that. He's an insane runner. Curious how well, that his stride and his form and his aggressiveness over shorter distance, how that would pan out over a marathon. But I think the big question is, if he's lost 90 seconds in that first lap, now that this whole group is together, that could be 6 or 7 minutes at the end of the bike ride or more. And if it's 6 or 7 minutes, then yeah, he can run himself into top 5 or maybe a podium if he has a fantastic run. But it's, with the caliber of athletes in this top group, I mean, Chevier, Hogenhaug, and Marquardt have all been in the top 10 and Weiss have all been in the top 10 of the World Championship, and that's right now they're racing a mini, 50% World Championship field, right? So it's going to be hard to move up on athletes of that class. And this guy on the screen here, I mean, he's got to be pretty stoked. Again, like, you're bummed if you're him because part of your racing strategy now is dealing with these cramps that you seemingly have every time you race, but he's learning and he handled it better than we've seen it yet. He knows that he just needs to let it settle, and he's creating himself a plan around that condition. And it's not the end of the world. It's, we look at Trevor Foley, he loses 4 minutes in the swim and he gets himself at the lead of the race. If he can do it, Matt can too. But Matthew Marquardt looking quite comfortable, and again, the cool thing about him working through those issues is he knows enough that once he gets it out of the system, he can just then be aggressive and do the normal type of racing that Matthew Marquardt is used to doing. So he's not really having to hold much back in the later sections or mid sections of the bike ride once he gets those cramps out of the system. And Craig, I wouldn't have thought that we would have had on this course a group of 6, even with these names and the quality of these names together at this point of the bike ride. Did you?
It's amazing how they've all come together.
Yeah.
As we now rejoin with Lisa Perderer. I'm loving the dynamic of this race. It's been so interesting. I thought, the non-wetsuit swim would impact the dynamics, and it did. To your point about Matthew Marquardt, I think he's just an intelligent athlete. I love how he stopped and got his special needs. On this course, nutrition and staying on top of that will be key. And yeah, it's not ideal, the cramping, but if you look at the glass half full and not half empty, he's able to manage that, and he still got to the front of the race. So you've got so much energy to spend within these races, and he seems to be able to spend it the right amount at the right time. So as we now look at Marta Sanchez, and she's just looking smooth, looking relaxed, looking comfortable. It was interesting at the 56 mile, the 90K check, that Solveig Lofset's lost another couple of minutes. So
yeah,
it just speaks to the different courses on the circuit, doesn't it? Hamburg being flat and fast, and playing the different athletes' strengths. You know, we saw her just race lights out in Hamburg, and maybe she's not carrying quite the form. Often early in your Ironman career, your recovery's not as good as it can be a bit later on when you've got a few more miles in the legs. So potentially her recovery from that race wasn't as good leading into the next sort of Ironman build and a lot of training. But yeah, just full credit to these two women on the front, Lisa Perder and Marta Sanchez, just biking the house down at the moment. And it's, you know, they're really setting themselves up. It's their race to lose. They're in the box seat, these two. Holly Lawrence still hovering around 2 minutes back, and we know her run pedigree, but you know, she would have some unknowns and some doubts about covering the 26 miles or the 42.2K after a 180 kilometre bike ride, as every Ironman debutante does. So she's still in a great position, but I'm just super impressed by these two women.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed as well, Craig, and they're continuing to push the pace as Jansen looks like she's separating herself from Sanchez at this point. And, you know, she is going to have to serve penalty right in town, right, as they go through that tent. So it's possible some of this rate of pace is because, you know, she's trying to get that gap. And we don't know if Sanchez knows that she has a penalty or not. She probably does, but it's quite possible she has no idea. So she's just kind of hanging on and racing the pace of the athlete in front. But yeah, you're right, gaining time on everybody behind. And pre-race favorites, you know, to me, it's surprising to see Maja Stage Nielsen and Jackie Herring 12 minutes back at our last checkpoint, and Danielle Lewis losing more time, 14:44 back, with Tamara Jewett just behind her and Sarah True behind her. So, I mean, those are big gaps, not even halfway through, Craig. And obviously that is inclusive of the swim pace, but, you know, that could show 20 minutes of a gap to an athlete like Jackie Herring at the end of the bike ride, and that's just insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I jumped the gun. The women aren't quite at halfway yet, but these time gaps are larger than we would normally see. Absolutely. I mean, seeing Lotta Wilms 8:23 down at 75 kilometres. I mean, she's normally leading and often solo off the front. Jackie Herring as well. I mean, big time gaps here. And, you know, Regan Holyoake's having a solid ride. I mean, I guess you say she's 8 minutes down, but she's in 6th place, and she's certainly ahead of a lot of women who we were considering pre-race favourites here. So good to see Penny Slater having I'm not going to say a great day by her standards, but we know she's had these stomach issues of late, and it's just great to see her out on course and back well inside the top 10. So, but yeah, I mean, I agree with still more than half the ride to go. These two women are just lighting this bike course up. Lisa will have to serve her 3-minute penalty in town, and it'll be interesting to see what Marta does. My guess is she'll just go about business. She'll stick to her pacing plan. We heard her talk in the pre-race about her coach had given her homework. They'd studied the course profile. She had a very, very definite plan for how she was going to pace this race, and also she was one of the athletes who kept referencing the challenge of this marathon, the vertical gain on this marathon course. Marta Sanchez was one of the athletes who continually referenced that. So, yeah, this race is about to get a shake-up. Lisa will pull into the tent, and Marta will be solo off the front.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Lisa continues to push the pace here, and we can see, again, raining pretty hard. Got some people out on course around this section, and certainly reports are that it is rating pretty steady at this point. So these athletes are going to be wet for a majority of at least the bike ride here today, but continuing to hold her own at the very, very front of the course is Lisa Perder. They've gone now through 54 miles, so we're going to see, we can see them now going through kind of the outskirts of town, but we're going to see them go through that transition area here soon. And again, see Lisa go into that yellow penalty tent on the right side of the road. I think it was either just before or just past the special needs zone on that lap. So we'll see things change a little bit once she's in that tent.
Yeah, and it's a shame, but again, it's the rules. Just an unfortunate incident, lack of concentration perhaps on her part as we see her making this right-hand turn. Plenty of water on the road here. These line markings will be very slippery. The athletes will be cautious as they negotiate the corners here. But again, it just throws another dynamic at us for this race. I think Lisa will rejoin the race roughly about the time that Holly Lawrence rolls through at the end of her first lap. So, one athlete's loss is another's gain. Holly gets to have company again because she's well clear of the chase pack. So, and again, just having a stellar Ironman debut.
Oh, she certainly is. It couldn't be going any better for Holly Lawrence. And yeah, man, it is really coming down. A lot of moisture on the road here as we're sitting behind Lisa Perder, and we're going to see the yellow penalty tent coming up on her right here pretty soon. Hard to see with the moisture on the camera, but now it's going to be obviously on the left-hand side of our screen. Actually, she's going to take this right-hand corner and cruise through this beautiful section of the Olympic Village, and see Sanchez take that corner quite smoothly as well. And we can see there's that yellow penalty tent. So we can see that on the down the road on the right-hand side. We're going to see Lisa pull over there. She doesn't stop for that penalty. That's a disqualification. So she does what she needs to do, gets down, and the clock has started. She'll probably say a few words about the penalty, but she's seems like a very, very positive place. We see Marta Sanchez now taking the lead here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And I would say great camera work by our team being able to catch all that action. So she can't take, Craig, she can't take any, you can see there's no nutrition or anything there for her to take. So she can't bring anything on board or get any outside assistance, but she can take whatever she's got on board and use that while she's sitting in that penalty tent, maybe stretch out, get a little bit more hydrated. And Craig, we've seen it even at World Championships, athletes go into the penalty tent back in the day when it was a 5-minute penalty, not just a 3-minute, and still win a World Championship, let alone a race like Ironman Lake Placid. And I do think the field is World Championship level on some aspects, but in no way, especially with the way that she's riding today, is Lisa Perder out of this race with this 3-minute penalty.
No, I think the demands and the requirements, performance requirements for her to win this race remain the same. She's got to bike a great second lap and run a great marathon afterwards. And if she does that, she'll give herself every chance. There's nothing she can do about it now. She looks composed. You've just got to reframe your thinking a little bit. And again, look at the positives. Maybe a little bit of a rest. It's never ideal to be stationary like this, and I'm sure time feels like it's standing still as we see. This looks like Holly Lawrence coming through, and it is. So she's continuing about her day with just minimal fanfare and fuss. She's looking good, and she will no doubt see that Lisa's in that tent, or she might catch a glimpse of Lisa as she goes past. So I'm sure that will give her a boost. As we flash back up to the front here and see Marta Sanchez do what we saw her do all of the last lap, which is just really hold that beautiful aero position, absolutely motionless upper body, beautiful cadence. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting too. I mean, the way, the mindset of the athletes. I mean, potentially Marta was enjoying riding with Lisa. now she knows she's just been spotted 3 minutes, but it'd be interesting to see if it shakes her rhythm or her race plan up. We saw her interview. Go on, mate, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, mate. And she's an athlete that seems very confident and capable of and comfortable chasing, right? She obviously was chasing pretty hard, and that momentum, it's very different when you've got the carrot and then you've caught the carrot and you just stay with it than now being the carrot, no pun intended, because she does have orange kit on. I didn't really, kind of walked into that one, but we can see Lisa Purter getting out of that penalty tent as another athlete comes from behind, so she's going to have a little bit of company there. But Marta Sanchez now in the front has to set that pace herself. And Craig, I know you've won races every which way that you can. What's the difference mentally from being the chaser and then all of a sudden, especially maybe even not knowing that the other athlete had a penalty? Oh, okay, now I'm in the lead and I got to do it all myself. What's the difference in dynamics in your head when you're chasing and responding versus setting the pace yourself?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think a lot of the top athletes have experienced those different scenarios. And for me personally, it was always a great feeling to be in the front. You felt comfortable. You felt like you were the one pulling the levers and making the moves. And, chasing, depending on the scenario, whether it's bike or run, I think you just got to reframe your thinking a little bit. But these athletes are so good at just bringing it back to the things that they can control in the moment, like their pacing, like their nutrition and hydration, like their race situation and course management, things like that. So Marta's very experienced. I mean, I was super impressed with her pre-race interview. She talked about the homework she'd done on this course, and I think she will still be guided by her heart rate and her power numbers. I mean, that seemed to be the case on lap 1. She's very mindful of the challenge ahead this marathon, the vertical gain on this marathon, the downhill running that's required. So we flash back up to the men's race, and again, it's just the status quo remains, Matt. Trevor Foley on the front and seemingly happy to be there.
No, it certainly is, and comfortably doing so, and still putting, he's not making any time on those athletes around him. But in the 7 miles between mile 56 and 63, he put over a minute on Jason West and Henrik Ghosh. So they're still riding quite quickly. Obviously, as we said, you're just not really going to be able to gap that group behind as we see a pass being made here. I believe this is Christian Hogenhag going around Matthew Marquardt, and we'll see if he has to make the pass on Trevor Foley as well, or if he's going to have the distance to slot in. It looks like he's going to go all the way around, and not 100% sure that's Hogenhag, but it certainly does look like him. But all these athletes making or taking turns, and I think right now, I mean, the person in the kind of driver's seat that would have been underestimated and flew under the radar, and you talked about him, and I would say because of that up and down running style that it's going to take to have a good result here, is Bradley Weiss is just kind of sitting in the shadows, right? And I mean, this guy, again, you said he was 7th at Nice World Championship, which is a similar course in its overall difficulty, but the run probably doesn't suit Bradley as much as the run suits him here. So I think, and again, 7th place with a penalty in that World Championship, I think he's setting himself up for a great race. And Craig, I'm curious, with the way that this group is riding together, and we're seeing Hogenhag take some pulls. We saw Chevier take one at least, mostly Trevor Foley. Do we think that this group, they all know how each other can run? Leon knows he can run a low 240, but that Trevor can run a mid 235. Is there a point you think when they hit those hills that we're going to see some kind of cycling style attacks, like we're going to see some big moves, or is this overall pace hard enough that nobody's going to really have the ability to do anything like that when it comes to it?
Potentially, and that's a good question. I think it depends on the average speed of this lap. I mean, you talked about them going around the first lap in 2:03, 2:04, so predicted times of sub 4:10. The higher the average speed, the harder it is to launch an attack. It seems to me just the body language in this group and a bit of coasting down the hills here, that it doesn't seem as aggressive as it was on the first lap. And you're right, they all do know each other. I don't think any of these athletes would be unhappy to see Trevor just stay on the front. They'd be hoping that's where he stays. Bradley Weiss, on the other hand, is taking a different approach, as is I think Christian Hugenhaug and Matthew Marquardt. I think they're probably thinking that Trevor's he's the form runner and the pedigree runner in this group. Again, anything can happen in a marathon after a 180k bike, particularly one with this much elevation gain, but it's getting tactical. I think we've seen Trevor on the front for so much because the others are just happy to leave him there. They know he's the guy who ran a 2:36 here last year.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, he is in the driver's seat, and I think, it is almost like he's playing his own domestique in the Tour. It's keeping the pace high so nobody can attack, and if they do attack, they're gonna kind of hurt their legs to do so out of the pace that he's setting. But right now on screen, no reason to attack. She's already done it. Is Marta Sanchez now finds herself with a 2.5 minute lead over Holly Lawrence, as we see some of our pro women coming from behind. I know it's Regan Holyoke right there, riding through city center here in Lake Placid. Earlier we saw Solveig Lovsef go through that section of the course as well. Through 56 miles and out of her penalty, Lisa Perder at 2:52 behind, so just 20 seconds behind Holly Lawrence. So we'll probably see her, especially with the fresh legs from being stopped in that penalty tent, we'll see her bridge up to Holly Lawrence in no time, I think, Craig.
Yeah, definitely. And it's great to see Regan Holyoke having a really strong performance. Of course, she's coached by Tim Reed and Clint Rawlings, who are two men in the sport who can rival you for a moustache, Matt. Two of the great mo's in the sport of triathlon, those two gentlemen. And they've worked wonders with Regan. She's just trending up. 3 Ironman wins to her name and always a contender. So great to see her still in the mix. But it's going to be interesting because you referred before about the time gaps on this second lap, and it's very, very unusual to see the time gaps that we're currently seeing after one loop, 90 kilometres.
Yeah.
So I think we can expect to see them blow out even more.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you're looking at like a athlete like Chris Leiferman, 10 minutes down. And yeah, that is just going to continue to go. And, he might not, you might see the athletes that were close to that front group lose more time. Like we might see Jason West, he had 90 seconds or so halfway through. We might see him at 6 or 7 minutes, but, it's definitely gonna blow up. And I got a little bit of word from somebody out on course, and it looks like Braden Curry was asking for information on what was going on up front, but seemed very positive and very motivated and not like stressed in the way that he was asking for that information. So that is telling from Braden Curry, but he is in 10th place and at 5 minutes down at this point. But again, those athletes in front of him, like a Jason West, a Goshen, a Ceccarelli, they'll be coming out of that front group, so that you might see them come back somewhat quickly as we see more of our female athletes come through the turn and onto the second section of the bike course. Again, Solveig Lovseth through 56 miles, 8 minutes down. Lotta Wilms at 9:28 and Regan Holyoke at 9:37. And yeah, I mean, if Lotta Wilms is, Craig, 10 minutes down halfway through, people are riding pretty stinking fast. I mean, we saw her with a 3-minute gap at the end of Cairns. So yeah, to be 10 minutes in the other direction is insane. But yeah, we see, looks like Regan on screen right now, riding through this last few turns before getting back on the open road for our second lap here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. It's raining hard, but a lot more hard racing to come.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Here on screen is Regan Holyoke. And riding well at the beginning of the second lap of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Riding in right now in 6th place, not too far behind Lotte Wilms.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising to see these sorts of time gaps in the men's and women's race so early on. And we can only expect those will blow out even more because it looks like the leaders are just pacing themselves well, and speaks to the toughness of this course and the quality of the athletes leading the races.
No, it certainly does. And again, in tough conditions, you know, it's got to be feeling a little bit cold for a lot of these athletes out here, obviously. And, you know, even though they're doing a great job of keeping it upright from what we've seen on course, it's still a little bit stressful to be riding in those wet conditions. But let's take a look at the AG1 supplemental stats for Marta Sanchez. And through 56 miles, it's 3:38.18. That's 22.73 miles an hour. Again, that's 3:38 total time. Yeah, that's a lot of effort going through that period of the bike course, and Marta Sanchez again finds herself in the lead here by 2.5 minutes over Holly Lawrence. The last time check we had, looks like she's gained a little bit of time through that last section, according to our GPS.
Yeah, we got good vision there of Regan Holyoke with Lotte Wilms finishing their first lap and heading out. Yeah, it's just crazy to see these kind of time gaps, and you would think with water on the road in different places, it does increase the rolling resistance. It slows the paces down a little bit, but particularly in the men's racing, I mean, they're on schedule for just course records, and not just by a little bit, by a margin of minutes and minutes. So as the athletes progress around this second loop, we'll keep an eye on the splits and see if they are maintaining pace or if there is some drop off in pace. And also, I'm interested, Matt, just to see Lisa Perder, what her strategy is now. I mean, she, to me, was the one who was doing most of the pace making at the front. She looked the smoothest, even though her and Marta were together. That next split, I think, is going to tell us a story on what her intentions are with how she plans to ride this second loop.
Yeah, and Greg, yeah, absolutely. Wait to see what the intentions are and what the effort is once the power is put to the pedals. And we're getting some splits out on course from the men's race that things look like maybe the pressure is being put down a little bit, and looks like Leon Chevalier has put an effort in, followed by Christian Hogenhag. That's gapped at one point Trevor Foley and Matthew Marquardt and Robert Callan, as well as Bradley Weiss. So right now on screen, we can see our leader, Christian Hogenhag, and can't really get sight now on what that gap is or who exactly is behind him. But again, at that last checkpoint, about 7 or 8 seconds had opened up. And that's not a lot, but if that athlete in front, and if it's some of the best athletes in the sport, that can then create kind of panic stations a little bit and a gap. And right now it looks like we're getting word that is second now is Trevor Foley. So even if Leon Chevier was the one who made the move, Christian Hogenhog went over the top, and Trevor Foley is responding. So it's going to be up to those athletes behind the Leon Chevier and the Matthew Marquardt and Robert Callan to respond to Christian Hogenhog and Trevor Foley. And again, I'm not too surprised that Christian Hogenhog had the ability to, say, I'll see your attack and match it, because it did look like out of everybody out on this course that's at the front of this bike ride, Christian was the one who was letting the bike intensity come to him and not forcing it early.
Yeah, and I mean, that answers your question, Matt, as to whether we would see attacks or not. So much power in that group, so many strong legs. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, on the face of it, it looks like Christian's given up 4 minutes to some of the other athletes in the group. But the other side of the coin is he saved that much worth of energy as well. Yeah. So again, it just speaks to a confident athlete with a great temperament and a lot of experience. He knows the best way to execute his race. He understands who the different players are in this game today and what their strengths and weaknesses are, what they bring to the table. And, having that great swim, whilst it was an advantage in Frankfurt, it may have been a disadvantage today. He may have thought, well, there's too much strength behind me. I just need to be patient. And at some point, that group will come up, and then I'll have some matches to light for the second lap. So it's interesting how Trevor Foley's been the one who's had to respond, and a little bit of tactics again. I mean, I'm sure that's the plan of everyone else in the group. They would want him to be the one who responds. Again, I don't think Trevor needs to panic here, because he does have a 2:36 marathon up his sleeve, or so we think. So he doesn't have to roll into T2 in the lead. But yeah, it was interesting how when a gap goes like that, everyone starts looking at each other, who is going to shut that gap. And Trevor's been the one who's made the pace so far, but it looks like everyone looked at him and said, "You're up again, son, let's go."
Man, and I think both of you are thinking the same thing. Thank you for not being involved in this race, because all those athletes chasing right now are absolutely on the rivet. And right now, it doesn't actually look like anything's breaking up. But if Christian Hogenhog doesn't look back and continues on this pace, the way these athletes are in a kind of a stressful way responding, the gaps will come. And it won't be 2 or 3 seconds at a time. It'll open up. It'll be the athletes being like, I cannot do this and run a 2:40 marathon, because that's what these athletes have to kind of keep in their mind is, yes, I want to stay with the front, but I think we all know a sub 2:40 is going to win this race. So it's like you can't try to stay on the group while knowing you're sacrificing your capabilities of being able to have that kind of run performance. And someone who's always seems to be pretty confident in her run performance, as you said earlier, just so strong over the 3 disciplines, is the woman on screen here, and that's Marta Sanchez, again, through one of the rollier sections of the bike course here in Lake Placid.
Yeah, and taking her time through the aid station there, making sure that she got everything she needed and discarded her used bottles before the end of the zone. So great work by Marta. Potentially a sub 240 won't win, Matt. If we see 405 bike splits, maybe it won't take a 240, but it's just interesting, the dynamics in these races. When the average speeds are higher, it's harder to attack. So did that attack come because the speed in that front group started coming off a little bit? Or was it always Christian's plan to attack early in the second lap? I mean, these are questions we probably don't know the answer to. It looked to me like the pace had come out of that group a little bit. And perhaps that was the catalyst that, made Christian just think, well, this is as good a time as any. I'm going to launch something here and test everyone's legs out.
Right.
So, but as we follow Marta Sanchez here through this slightly technical section, she looks in control skills. She looks great. I mean, there's not a lot has changed for her in terms of her posture, her body position. She just looks relaxed and efficient. And I'm sure she's enjoying the clear air out in the front on her own. She'd be getting the odd split too as to where Lisa is, and also Holly.
Yeah, no, she looks fantastic. And Craig, I don't know if you're like me, but watching her and these other athletes ride on these roads that look like glass at times, look very slippery, makes me think how, I shouldn't say lucky, but like how technology has changed, and you mentioned all these athletes are running 25 or 28 with tires. They're also almost all certainly running tubeless setups, and all default probably run around 80 psi at max. And
probably
we
lower,
used to, we used to ride at 110, and so if you were the smart cyclist, you'd lower it to 80 or 85 and hope that you wouldn't pinch flat your tube on a day like this. But now, the way the technology is, obviously a bigger width and stamp on the ground with a wider tire, but even more so with those tires at maybe, and some of these women probably in a 60 to 65 PSI range, it makes it a lot safer when the conditions are wet and slippery like this.
Yeah, the new setups make for a more comfortable ride and just better handling. In fact, it was your brother who first told me to drop the pressure down under 100, and I wouldn't like to be negotiating some of these corners on 21 mil tires, that's for sure, as we see Leon Chevalier here, and he is just a powerhouse. He's a powerhouse biker. I mean, we saw him do something similar last week in Ironman 70.3 Swansea, where he got up to the front group and just got on the front and made a real nuisance of himself, as Joe Skipper said, just really wanted to put the sting into everybody's legs. And I don't think he's having it all his own way here today, though, because it looks like he's got a few really willing sparring partners in this front group.
Yeah, no, definitely is having to respond to the other athletes around him, but I don't think he'd be that upset about it. He's used to riding on his own and having a little bit of company, but he's going to have to play some tactics here soon, or hope the other athletes kind of settle. But Leon, you could tell he's working. He's working for sure. And we had a little soundbite from Leon earlier in this week, so let's check in with Leon Chevier.
Right, is this an interview then?
This is an interview now.
Okay.
All right. What do you think of Lake Placid so far?
I love it. It's great. I'll be coming back no matter how good or bad the race goes. Although, yeah, if it goes well, I'll probably be even more enticed to come back.
How are you feeling bouncing back after Swansea, and you got any expectations for this race?
Yeah, I've got high expectations, I guess. The race went really well in Swansea. I don't feel like I've put myself in an absolute hole. Like, obviously, I did try my best to chase Harry down and go for the win, but I also feel like it was very close to home, and I got proper sleep afterwards and easy travel out here. And yeah, I'm in decent shape, so easier to bounce back from an effort like that too. Say I come out the water like a minute down, like, and obviously I'm expecting to lose some time to maybe Matthew, and he's really strong on the bike too. But even if I came out front group, like first out the water, I'd still work really hard on the bike to try and get the biggest gap as possible and try and go as fast as I can on that course.
There you go, Craig, and I'll say what you're thinking. Stash is looking pretty good.
You absolutely should have stole my thunder. That is, you're disappointed because you've been knocked off the podium for the best moustaches in the sport.
Not even
Leon,
close.
Man,
Not
he's
even
on
close.
the podium. In fact, he might be the gold medalist. That is a beautiful moustache.
If you're classifying as the dirty factor of the stash, then yes, I would say I've been knocked off by Leon. But no, he looks good. I love his attitude. It does look like I only saw 4 on that last shot. So it's possible that kind of this effort has dropped Weiss and Callan, which to me would be crazy. So I'm not gonna commit to that. But it did look like I'm now seeing 5. Forget everything I just said. We've got a group of 5 or 6 at the front here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise. And Craig, updates as we look at our men's race. We can see Trevor Foley now in the lead, taking this right-hand corner and being polite and giving our age group athletes as much space as they need. Looks like we have at least 5 athletes in that group at this point. So it's still front group of with a lot of power in it. And Trevor Foley at the front. And then just looking through at, as we're back on the women's race, Marta Sanchez still in the lead through 63 miles, but between mile 56 and 63, Lisa Purr took a minute and 20 seconds back from Marta Sanchez in 7 miles. And she is on one on the bike today, Craig. It's unbelievable. She's already she was behind Holly Lawrence. She's already put a minute and 15 seconds on Holly Lawrence since that penalty attempt, which is crazy.
Yeah, she's riding exceptionally well. I mean, this is a masterclass in riding by these 2 women on the front. Just super impressive. Marta Sanchez as well. And just, I want to whet your appetite a little bit here, Matt. I'm just scanning the form guide, and both ladies, their strength is to swim in the bike, and they run around a 3:01, 3:02 marathon. So these have been on different courses in different conditions, but I think this is setting up for an absolute head-to-head showdown on the run, because I think Lisa will bridge this gap. I think she will, given what we've just seen in the last time check. I think she's got it in her head that she wants to lead this race into T2, and I think she will do that. Marta's playing it smart, though, so it'll be interesting to see. But it looks like it's setting up really for just a head-to-head battle on this marathon.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Head-to-head between those two, it kind of depends what Holly Lawrence's gap is too, because if they're low 3, should we doubt that Holly Lawrence on her first one is capable of a mid 250 or a low 250? It's quite possible. It would be hard to do on this course your first time out, to put yourself out there to be able to have that kind of run, but Holly Lawrence historically has not been afraid of putting herself out there, Greg.
No, she's, over the last decade, she's been one of the best and the most consistent at Ironman 70.3 and T100 events. So you mentioned she was the 2016 Ironman 70.3 world champ. She also had a silver medal in Nice in 2019 behind Danny Reef. I think that augurs well for her transition to this distance, and I think with her run technique as well, I think she can run at the very least around a 3-hour marathon, maybe dip under. So let's see. But again, there's plenty of kilometres still to check off in this ride, and it depends what kind of a deficit she's giving up to these 2 leaders.
Yeah, no, certainly is. And Solveig Lovseth is down at 8:41 now in 4th place. Lotta Wilms at 9:37 down, and Regan Holyoke at 9:40 down. So Lotte and Regan riding together, but riding by herself, as she will for another little bit of a period of time before expecting to see Lisa Purr bridge up to her, was Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, Marta looks great as we get. I want to say this is Lotta Wilms in her new kit. I know she's changed sponsors recently, so she's not on the PWAG racing team anymore, and it's just so strange to see her 10 minutes behind on an Ironman bike course. I mean, she's normally the one up the road making the race, putting the pressure on the other athletes. So really interesting, but again, different courses bring different strengths into play. And this is Lotta Wilms, race number 5, as we can see, and even her setup on this bike looks a little different to what we saw of her in Ironman Cairns, Matt. So maybe some change in equipment. Never an easy thing to do, but these athletes are across their testing so much. I mean, they don't make these changes lightly with their bike position, their bike setup, wheel choice, tyre choice, helmet, apparel, all of those things. It's the professional side of the sport. These athletes are checking all those boxes with constant testing. So, yeah, it's just strange to see Lotta Wilms not off the front of an Ironman bike bike ride.
Yeah, she's still got a smile on her face, though. We're used to seeing that from Lottie. And yeah, I mean, I was, you probably could tell, I was confused at the new kit. Was looking for the kit we called her in not too long ago. But yeah, she's changed things up, and we were able to get a little time with Lottie this week. Let's hear what she had to say.
Last year, a little bit bad luck for mechanicals on the bike. But yeah, then I decided to stop or not finish the race because we thought we could get more points in Nice. So it was a little bit of gamble. So yeah, it was sad that we didn't finish. So it's good to be back and finish the race here at least. That's the goal. I believe I'm a strong bike rider or a strong powerful athlete. So when the course is yeah, like this, like quite hilly for the bike and the run, that it suits me. So I think it suits the stronger athletes. Yeah, my swim is always up there. So yeah, I'm excited just to race this course and see what I can, just to finish it and yeah, see how my legs are after such a hard bike course. And then yeah, it's definitely the hardest run course I ever have seen. It all comes down on smart racing. I think if you're going to push too hard on the bike, you're definitely going to pay for it at the end of the bike, or you're going to pay for it in the run. So yeah, I'm just going to stick to my plan, to my numbers, and yeah, I will see if there are other competitors will come closer or pass me. Yeah, it's really hard to say what the others will do. I think it's a course where people can't really sit in, so you can't really rely on each other. You just really have to own your own race plan.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Lottie herself, Craig.
Yeah, well, sounded very eerily similar to Marta Sanchez's pre-race interview, where she talked about just respecting the elevation gain on this bike course and how it's going to impact the marathon. So we did actually see Lottie run her best marathon ever in Cairns. I'm pretty sure it was a 3:03 and it was a PB. So no doubt she's got her race plan, her strategy in mind. And like you said, she was smiling, so that's always a good sign. As we get back to the front of the race with Marta Sanchez, and again, it could be the second loop, it could be halfway around the first loop, it could have been right at the start. She looks the same. Her demeanor on the bike, her posture, she looks really relaxed, just great position. She pedals with her toes down a little more than some of the other girls. Of course, there's different techniques, different styles, using different muscle groups, but typically with a higher cadence, you see that sort of toe down. You don't get the flat foot across the rake at the bottom of the pedal stroke. So she's flying here. I see her zooming past age groupers, and yeah, she just looks relaxed. No sort of stress or strain on her face. She looks comfortable. And interesting, another twist and turn this race, and I'm fairly confident that Lisa Perder will join her at the front shortly, and I expect them just to ride together again. But it's an immense effort by Lisa if she's able to bridge that 3 minutes up in pretty quick time.
Yeah, no, for sure. As we see her tuck a little bit on one of the faster descents, staying in that arrow position. And we're looking now at our men's race, and that's Leon Chevier just getting passed by Trevor Foley. And we had Matthew Marquardt was behind these two athletes in third place, and Christian Hogenhag was riding in fourth place. Haven't seen eyes on fifth and sixth, but definitely see a fifth place athlete still in this group. But they're definitely trading poles and taking shots at each other, I think, at this point, Craig, as we're getting close to the 80-mile or 85-mile marker of this course here in Lake Placid. But Trevor Foley, defending champion, at the front of the bike course here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Start in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Bib number 1 in the lead here, Trevor Foley, with Matthew Marquardt just behind him as they're passing some of our age group athletes on their first lap. Looks like Leon Chevier still in third place, but again, Trevor Foley not afraid to put the effort in at the front of this bike course, Greg.
Yeah, he's content to be on the front, and the speed differential is noticeable as they're passing some of the age group athletes on their first lap. I don't mind Trevor going to the front. I think he knows what he's doing. He's got experience on this course, as I talked about. But I'm also loving the work of Matthew Marquardt here. I mean, if we look at the way the race played out in the marathon last year, Trevor ran 10 minutes out of Matthew last year. And I think Matthew's an improved runner, a much improved runner. And I think, the way he's just content to sit second or third wheel in this group, to me says he's either not feeling great, which I don't think that's the case. I think the way he rode up with that group in the first lap speaks to the fact he's got good legs today. I think it shows a confidence in his run ability and an experience and a maturity to sit in and say, well, there's so much strength in this group. I'm not going to burn any more matches than I absolutely need to, and I'm going to back my running ability here, and I don't mind that. I like that strategy. We saw him run a 2:39 in Ironman Cairns, and again, I know this is a different course, definitely a hillier course, but not as hot and humid as Cairns either. So, again, to me, it just speaks of an athlete who's really self-aware, knows his strengths and weaknesses, but also confident in his abilities.
Yeah, no, certainly, and he should be. He's proven that he has the ability to have fast bike splits and have great runs off on screen here. Matthew Marquardt looking comfortable as well, doing the best he can to stay in this group, and I think doing so quite comfortably. And certainly raining a lot out on this section of the course. We hear that the sun is coming out in some areas, but clearly it's still rainy and rough in some other spots as well. But here we go again, Matthew Marquardt cruising along on the last few sections of the bike course here. And we do have our splits going through, so that athlete that I said was hanging on and was in the driver's seat, Craig, in that front group, so to speak, from run ability, Bradley Weiss looks like he's been dropped out of this lead group throughout all those attacks, and there's no blame at all. I mean, if you're sitting in a group with Callan, Hogenhog, Chevier, Marquardt, and Foley, and they're trading shots at mile 75 through mile 80 of the bike course, like, to hang on to that must be ridiculously difficult. And so now it's a group of 5 all together at 87 miles. But again, with Lotte Wilms here on the women's side of things. And then women's splits. Sorry, Craig, just quickly, the women just went through 72 miles. So it's Marta Sanchez in the lead, 106 to Perder. So she's not closed nearly as much as she did right out of that penalty 10, which isn't too surprising because she was quite fresh and probably excited. But so 1 minute and 6 seconds to Lisa and 2:56 to Holly.
Yeah, we just saw Lotte Wilms make a pass on Regan Hollyoak, so they formed a nice little group together. And to your point about Brad Weiss, I think he still may be in the box seat. If this is a plan that he understands and he's put a governor or a limit on what he wants to ride in terms of his output, and he slowly drifts off the back of the group. Just looking at the run splits last year, there was such a spread across the men's and the women's. I think there was a 10-minute split in the women's marathon times from first to third. So whilst these time gaps that we're seeing, we're not used to seeing at some of the other events, this is one race where it has happened, and you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that an athlete who can run close to a course record can bring themselves back into podium contention here. So I think Brad Weiss is, if he's just managing his energy reserves in a really smart way and drifts slowly off the back of this group and doesn't lose too much time, and can lay down a 240 or even a slightly sub 240 marathon, he's still in contention for a podium here, I believe. But again, it all depends on how the rest of this bike lap plays out.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. But I will disagree just a little bit in I think you're being gracious in the, choosing to go off the back of the group. I think when you're in that group, I think he was just kind of hanging on, and he's lost 2 minutes and 15 seconds since the last time check in, about 12 miles. So to me, that says he's come off it quickly, and then maybe now he's settling in. And I don't disagree. He's a smart guy. He's still probably capable of that 240. But I would bet that he was put to the sword when we had that 10-second gap in that group and just kind of came off the group. But we won't know until we talk to Bradley afterwards or we see his run legs. But certainly an athlete that I am impressed by, and I know we both were to a very high degree, obviously, in Cairns just a few weeks ago, is the man on screen. I mean, again, this athlete ended up losing a fair bit of time in transition and early sections of the bike ride here today with cramps, and was able to just settle back in and get to the front. And again, he showed in Cairns that he can, after a very intense bike ride, to make up 8 minutes that he lost as he passes Trevor Foley to get back into the lead. He ran that sub 240 marathon in hot conditions. That is a kind of a piece to the puzzle. I was talking to him again on the podcast that, to me, that's the sign of, like, he's adding these pieces to the puzzle that give him the ability to possibly win a world championship. Like, you have to be able to run sub 240 now to be able to be anywhere near there. He's adding pieces to the puzzle as pieces are being taken away from him to a certain extent, because you also, for a sub 240 at 239 to win a world championship, you also have to be at the front of that swim group and off to the front of the bike, right? So, things are moving around for him, but he's responding to all those different aspects of his racing, and I think in a very smart and managed way.
Yeah, he's leveling up across the board. I think, at different times we've seen glimpses of front pack swimming. We know his amazing strength on the bike. And I think it's a matter of putting all the pieces together, but just doing it consistently each and every time. And notwithstanding his cramping issues, which is absolutely frustrating for him, his actual swim, bike, run performances have been consistent. He's been, at the front of these races, contending for the podiums and the big wins. Certainly the last 2 or 3 Ironmans we've seen him in, and that consistency comes with experience and maturity as a racer. I think understanding how to manage yourself on course a little better. He's in a better position today than he was in Cairns. He's at the front of the race on the bike. He didn't get to the front of the race until the marathon in Cairns. So, he's definitely one of the up-and-coming superstars of our sport. Interestingly, he didn't go on a cruise in the lead-up to to this race, so maybe he should have got a one of those P&O cruises and come up the Atlantic coast to Lake Placid and replicated the same build-up he had for Cairns.
Yeah, that is, again, apparently he's not trolling for that cruise ship sponsorship as much as I thought he was. If he was, he'd be focusing on making that happen. But I guess he's just back to, being an overachieving med school student and doing cancer research and doing everything else that he does. There's no doubt this man on screen is an overachiever. And Craig, I mean, he was an amateur just a few years ago. This is just his third season as a professional athlete, and again been in the top 10 of a world championship. And I would say especially if he gets that swim or the cramping under control, I'd certainly bet on him to do so again. We can see him in the lead, and things are stretching a little bit. You can see a little bit of a gap, but not too much on that third place athlete, which I believe by the height is Leon Chevalier in third place, and then we can see those three athletes behind, again with a little bit of a gap. So no doubt Matthew Marquardt is actually pushing the pace here at the front of the bike here in Lake Placid.
Yeah, just as I said, he was content to sit in and show us what he's got in the run. He goes to the front, and yeah, it's a good move. I don't mind it. Trevor Foley still looks ultra comfortable to me. I think that is Leon Chevalier in third, as you mentioned. And Matt, all our top professionals, men's and ladies, they're all high achievers. I mean, Leon's an engineer. Penny Slater's studying. She's studying a PhD. Sarah True's done a doctorate. They're impressive. They're all impressive. I mean, they're world-class endurance athletes, but they've got lives outside of the sport, and which is great to see. They've got that high-performance, type A personality, high-achieving mentality, and I think it translates into a whole lot of different areas of their lives. But I agree with you. Matthew's, his progression from age group athlete to, one of the best in the world over this distance has been fun to watch. And I'm excited to see what he can do in the marathon today. I still think Trevor, just sitting there, he looks comfortable to me, and he looks like he's in the box seat. And I'm not giving up on Bradley Weiss either. I think we saw at the Ironman World Championships in Kona, Patrick Langer get distanced off the back of the lead group a couple of times, but he was riding to a pacing plan, and he knew he had a mid-2:30 marathon up his sleeve. And I think if you know that and you're confident you can execute and deliver that, then especially with the time gaps we've seen in the marathons on this course, anyone in the men's race who can run a sub 2:40 is still in the frame for a podium, and same on the women's side. I mean, we talked about Marta Sanchez and Lisa Perderer running 3:01, 3:02 respectively at their early season Ironmans. I mean, Jackie Herring's run a 2:52. Again, that was in Hamburg, different course, but just the time gaps we have seen on this marathon course at this event would sort of suggest we should hold off on proclaiming a winner just yet.
I would agree. A lot more racing to come to declare a winner. I think we can, infer maybe some athletes that are maybe out of the ability to possibly win. And I'm because you and I never disagree, and I think you are saying that Bradley's in a position more likely for a podium, but I think a win for him, if it was a group of 5 that had different athletes in it, I would agree. But I think, he's probably going to have 5 minutes gap at least, because, Craig, right now we're at kind of a low point of the bike ride at 600 feet of elevation, and we're going to climb up to almost 2,000 feet in the last 20 miles. So they're hitting it now. So 1,300 feet of pretty steady elevation gain, as we can see on the profile here on the Zoop bike course at the bottom of the screen. So the gaps are going to continue to open. And yes, an athlete like Bradley can climb well, but when you've got these 5 athletes, and probably most of every one of these 5, maybe except Callan, I think he seems to be reserved to just kind of sit in, but they're all going to be trying to break the other, right? So none of that, they're not going to be settling into that T2. So I think a lot more aggression to come, and I think the gaps behind are just going to continue to get bigger. And Marta Sanchez still at the front by herself. Haven't seen Per bridge up to her yet. We know the last check she was about a minute behind, but Holly Lawrence on the screen right now. But it's time to check back in with our Tri-Dot athlete, Vanessa Ronskly, to see how her predictive times compare with her actual times. And it looks like right now she is 2 minutes faster than her predicted time. So she's getting after it. Good job, Vanessa. Riding and swimming quite well, as is the woman on the screen, Holly Lawrence. And Craig, talking to the camera, that's always a good sign. She's in a good spot into the second half of this bike course. And this is when, as a first timer, it would start to tickle a little bit. So if she's still got positive energy right now, that's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great sign. It means she's sort of on top of her nutrition, keeping the calories or the carbs up. Looks like she's got the pacing pretty much spot on. I mean, you talked earlier about, when athletes get unhooked off the back of a group, if they've been redlining and really burning too many matches to stay there, they just bleed time. They leak time as soon as that separation, that gap opens up. But Holly's sort of just drifted back slowly off the back of the group. She's hovering around just under 3 minutes, and again, just smiling at the camera, chatting to the cameraman. So I think she's really in a good position, and we know her run pedigree, particularly over the half distance. So she's really set the table for a nice race here and a good marathon.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely has. And I think, obviously she always has high expectations of herself, but to be in this position on the first go at the distance, I think is pretty darn impressive for her. But you see her in the aero position on one of the faster sections of the course, and clearly Matthew Marquardt, I think, just going through one of the aid stations, but on the climbier section of the course here in Lake Placid, again, starting those hills here pretty soon on the men's side of things. But again, Matthew Marquardt at the front, doing what he can and trying to stay away from, looks like getting a little bit of a gap on Trevor Foley and some of the athletes behind. Not a big one, but a little one.
Yeah, he looks strong, Matthew. And just a thing I've noticed with the current day setups, the front ends, the new cockpits on the bikes. I mean, you'll remember the days back in the dark ages, Matt, when everyone just thought it was better to be low at the front end, get as low as possible. And after a while, we worked out that wasn't the most aero thing to do. There was a highly individualized aspect to aerodynamics, getting that hand position higher in front of the face, and a few other adjustments made an athlete's coefficient of drag go down, but also made the comfort levels go up. And I think with these higher stack heights that we see these days, the athletes are able to maintain their aero position a lot more comfortably, even on the false flat uphills and on some of the climbs. We see Matthew come out of that position now. If we contrast to Marta Sanchez on the right of the screen, she's on a faster section of the course. But as you mentioned, the men just went through the low part in terms of the lowest elevation on the course recently, and now it's a climb right up to the finish. So I'm sure we'll see a bit more out of the aero bar position for our lead men, whilst our lead women they're still in a section of the course where the average speeds are higher, much faster, dropping down to that low point on the course. So we'll see them in aero as much as possible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's one of the cool things I think about this course is that you really have to be well-rounded in your setup, but your ability to kind of move through the different positions and your ability to, ride efficiently in different terrain. And coming into this race, like obviously Trevor Foley is one that's very good at all of that. I thought Leon Chevier, being as aerodynamic as he is, and we saw at Swansea last week how aggressive he can also be on punchy climbs. I thought this course would suit him well, and clearly it's suiting Matthew Marquardt and Marta Sanchez quite well also. But Matthew Marquardt getting pretty close to, again, that kind of meat section of the end of the bike course where it really starts getting tougher, and we're going to see these big efforts continue. And again, it does look like he's gapping that group. Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap to Trevor Foley, and it might be just 2 or 3 seconds, but that is going to stretch out Craig. And yeah, he has a substantial gap now. So that's something. And, I'm going to use your word, that group behind has a bit of a concertina, right? And once that finally actually snapped, that elastic snap, Matthew was able to get away, and he's doing it in a perfect position and a great spot, right? Like you want to be able to do that in a place where, okay, you're going to use that hill to get the gap, but then go into a faster section where you can soft pedal for a second and like you're at your top rate of speed and you don't have to be pushing the power. You can recover a little bit and then hit that next hill again. So Matthew Marquardt being aggressive now, again, an athlete that was walking the majority of the run from the end of the swim to T1, now again in the lead here at Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, as well as Marta Sanchez on the women's side, and so much exciting racing to come.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
We're here with Marta Sanchez at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. I'm Matt Lieto, joined by Craig Alexander, and the women are the later sections of the bike course, the Zoot bike course here, after about 75 miles in. And Craig, that last split again, a minute to Lisa Perder, 3 to Holly Lawrence, Solveig Lovseth, over 8 minutes back, Lottie Wilms at 10. And to me, the kind of surprises are Jackie Herring, again, 13 minutes down with Beck Clark. Danielle Lewis at almost 15 minutes down. Tamara Jewett, an athlete that, we expect to have a fast run, but she's 20 minutes down. Craig, I think we've said it a few times, but these gaps on the women's side are unreal.
They're huge, bigger than we normally see, that's for sure. But I also think runners of the caliber of Danielle Lewis and Tamara Jewett, still, there's a top 10 possibility there, even better. We will see big time gaps in the marathon as well, as we get a look at Holly Lawrence on screen again, and she's having a great Ironman debut here, holding strong just a few minutes back of the lead, and we know what a weapon her run has been in the 70.3 distance. So I've got a question for you, Matt. You were talking about that men's front group, and of course, the perfect scenario is always to be in the lead group. But sometimes if someone throws in an attack, and attacks typically don't come when the average speeds are higher, or earlier in the race, later in the race when people fatigue, and you talked about that accumulative fatigue that these athletes will feel climbing over each of these little climbs, punching over the climbs. You know, each climb you take in one gear too big, the fatigue builds up, and if you do that too often, we saw Matthew Marquardt make a little gap on the men's field. I've got a question, because I mean, I like you thought Leon Chevalier would be a real threat on this bike course to do some damage, notwithstanding the quality of riders who are in his group. But do you think he's carrying some fatigue from last week, or do you think this is a tactical play by him to manage himself and think, I'm going to unleash a 240 run today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tactical play from Leon, and you could try, and it sounds like, or seems like from the splits he tried a little bit to get a gap, but to no avail. And it looks like we have Matthew Marquardt dropped his chain on the climb again after that big effort. Robert Callan goes by, says something to Marquardt. There we see Marquardt bottle drop as well at the end of that. So, man, the hits keep on coming for Marquardt. And, he's a positive athlete, but it's like, man, really? I'm like I finally play it right. I get a gap and I drop a chain, and I'm getting pushed up by a mechanic. And great support there from Shimano Neutral Service, it looked like, out there giving a push after getting his chain back on to get him back in the race. But big effort from Matthew Marquardt to get a gap on the field that had been riding as a group for the last 40 or so miles, only to be relegated to the back of the group again as Trevor Foley moves to the front.
Yeah, he's a pretty happy character, Matthew, but I wonder if he walked under a ladder or kicked a black cat or something, because he's certainly not catching too many lucky breaks, but he's got a good temperament. He'll get back in. That's not an ideal scenario for any athlete, and a great capture by our cameraman to see that action unfold. So nice work as we see Trevor Foley here again, and he's got a little bit of a shoulder roll going, but he had that at the start, and I think that's just sort of his embedded technique and posture on the bike. He still looks good. It's an interesting course, this, because just like in the swim, when the pro athletes had to sort of navigate through the age group field, I think that tends to happen on the bike course as well. And you mentioned it before, Matt, it can be an opportunity for athletes to steal a march or create a gap in the swim. And I think some of the athletes definitely use that on the bike as well. Knowing they're coming into a tighter section or a technical section, just accelerating a little bit to get in front of a group where, the other contenders in their group might get bottlenecked behind. So these are all the strategies that these guys and girls are thinking about. They're all in play for sure. It looks like we're back out on open road here, and Trevor's looking good.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you can tell the group is stretched a little bit behind, and Trevor certainly was chasing Marquardt hard when that little mechanical happened to Marquardt, so he's kind of taking advantage of that effort and the pace that Marquardt put in. I'm curious to see if everybody else is still there. We know Leon Chevalier is still there, riding well, and kind of back to your question or just thoughts on him. It's I think he's had really good runs on tough courses and in like hot conditions, right? So like we know he's capable of running really, really well. He trains probably in very similar conditions in the UK. And I would say if I was him, and I know you've done, and we've both done back-to-back 70.3s, never tried, I don't believe you've ever done an Ironman after 70.3. If I was in, and this is a big if because it wouldn't happen, the lead group near the late stages of an Ironman bike ride near the end, again, in the late stages, I would be just doing what I could to stay there and not stretch the legs anymore. If there's room to stretch the legs, don't do it to get 45 seconds on guys on a bike, on guys that are great cyclists and good runners. Save that and use that for the last hill here on this run course, because it's brutal, man. And like wasting matches for ticky-tack amount of times. And again, I'm not going to fault anybody if they have enough effort and enough time to get 2 minutes or something like that that's tactically actually advantageous. But if you're messing around just to get a little bit of time, I think at this point on this race, it's just not worth it, especially if all of the strongest cyclists that you expected to have to battle in this race are riding with you currently.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think I was just interested to hear your perspective on it. I think he's a smart and experienced racer, and it's the old risk versus reward, isn't it? Why do you roll the dice, burn some matches to get 40 seconds when you know that, they're going to hand the paychecks out based on what happens in the marathon here. There's no doubt about it. This group's together. And it depends who's fueled up, who's paced themselves really close to their threshold the best, who hasn't gone over the edge into the red too often. As we now get a look at Lisa Perderer for the first time, and it looks like that gap, the gap from Marta to Lisa's holding strong in a minute. And
no, she's word on course is that she's actually in the lead now. So our GPS data that's up there is a little bit delayed. So it looks like from word on course, and sorry to interrupt you, Craig, that she has moved into the lead again. So Lisa Perderer at the front of the bike course here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. What do you think about that?
No, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Yeah, I didn't expect that to happen so quickly, but we saw her come out of the penalty tent and took 8 seconds out of Marta in the first 3 corners out of town. So clearly she was hell-bent on getting to the front of this race. But yeah, it's a big move. It's a big move, and I think she needs a lead. And I think she's not only thinking about Marta Sanchez in this marathon, she's also thinking about Holly Lawrence and potentially what she could do, but also Solveig Lofset. I mean, we certainly haven't seen the same athlete that we saw in Hamburg, and potentially that's because it's a different course, different skill set. As we get a flashback now, and hopefully we'll see the pass. And yes, wow, that's
affirmative.
Affirmative. Yeah, that was definitive, wasn't it? And I mean, not that, again, it doesn't send any message to anyone, but it was a definitive pass, wasn't it? And
yeah.
She just, to make up that 3 minutes, and we talked about it towards the end of the first lap, she just looked a touch more comfortable, slightly better cadence going over some of those little climbs. When you're over geared, even if it's 1 gear too many, that just adds up hill after hill. And Lisa's ridden a really smart race here, but again, I'm sure she's thinking about not only Marta, she's thinking about Holly and what potential she may have for a marathon here, and also Solveig Lofset. I mean, she ran a 2:46. Again, I know a different course, flat course. Hamburg's historically a super, super fast course, and this is not. But I mean, a 2:46. I mean, come on, that's great running, man. I don't care what the course is and what the conditions. That's fast running. So I'm sure that the thought of that run split is in the back of Lisa's mind right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think, she knows, she saw the race last year, Danielle Lewis having crazy fast time out here with a 15-minute deficit, out of the swim to be able to come back and take the win. Like she knows that she's not going to underestimate the athletes behind her. And, Danielle Lewis ran a 2:52 here last year to get the win from behind. Jackie Herring was able to hold on to second place with the 2:58. So to me, it's a course where, 2:46, if that transfers, because the course is difficult, to a 2:55, I still think even with a gap to the front, it's quite possible to be able to win off of that, as we see Matthew Marquardt to the front again. So man, he really did hold back, even though, he had those difficulties, was able to ride with Chevier and Trevor Foley to the front. He still had a lot of energy to give, and his plan was to give it and push the pace hard at the end of this bike ride up these climbs. As we can see, they're probably in the middle bump of that section of the bike course. Matthew Marquardt pushing the pace, and not okay to just sit in. He is looking for a gap, and whether it's, my air quotes, a ticky-tacky gap or a gap that's important, that's something else to be told. And he's an athlete that he knows that he had a lead off the bike last year and Trevor Foley got him. And maybe he's just realistic. He's like, man, I know I cannot, I'm here to win. Maybe he doesn't think he can win. His best is a 2:39. He's seen Trevor on a harder course run a 2:36. He's like, I can't come off the bike with this guy and beat him. So I got to try something. Or I need to make Trevor go harder than he wants to at the end of this bike ride. But I don't know. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, it's a gutsy move. It's courageous. I love him as an athlete. I think he's tactically smart, but he's also courageous. And yeah, he wants to win. He's trying to win. But, you know, to your point about a ticky-tack, little gap, it's not only the gap, it's also the damage that you may do to the other athletes' legs when they try and bridge that gap or maintain the gap. And then, you know, let's say that elastic band is stretching and they're getting distance and they're coming back, burning matches. And then finally, after 5 or 10 or 15 minutes of that, they say, I'm just going to let this guy go. I need to preserve my legs a little bit for this marathon. Well, yeah, some damage is done. So it all comes out in the wash in the marathon. As you know, everything you spend, it's a closed energy equation. It all comes out in the wash in the marathon. And so I'm not hating this move at all by Matthew.
No, and the biggest thing is he looks comfortable doing it, as well as Marta Sanchez on the screen also looks comfortable, put her just behind. And, you know, they're going to be coming up on the hilly section of the bike course too here pretty soon. So we'll be able to see who has the best legs on the climby section of the course. But right now, Perter, you know, maybe it was a move that she wanted to make sure Sanchez knew that she was there, made the pass, and then comfortable to just sit in and, you know, be a little bit more controlled in her effort as she gets close to the end of this bike ride here in Lake Placid.
You know, it was an interesting one. I mean, it looked like a power move almost, didn't it? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm here and I'm going past, but to end up getting repassed and then just to be sitting back, I think maybe she would have been better served just rolling gently onto the back of Marta, sitting back her 15 or 20 meters, and then if she wants to press the advantage, regroup a little bit and do it in a way that you do create some separation. So, but we see Matthew Marquardt again here, and yeah, he's been able to hold his aero position for a lot of this bike ride. And it's interesting because sometimes the camera it belies the gradient on the course as we pan back and see he has opened that gap again, Matt. He has opened that gap again. And we see the athletes he's going past are all sort of sitting up, and Matthew's just down in that aerodynamic power position, and as he takes a little peek back, I think it looks like it's Trevor Foley. I can't tell from that camera angle, but there is definitely a gap it's larger than it should be for a group that's sticking together. This looks like a gap that's really, Matthew's trying to massage this gap out as much as he can and maybe put the others under some pressure.
Yeah, no, and I think you make a good point that, you know, it's impressive, especially up this climb, how he's able to stay as aerodynamic as he does. And, you know, I like to overthink everything in this world. And, you know, to me, it's also a little bit surprising considering he is having these cramping and these nerve issues out of the swim that he's capable of holding that aero position through all these sections, right? He was saying he had kind of a quad nerve that would cramp it. It's interesting to me that doesn't transfer at all into the bike, as well as we're looking at Trevor Foley, who is pushing the pace. You can tell when he's pushing, he kind of bites his tongue a little bit, right? He's got it's not quite a Jordan, but somewhere in between. But he kind of, you can tell he's on the bit, and he's pushing that pace, and we're gonna have another timing split here pretty soon. But Trevor Foley up out of the saddle, you know, home country race, flying the American flag on his shoulder, chasing another American in front of him, Matthew Marquardt. A lot of people said this was going to be a 2-horse race here today with Trevor Foley and Matthew Marquardt. That might end up being the case, but they still have some other athletes with them that have some world championship pedigrees here, so a lot more to go. But these two athletes really, really getting after it here in the very late stages of the bike course here at the Athletic Brewing IRONMAN Lake Placid. And Matthew Marquardt, you know, it is funny seeing the difference between those two in the saddle, in the arrow. And I don't know if you noticed that, Craig, but you could feel Matthew's heart drop, and he was paying attention when he shifted into the big ring, because it's probably when his chain fell before. So you don't often see athletes look down when they're shifting, and he's like, man, let's not do this. Let's not do this again. As we see a quick shot of Perder and Sanchez on one of the rollier sections of the course, cruising through. And again, Perder seems to have, again, as you said, maybe made that power move and then decided, you know what, I'm just going to sit back, and there's no reason for me to push this pace. I'm going to let Sanchez set the tempo up this section of the climb. And don't forget, Greg, there's also, that out and back section early on that second lap. So these two women will know how big-ish the gaps are behind them. Obviously, they're racing each other, but Perder also could know, okay, I want to make sure I get back to the front. But, man, that gap to Loveseth was pretty big. I probably don't need to, stress that much about her. And Lade and all these other athletes, it's like, man, if you get too aggressive and forget what, like, the big picture is, you could do enough damage where you can't take advantage of the fact that you've created this huge gap, right? Like, she's obviously a big reason why these gaps are where they're at, and might as well be smart and be like, okay, wait, right now this is the race for the win with me and Marta, and if I don't have great legs, might as well not have stressed myself too much, and taken the ability for me to hold on to a podium or top 5 position out of the mark as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think with these out and backs on the course and the visual that they get on the athletes in front and behind, they're doing the maths, crunching the numbers the whole time. And I think clearly these two are in the box seat. Again, though, when you have a marathon PB of over 3 hours and someone has a mid-240 marathon PB, it will play on your mind. But again, I think you're correct. These athletes, their race awareness, their situational awareness, they know they have to run a marathon. They can't overbike. And,
right.
These two athletes in particular, and Holly as well, they've worked hard to create large separation back to some of the other contenders. And now it's a matter of managing that pacing, putting a big exclamation point on this bike ride, getting the fueling and hydration correct, making sure they hit that run course in the best shape possible.
Yeah, and Craig, just getting splits from that 102.3 mile mark on the men's race, and we were calling it as we saw it, and not too different, but we did have Matthew Marquardt in the lead with Christian Hogenhag, which we hadn't had a visual of, in second place, 12 seconds back, and Trevor Foley, who we did have that visual of, 18 seconds back. But as we're looking on the screen here with Marta Sanchez, with Lisa Perder in tow, still a lot of action left, and this little thing called a marathon that all these athletes are going to have to deal with.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana. Enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana. You see Lisa Perderer in the aero bars trying to make a pass on Marta Sanchez as they start riding in the hillier sections of the course. So, Craig, maybe she was kind of waiting for the hillier spots to make a move. She'd been pushing a lot of effort on kind of the flatter sections, which can take a bit of sting out of the legs, trying to make up. Let's not forget, halfway through, she had to stand still for 3 minutes, and she's already made it back up to the front and making quick work of it. As we're back on screen with Matthew Marquardt again in the lead, 12 seconds in front of Christian Hogenhag. Trevor Foley, 18 seconds back. Leon Chevier having a little bit of trouble responding to all these attacks. He's at 46 seconds back, so hasn't lost too much, but certainly on the back foot a little bit. And Robert Callan, 3:11 back. An amazing cyclist is Robert Callan, but if I was to expect a spot where maybe he would get dropped, it would be in this closing section. He's just a bigger athlete, very tall. I mean, he must be 6'6". He's like a really, really big dude. And as strong as you are, you're just not going to be able to respond to these athletes as well. And all this, to be fair, looking at his estimated bike split, Robert Callan, he would still, if riding the same pace he's riding now, break the current bike course record here in Lake Placid and ride a 4:15, and he's lost 3 minutes just in the last few miles. So, Greg, I think that tells you these guys are absolutely getting after it.
They're absolutely hauling. And, yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You're right, though. When the road goes up and you've got to climb, weight becomes a penalty. It's particularly on the sustained climbs. I mean, if they're 1 to 2, 3 minute climbs, you can power over them, but the longer sustained climbs, weight definitely comes into it. So it becomes more of a power to weight than just absolute power on the longer climbs. But yeah, this man, he's making short work at the back end of this bike course, and it's good to see. You were right, Leon Chevalier was definitely looks to have been carrying a little bit of fatigue into this race. Hard to imagine that he wouldn't with a really solid 70.3 effort and international travel 7 days ago. So, and you never really know. You think the recovery has gone well. We heard him talk about sleeping in his own bed, and you never know though until you get up to threshold again for a sustained period and have to hold that output. As it looks like Matthew taking a little peek there, and I think is it Christian? Is it Christian Hogenhag, who's just he's just always there lately, isn't he? Just always there or thereabouts. Completely different race to what we saw in Frankfurt, where he was solo for the 180K. He's pretty much had company for 2/3 of this bike ride, and bided his time. He tested everyone's legs at the start of the second lap, and now he's been able to respond when Matthew's made a move.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just quickly back to Leon and, his legs holding a little bit maybe from the race last weekend. Also, and these are predictive, but on the predictive splits, it has Leon's bike split, and that's even after he got dropped from this group, at a high 4:09. So we're talking over five minutes faster than the previous course record. So when you're flying that close to the surface of the sun, the ability to overcook is obviously pretty easy. And then we did see Bradley Weiss go through, and honestly, he hasn't lost as much time as I thought he might. So he's 6 minutes back, which is a lot of time, but I still think, what we were talking about earlier, that still puts him in a position, I think, for a podium and obviously a world's spot as well. So, I think Brad's in a decent position as we see, again, Christian Hogan, as you said, just continues to just be able to respond. And it's really cool to see someone who's like considered an uber cyclist be able to get that swim up to snuff and be a front group swimmer. And he's able to respond now. Like his predictive bike split is, I'm going to say huge air quotes here, only 4:14. But, that's compared to what a Leon has had to do. So he's been able to hold back a little bit and be a little bit fresher, where Marquardt's predictive time is about a 4:11. So he's kind of in the driver's seat in a much, in a fashion, obviously, to be in the front, but more energy on board late in the bike because you're just not burning the same amount of matches as everybody else around you. It's not like we see everybody riding together and we're like, okay, they're in the same place, so it's the same. But it's like, no, it's not. Those guys had to bridge a big gap to get up. They're in very different places, even though they occupy the same space and time.
Yeah, well, we discussed the possibility that you have to pay the piper at some point. It's either late in the bike or potentially it could be in the marathon. As we see Holly Lawrence here, and she's lost a minute. She's back to about a 4-minute deficit, so still in a great position. But I think to the athlete you mentioned, Brad Weiss, I think the last part of this bike course suits him. He's a lighter guy going up the climb. It looks like he didn't just explode hanging on. It looks like he's had a plan that he's stuck to, and I certainly think if he's in his best run shape, if it's the Brad Weiss we've seen, he can run 2:40 here. So being 6 minutes down off the bike, let's not forget Matthew Marquardt ran a 2:46 here last year. So I think Matthew's a better runner, but just to put it in context, and my question with Leon was, I always do the comparison of an apple to an apple within the race. Today's conditions are different to last year. The race course record last year blew the previous course record out of the water by minutes and minutes.
Right.
I just think a lot of things contribute to time, right? Conditions do, but also the collection of athletes you have on the line at any given race. So within the context of the race today, I would put Leon in the category of any of these boys with his bike riding. So I think, yes, he's still going to bike a 4:09, but I would imagine that he would bike with most of the guys in this field most of the time. So I think that speaks to a little bit of fatigue, even though it's still going to be just a crazy fast bike split.
Right.
But we'll see. We'll see what he can do in the marathon. But you're right about this, man. Again, the versatility, the consistency, and when you don't have any weaknesses, when you are close to the front of the race, from the minute the gun goes off, you have choices and options. You have more than one way you can win a race or finish on a podium, and it's a good luxury, as any athlete will tell you.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about Hogan Hog is to me, it's a little similar to like a Magnus Ditlev. Like we're talking about Frankfurt, he ran a 2:42, right? Which is crazy, and rode a 48. But everybody still wants to call him the Uber cyclist, right? And like Ditlev is in the same thing. You're like, no, dude, I run like sub 240 and I'm swimming really well. Like at what point are you going to realize that I'm just really good across the three disciplines? And sometimes I shine because of my bike, and his bike is going to shine even more now if he wants it to because of that front pack swim. But again, this guy rode a 352 in Frankfurt and rode a 242 off. And even though Frankfurt's a faster course, riding a 352 is hard on the legs, and I think he might have a 242 in him again today.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
And we're here with Holly. We were with Holly Lawrence at in third place, 4 minutes down from our leaders, hanging in really well on her first go at the Ironman distance. And we're here with Matthew Marquardt at the front of the course, again, pushing the pace. Looked like Christian Hogenhaug was able to bridge back up to the wheel. Not totally certain if Trevor Foley was able to do the same, but you could see gritting his teeth. The American really, really wants a little bit of a gap, wants to be able to, you know, I don't know, Craig, if this is a point where I think sometimes the effort, and I was talking about ticky-tack gaps, and in the end it probably will end up being so, but maybe he's doing enough damage to like a Leon Chevier that you know, he's not able to catch up. But I do think what Matthew Marquardt can achieve in this is he knows now he can run a 2:39. And maybe not on this course because it's more difficult, or maybe so because he's been able to pace better on the bike. But what that quote-unquote ticky-tacky gap can give you is a couple of 3 miles of running your pace before the guy you have to outrun gets to you, right? So, you know, and you know that no matter when Trevor Foley, if he catches him, catches Matthew Marquardt will get on his shoulder and try to win the race. So if he can get 45 seconds, and on this course, maybe it gives you more time than that because you use that downhill. Like, yeah, Trevor Foley is going to be able to run that downhill a lot faster, but if you're like, man, if I get a minute, I can get all the way down that hill. Maybe I can get to 10K without the guy catching me and do so while maybe not running at, like, you know, controlling myself, getting the nutrition in. I think that's a very different way to start a marathon, where if you're just running and getting your fuel in, getting cool if you need it, getting everything sorted, the difference between that and immediately having to get on the gas and get on somebody's shoulder, that can be the difference between life or death in a marathon and an Ironman.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's the difference between making your own decisions and feeling in control, or feeling like somebody else is dictating to you and you're trying to keep up, or half a step behind, or 2% more uncomfortable than you'd like to be. So I think it's partly physical and physiological, but also a large part mental as well. Being able to set your own agenda at the start of the run, I think, is huge. And as we see Matthew, he looks great still. Look at the cadence, and well, he's just missed that bollard by not much, but he is looking great. It did look like either Trevor Foley or Christian Hogenhaug had closed the gap. So to your other point, you know, is it a ticky-tacker time gap? 40 seconds you can get in your own rhythm, but it's also the damage you might do. He might have sensed that one or two of the other boys were right on the envelope, right on the edge, and he thought, you know what, I'm just going to press this a little more, see if I can do some damage to them. And you know, you can be right on the edge and uncomfortable for a long term, but at some point it just becomes a bridge too far. And if, you know, again, that's the situational awareness and the race smarts of these athletes. If you sense that you've got your competitor on the ropes, they're going through a bad patch, or maybe they're struggling with their nutrition, then maybe you go for a bit of throttle. Maybe you press the advantage and just try and put them on the back foot. And again, it's a good move. I mean, he's making good decisions. On paper, he lost 10 minutes in the marathon last year to a man who's with him in this bike group. So he's got to do something. He's got to, if he wants to win, he has to try something.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think, you can hope that maybe you're going to have run legs that you've never had before and the other guy doesn't, but you don't have control of that, really, once you get to the marathon. But he does have control of his situation right now, and these athletes are going through that timing mat just under 110 miles, and Matthew Marquardt has gone through with Christian Hogenhaug just 4 seconds behind. And again, Matthew's estimated bike split now has gone to 4:12, so that again would break his course record by a fair amount of minutes. And it's been a few seconds now, and Trevor Foley hasn't gone through that timing mat either. And this is a good opportunity and a good space to make a gap like this, because obviously the hills will help you do so. And then, as I said earlier, there's, you know, some fast sections in between these hills, some little rollers off the back, but you're also coming into a high amount of age group athletes that are still on their first lap. So it gets a little confusing. Yeah, you could probably see the motorcycle with the camera near the athletes, but it's still a little harder to know exactly where your competitors are in front of you. And at this point, he's getting pretty close in some of these sections to being out of sight of Trevor Foley, because again, I haven't seen Trevor's split come up yet. And I think this is a big effort. If he's putting that kind of time on Trevor Foley, so he's now, Craig, 1 minute and 21 seconds that he's put on Trevor Foley in the last 8 miles. That's a fair bit, and that's going to be even bigger gap to Leon Chevalier and obviously to Callan and to Weiss. So Matthew Marquardt is taking it into his own hands and being aggressive late, and maybe using that, like if his new race plan has to be, okay, I'm going to cramp out of the swim, I got to go easy on the bike to start, I think he's almost tricking himself into what I think is a much better way to race an Ironman bike leg, which is leave some for the end, where in the past he just used to go and get big gaps as much as he could, and then eventually he would get caught late in the race, where now it's like you let the legs come to you, you wait till you're warmed up a little bit, and then you put the power down. And yeah, Craig, again, he's gone through that split, and it's 1 minute and 20 to Foley. Still haven't seen Chevalier come through yet, but these bike splits are going to be insane. Foley's going to still be around 4:10 and have lost a few minutes at the end of this bike ride. It's crazy what they're doing out there, man.
Yeah, it's not a race winning gap, but the question is not the time gap. It's what damage has been done to Trevor's legs, going so hard early, setting the pace, being the one sprinting up all those hills, bridging the gaps. That's more the question. What state is Trevor in? What are his energy levels like? Has he overbiked even marginally? I agree with you. I mean, the best way, any sports scientist will tell you, the best way to get a great outcome at these endurance events is to have a really steady effort where you even split your output. As we see Matt taking his feet out of his shoes here, he's coming up to the dismount line. It's been another phenomenal ride, and maybe the fact he is suffering this cramping makes him be 5 or 10 or 15% more conservative in the early stages. And again, it's a closed energy equation. You still have that energy. Once your body comes good, you've got the energy.
Yeah. And Craig, as we see Matthew Marquardt get off of his bike right before the dismount line, hand his bike to one of our wonderful volunteers and run through first off of the bike. Obviously, Matthew Marquardt, his bike split 4:12:28. That is absolutely cruising. Again, about 4 minutes faster than the bike record that he set last year. And he looks a little bit confused. Just want to make sure he knows where he's going. Looks over his shoulder. Wahoo Element Bolt, fastest bike split 4:12:28 from Matthew Marquardt first off of the bike. There's going to be some faster bike splits behind him. Christian Hogenhag isn't going to have it, but 4:14:50 again under the course record. And Craig, I think he's 28 seconds behind at this point. That's we've still been talking a lot about Matthew Marquardt and a lot about Trevor Foley and a bit about Leon Chevalier, but Christian Hogenhag is like, look at his chops right now, because I guarantee you somewhere in his race plan was go as easy as I can while being in the race till as late as possible and then go hard because I've got 3 races in 21 days. And this is an athlete that I think we're overlooking a little bit. His run can be inconsistent at times. It's either on or it's not, kind of, right? So, I mean, this guy's run mid 240, low 240 4 times, I think, 240.01 at Hamburg a few years ago. So very, very strong runner. And on a course like this, especially if he's doing everything as easy as he possibly can, and you're that kind of cyclist, like, this is a hard person's run course. It's going to be whose legs can handle just an absolute beating. And, a strong cyclist is always in the mix for me, and a strong cyclist that can run a 240 flat. Christian Hogenhag has every opportunity to win this race here today.
He's in a great position as we see Trevor Foley coming in 1 minute 27 back. We see Trevor now jogging. He looks a bit ginger. Trevor doesn't look I mean, Matthew looked great coming in. I will say about Christian, it wasn't too long ago that he got 20th in Ironman Texas and ran a 3:15. And I'm not saying he's that saying he's that athlete. I think he's a different athlete. And that was a different course, hot day as well. I think he's certainly figured a few things out about the recipe that works for him. And No, I agree. I mean, it's not just about being the strongest. It's about being the strongest and using your energy the smartest. And it seems like he's used his energy smart today. He's had a lightning fast transition. Can't wait to see the Ruby transition times. He's flown through there, and now we've got a shoulder-to-shoulder battle in the early stages of this run.
Yeah, and I think Matthew Marquardt is going to be pretty shocked by that, right? Like the fact that he did that work, had 30 seconds, and Hogenhog somehow, I don't know how you erase 30 seconds in that transition, but he does it, puts his hat on, and gets to work, and he is jogging. Hogenhog is definitely letting this race come to him. And again, I'm kind of making this all up, but I assume that I'm pretty confident that's in his race plan. Is just go as easy as you can till it's time to actually race. And he keeps looking at his watch, jogging. You can see him trying to get the creaks out of his neck maybe a little bit. We see Spectator trying to get an Instagram going as fast as these athletes. Matthew Marquardt must know him, giving him something, maybe telling him to slow down. He's making you feel bad, but and all that, who knows? Hogenhog looks like he's in his own world. He doesn't even care that Marquardt's there. What are you seeing from the body language of Hogenhog and Marquardt right now?
Well, Marquardt's definitely got the better turnover, but again, we can slice and dice and run the slide rule over their techniques all we want. All that matters is the pace that you can maintain. And Matthew looks like he's a bit more aggressive at the start, but let's see what Christian does here. I agree with you. He looked like he wanted to get through, as we see Leon Chevalier come in, and he's had a great bike ride as well. He's lost a couple of minutes, and it looks like Trevor Foley's had a great transition as well, because he was a tick under a minute 30 coming off the bike, but now looks like he's 54 seconds down out onto the marathon course. So yeah, Matthew's making short work of these early Ks, but it's so early in the run. I mean, he does look a little bit more fluent than Christian. I think that's just his natural gait, but I agree with you that Christian has a huge capacity on the bike, and I don't think he's gone anywhere near it today. So I think we'll see a really strong run out of him.
Yeah, and I think the way we're running, they're running, and I don't think any of this is necessarily intentional. I think Christian's just doing his run, but he's running at a pace where they're running down this very steep hill. But if you look at him, he's still running in a space where he has good flow, but he's not heavy on his legs at all. Where Matthew Marquardt is leaning into it a bit, and he's a little bit heavy, like his quads are taking a bit of a beating on that downhill. And I think that's one thing that sometimes these athletes can, maybe mismanage, is just really letting it go that first time down that hill. Because, I mean, Craig, you're out of transition, and then you're straight down a hill that you do not, I mean, you want to, but most people do not want to have to run down after riding 112 miles on the bike. But right now, Matthew Marquardt being aggressive, there's no doubt that he's trying to win this race. And, he could get on the shoulder of Christian Hogenhog and, try to hang on and do the best he can and think that's going to be a two-man race. But that's not the two men in this race. He's still trying to beat Trevor Foley. And you can manage things then a little differently once they get to this long out and back section, once you see how Trevor looks and see if he's close enough. But Trevor, again, as you said, really good transition, now just 53 seconds behind Chevalier at 2:54 behind. And Trevor looks like his strong running form we're used to seeing. That turnover is quick. I was a little bit noticing the gingerness in transition as well, and it's a little slick on that concrete, so maybe that was part of it. But often you see him kind of bounding whenever he's on his feet, and now he's rolling into that. And yeah, these four gentlemen are all, again, very capable of low 240, sub 240 marathons, and all the top three within a minute of each other, and then Chevalier another 2 minutes back. There's a lot of good racing to come here, Greg.
Yeah, Trevor looks good. He does look good. You were right, he did look a bit ginger, but maybe it was they were on the Olympic ice skating ring. Maybe it was a little slick underfoot. But it is interesting, though. And I mean, we've watched for years athletes, like as we see a guy doing a bike trainer session on the side of the road. I love it, getting his workout in while watching the race. Great time management. Athletes like Mirinda Carfrae, for instance, when they just can't wait to get off the bike, to get on the chase. From the first step off the bike, they attack it. And Trevor certainly didn't look like that, getting off the bike and even handing his bike off. But again, he has biked a 408 or a 409, so you are going to be a little ginger. That's an unbelievable bike ride. I mean, Matthew Marquardt's only held the bike course record for 1:27 there because Trevor's rolled back into town, and he set a new benchmark. But yeah, I mean, we're in the early stages of this run. Looks like Matthew's gone out quick. I agree with you. It looked like Christian was being quite tentative on that really steep downhill section. He looks more fluent now on the flat, sort of rolling terrain here, checking his watch, checking his pacing, but it'll be interesting to see what happens with Trevor, because I think from what we saw, he looked like, as we see, is that Robert Callan coming in off the bike. So yeah, he's lost a bit of time, as you called it. He lost about, I want to say 4 or 5 minutes into that last climb, that uphill section. He is a big man. As we get a nice side-on shot of Trevor here, and tell me what you think. What do you think, Matt?
I like to take my time before I respond. I don't want to jump into anything, Craig. But I think that Trevor looks great, and I think he's, if I was a betting man and I wanted to do it late in a race when they're already on the marathon, I'd bet a lot on Trevor Foley right now. That's a pretty safe bet, but you can't take anything away from Matthew Marquardt, and Matthew Marquardt is in the lead, and that's what matters at this point. But Trevor Foley looks smooth. He has a lot more, obviously history running. Maybe not marathon specifically, but just running. He's high caliber athlete, collegiate runner. And, I think that 236 last year, we were all like, amazed by it. And he was like, oh, I thought I can run faster, right? Like he thinks he can run faster than that, or knows so, if you ask him, I'm sure. But Matthew Marquardt looks great. He's obviously being aggressive, still on a downhill section, but, his running form can be a bit loose if he's fatigued, and, still has a characteristic his own in his run form, but looks very contained and controlled in that space. But Craig, the man behind him, Christian Hogenhag, impresses me in is running economy. Like if you looked at these two athletes, Hogenhag is more efficient, right? There's no doubt about that. He looks very, very smooth. That doesn't mean that he's going to run faster than Marquardt, but he does look very, very efficient. And it's just crazy to me that someone that we would dare call an Uber cyclist looks like that coming off of that bike ride and looks that smooth and comfortable, as we see your man Bradley Weiss coming off of the bike, and it looks like he's now 9:45 down. So in the grand scheme of things, he hemorrhaged less time late than Callan did. He's only just over 2 minutes behind Robert Callan, and he certainly will come over the top of Robert on the run just with his running pedigree. But he's in a position to sweep up and move into the top three, and more importantly for him, get that world spot, which almost certainly will roll if he gets in that top five. So great end of the bike ride for Bradley Weiss to keep it together. But yeah, man on screen, Trevor Foley running smooth, and we can see we have one split just through a half a mile, which doesn't tell us too much, but it was 3 seconds on Hogenhag, Trevor Foley at 42, Leon Chevier at 2:52. So Chevier running the slowest of the top four through that first half mile, but again, it's just a half mile, kind of getting warmed up to get ready to run down that hill.
Say again.
As we zoom back up to the front here and see Matthew Marquardt leading this race, and I think he looks good. I think he's got great range through his hips. You talked about on the bike. It was interesting listening to you talk about the cramping and the issue with the nerve in his quad. As we see Brad Weiss going through T2 here, and yeah, I think Brad's in with a real good shout. If he can run the way we think he can and the way he has in the past, he's certainly on track to get that Ironman World Championships qualification, because a lot of these men in front already have that box checked, although I don't think Trevor does, and neither does Leon. So, but there are 4 spots up for grabs today. I know Matthew definitely has qualified, as has Christian. So Bradley's giving himself every opportunity here to check that box and punch his ticket to the Ironman World Championships. But yeah, just thinking about the new positions on the bike and the new super bikes, I feel that the athletes are able to get these aerodynamic positions, but their hip angle's way more open than it used to be. So if there is some sort of pressure through that femoral nerve or whatever is going on that's causing that cramping that Matthew's suffering from, you know, I think the time trial positions on the bike now are a little bit more forgiving on the body than they used to be. So maybe that's the reason he can ride through it. I'm not sure. I'm certainly not a doctor. And he's a medical student, so he's probably got more insights than I do. But I thought he looked good in the run. I do agree with you. I think Christian has improved his running. I think he's economical, as we see Henrik Gosch coming into transition now. So he's still top 10. Brad Weiss went through in sixth spot there.
Yeah, and Gosch is not to be overlooked either, right? Like, he's an athlete that, you know, he could fight for the podium theoretically here today from this position. Maybe a little bit far out for that with the athletes that are in the podium, but certainly can fight for the top 5 and capable, obviously, of great results with third place at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. And, you know, right now it was kind of just that first few miles of the, as I said, the kind of settling in, and like, are you either just running, or are you racing? And it seemed like Matthew Marquardt was racing from the beginning of the run, and Håkon Haag just kind of letting his legs come to him a little bit, especially through that downhill. But love the way Håkon Haag has approached this day, and obviously that, you know, improved swim is helping him do so. As we look at the Ruvi transition to top 3 fastest men times so far, it's Leon Chevier 1:52, Trevor Foley at 2 minutes, and Christian Håkon Haag at 2:05, with Matthew Marquardt losing time to all of those 3 athletes. But I love this shot of Håkon Haag on the overhead. And as I said that, we'll switch to Gosch coming through transition, gives his running bag to some of our wonderful volunteers, and gets himself out on the run course and looking quite smooth. And also, Craig, Jason West off of the bike as well, 14:26 behind at 4:29 bike split for him. So he's got work cut out for him if he wants to get into that top 5 or try to get a world spot for himself. But for first Ironman, he's put himself in a good position. He's looking for that run gear bag, grabs it, and yeah, he looks like he's in a good position. And this is a guy, like, I've seen go toe to toe. This is a few years ago with Trevor Foley on the run and take the win. Like, you know, he over the 70.3 distance, you know, we're talking 106, 107 runs. Like, he is an amazing runner. It's possible, we don't know the training he's done for this marathon, but it's possible he could be running a mid 2:35. And if you do that, you know, 12 minutes down or 14 minutes down, that puts you in the top 5, right? So, you know, it's a Hansen type of run. And, you know, we don't know where Hansen is yet, but we know he's going to run fast when he gets to the marathon, but put himself a little bit out of contention at this point as we see this shot. Don't see Foley quite yet behind, but we do see Håkon Haag and Matt.
No, we can see we can see Trevor
Foley?
back there. Yeah, Trevor's there, so he's slowly closing in. It looks like Matthew's just letting himself go a lot more on the downhills.
Yep.
Christian's a little more controlled, and Trevor looks completely controlled as well. I agree with you about Henrik Gosch. I mean, he ran at 2:43 in Cairns to get third. He also won Ironman 70.3 Port Macquarie earlier this year, so he's carrying some good form into this race. And he ran a 2:39 in Frankfurt last year, so we know he has got a fast marathon in him. But yeah, this is where the race is at the moment, and I think Matthew looks good. He looks like he's attacking early. It's quite noticeable on the downhills. He's just letting himself go, as we see Jason West come out of Ruvi T2 now. And yeah, he is a guy, if he's got any juice at all left in his legs, can definitely run a sub 240. As we see, he's got the nerd belt on there, heading out, carrying his nutrition with him, which is a smart play, particularly in your first Ironman marathon. Make sure you're getting the calories and the electrolytes that you need.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, and he's doing a great job of it. Looks smooth, and we can see through the 2.3 miles, our splits are through Marquardt. And just say we have Trevor Foley making a move into second place. So he's made very, very quick work. Hogan Hogg with a little smile on his face and a few words. These guys are chatting. I think he wants him to slow down a little bit. I love the attitude and energy of Hogan Hogg. It just seems like he's always having fun, even when he's put himself in a bunch of pain. But Trevor he looks like the guy who's jogging and just running faster than everybody else. Like, clearly he's not near capacity right now. Where, not that Hogan Hogg looks so, but Marquardt definitely is pushing that pace a little bit more. But Trevor Foley now just about, he's less than 15 seconds, probably about 12 seconds behind the leader on course right now, Matthew Marquardt.
I'm not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we're here with Trevor Foley running here in the early sections of the run course, but not too early. He's made up that gap. We see Christian Hogan Hogg in the background, Matthew Marquardt in the foreground, looking comfortable. Trevor giving a smile to the camera. He's got the Heisman carry going with the water bottle as well. You don't get more relaxed and comfortable than Trevor Foley right now. It looks like he's a running back going towards the end zone. And yeah, the end zone right now is Matthew Marquardt. We'll see if they have any interactions. We had a pass like this last year, but it came after 20 miles into the marathon, very, very late in that last out and back coming into the finish, and a lot earlier today, especially with the way that Trevor Foley's season has gone. The fact that he's in this position now, I think he could not be happier, and he did it in such a dynamic fashion. But Craig, let's see if there's any words exchanged between these two as Trevor Foley moves in the lead.
Or a fist pump, like a fist bump like last year. So
nothing.
No, nothing. Oh no,
Oh, there it is.
There's a little bit of a chat. Matthew's asking questions. Trevor's obliging and answering the questions. But yeah, I mean,
Trevor looks like he's jogging.
He looks like he's in second gear. He does. He looks completely relaxed while running at about 5:30 mile pace or 3:35, 3:40 per kilometre pace. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because the first part of this course is all downhill. Now they're on the flat bit in the middle. The real running's yet to come, the tougher sections. And Trevor looks completely relaxed. Just to give you a bit of context, last year when he crashed at the Ironman World Championships, I actually caught up with him the day after the race. I saw him at the coffee shop and we're having a chat, and he was thinking about using all the fitness that he had in the bank, you know, a long build up to the Ironman World Championships. And because that hadn't played out, he had the bike crash. He was looking into doing a late season marathon, and he thought he could run a 2:14 or 2:15. That's, as you know, that's a very high level of running.
Yeah.
You know, we saw earlier this year, I think the guy who's the best runner in the best pure runner in the history of our sport, Alex Yee, ran a 2:12 in the London Marathon. For Trevor to target that kind of a time, that's the pedigree, that's the quality of his running background.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And right now, I mean, two athletes that are showing their pedigree more and more every time they race. I mean, both of these, you know, Sanchez maybe has more results over the Ironman distance, but put her with second place in Cozumel last year, third in Texas this year, showing that, you know, she's a contender. And again, you know, a lot of previews, and if you ask me, I would not have picked Perder for the win here today, and she's certainly put herself in position to do so, being aggressive. And again, like, I would have called her out of it after that blue card, and she's right back in. And to me, that is maybe the most impressive thing, is that she's that confident that it did not seem like that bothered her for more than a couple minutes. Like, obviously was disturbed. She didn't think she deserved it, but then she moved on and was having a good time within 15 or 20 minutes of that penalty. And to me, that shows a confidence in an athlete, in their capabilities, and realizing what it takes to win an Ironman, and that the gaps are going to be greater or less, you know, greater than 3 minutes most likely for the very top spots. But right now on screen is Holly Lawrence, still having a fantastic race, and not too far away from giving birth to her first child, and you know, in this kind of fitness already, again in her first shot over the Ironman distance. I'm super impressed by Holly Lawrence, and again, she's still in fighting distance, Craig. Like, and you know, we don't know how controlled or not controlled she is right now, but she looks great. And, you know, she is a very, very good runner, has had some amazing times over the 70.3 and shorter distance. And Holly Lawrence, if she's within 3 minutes, I mean, you couldn't bet against her for the win.
No, I think she's having an amazing Ironman debut. I mean, she's clearly in great form from those two results at the T100 events earlier this year. She seems to be getting out of the saddle a little more on the climbs than the other two. We see Marta and Lisa taking the climbs a little more in the saddle, but I don't want to read too much into that. She might just be stretching out her lower back. It takes a long time for your body to get conditioned to holding this position for 180 kilometers. So, you know, Holly certainly doesn't have the Ironman events in her body that these two athletes have, but yeah, I think she couldn't have scripted a better start to this race, and knowing that the run is her strength, or one of her strengths, she's still right in this game, has all to play for, as we see Marta Sanchez taking a look back. Lisa seems content just to sit back. She's fueling up there, getting her fluids on board. Very important part of this bike ride, to make sure you're fully topped up on your carbohydrates, making sure you're replenishing all those electrolytes that you're sweating out. So this race, yeah, it's playing out nicely. I am still interested to see where Loveset gets off the bike, because
thought you might say that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a long race, and you are 100% correct. After lap one on the bike, Lisa showed a maturity and an experience not to panic in the penalty tent. She knew it was going to be a long race, and that the time gaps would potentially blow out on the second lap and even on the marathon. So, you know, it's interesting that she got a second place in the T100 event in Singapore, which shows she's got good speed. I mean, it shows she likes racing in the heat, because that's oppressive heat, and that can somewhat cloud a result, particularly a run. Athletes who really just perform well and are acclimated in the heat. It doesn't say too much, but yeah, these two ladies are still in the box seat, and it's going to be an interesting marathon.
Yeah, and I think to answer your question, Solveig Lofseth, I think to me this is a big thing, because she hasn't lost more time and has gained since earlier in the bike ride. She's gone through at 7 minutes down. So actually just 43 seconds behind the woman on screen, Holly Lawrence. So Loveseth is, building into it. The last split she's gone through at the exact same pace as our two leaders. So clearly not fading and is strong in the back section. And I think on a course that has, a lot more climbing to go, she might move into these two athletes depending if they start racing each other or not up these hills. But I think more importantly, as you move forward in the later sections of the bike ride and you have more energy, the athlete that has more energy in that section is also generally the athlete that's going to have more energy in the tank for a good marathon, where if you're starting to slow at the end of the bike ride, you're already kind of in a depletion state. And to answer your question, I think Solveig Loveseth is in a good position, and still with the run she showed recently, she has capability of winning.
It's a good indicator, isn't it? An athlete's energy levels, their pacing, that last third of the bike, the last hour on the bike. It's always a good sign when their cadence is still high. They're sort of moving through the race, gaining confidence. So it was interesting how these two women just attacked that first lap, and it was awesome to watch as a fan. Put everybody on notice and everyone else in the field on the back foot. But the dust has settled a little now, and Solveig Loveseth, she's an experienced, even though she's new to Ironman racing, she's raced Olympic Games, she's raced WTCS races, she's been around, so she understands high pressure situations, and I think she understands how to get the most out of herself.
Oh yeah, she certainly does, and I think that the kind of experience, again, as you said, over different distances is, it's telling. But Holly Lawrence riding well in the back sections of this bike course.
We do see Holly getting out of the saddle quite a lot in these last sections of the bike course. I think, again, not wanting to read too much into it, potentially just stretching out the hip flexors, the lower back muscles, the glutes. Every athlete has a different strategy for their cadence, how they want to go over or I shouldn't say attack the climbs, but go over the climbs, crest the hill, power up again on the downhill. And I mean, we saw Holly doing that on the first lap, even when she was with our two leaders and they were a threesome. They were a group of three. The other two were taking some of the shorter climbs in the saddle and she was out of the saddle. So nothing too much to read into that. I think she's having a great race and setting herself up nicely here with, if she's been on top of the fueling, I think she's got the pacing pretty much spot on here. If she's been on top of the fueling and hydration, I think she can run a great marathon.
No, I think you're right. And I think, what you pointed out with her getting in and out of the saddle a lot, sometimes you look at athletes late in a bike ride and would think maybe that shows that they're a little fatigued and they're trying to get power from somewhere else, where the opposite with Holly. If we didn't see her getting out of the saddle like that, I would think that she was fatigued and not riding like herself. She's always kind of been that dynamic rider, using momentum and getting out of the saddle on little rollers and to kind of shake things up. And yeah, I mean, this does not look like an athlete that is hanging on or waiting to get to transition, or I can't wait for this bike ride to be over. It seems like an athlete that's in control and riding quite well. And some more splits have come through that 102-mile mark, Craig. So Regan Holyoke at 11:34, behind 11:35, Lotta Wilms, Penny Slater 11:40. And yeah, Penny Slater, we've seen her obviously at the World Champs in Nice have a great result. She does really well on tough courses and tends to do so in the back half. And if you look at, she's 6 seconds behind 5th place right now. She's in a great position on a course that suits her well. And again, Craig, I will say I am shocked that I just read off the top 7 through 102 miles and I didn't say Maya Stage Nielsen or Jackie Herring or Danielle Lewis. So this race is looking very, very different than I think a lot of us thought as we were, looking into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been interesting dynamics, a few new athletes in the mix, some coming back from injury, some coming back from layoff, some stepping up from short course. I always think, all of those things are great ingredients to add into the race dynamic mix. And I think it's great that Regan Holyoake, Lotta Wilms and Penny Slater have formed a little group. They're about 11 and a half minutes down. And you're right, I mean, Penny Slater did finish 7th at the Ironman World Championships last year. So in one of the best fields ever assembled, a really deep, high-quality field, of course, being the World Championships. And has had some stomach issues. Didn't have her best day in Swansea last weekend, but it looks like she's rebounding quite well here. And she's got herself in a good position. The top 5 is well and truly up for grabs for all of these women.
Oh yeah, no, I would say so for sure. And a course like this, it's this tough on the bike and the run. And it's the same on the men's side. There's going to be in the top 5 or top 7. There's going to be 1 or 2 athletes that just overdid it somewhere and are going to
detonate. They're going to detonate.
Yeah, for sure, at some point, right? So, there's going to be some movement there. You never know if it's going to be you or not till you get a little bit into the marathon, but certainly some moves to be made. Still waiting for more splits out on the men's run course as well, but the women getting very, very close to the finish of the Zook bike course, and again, still in one of the hillier sections in the hilly section of the bike course here in Lake Placid. And it looks like Marta Sanchez still having no trouble being the one pushing the pace and setting the tempo.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching Lisa Perder make up that 3-minute deficit, that 3-minute penalty that she had to serve at the end of lap 1. She did catch up and made that really ostentatious pass. Maybe it was just to say, hey, Marta, I'm back. But ever since then, it's really been Marta Sanchez predominantly on the front, with Lisa sitting like 15 or 20 meters back. And just watching Marta's every move.
Yeah, no, I love the way that she's racing again. When she caught back up, kind of made sure that Marta knew where she was, and then did kind of, I think, the smart thing and just became a shadow there for a little bit. We are getting some new splits coming through, and Danielle Lewis has moved into 8th place, so she's a big mover, 4 spots up at 14:39 behind our leader, with Jackie Herring with her at 14:40 and Lord Jansen at 14:48. So power group there as well through 102 miles with some hills to come. So see how all those women come off the bike together. And 14 minutes down, again, exactly what we just said as we see Trevor Foley going through an aid station. With those 3 athletes rounding out the top 10, there's certainly 1 or 2 in there that have the capabilities of still running into the top 5. Possibly if you have a Danielle Lewis on a big day running in to the podium. And as soon as the podium came out of my mouth, I know some Danielle Lewis fans are saying she could still win. And I'm not going to say she can't, because I put my foot in my mouth last year saying she couldn't. That woman is a talent and has a stubbornness at the end of races to not want to give in. That is a great compliment to her. She's great. As we see Matthew Marquardt running really well, looking smooth in the middle sections of the first lap of this Hoka run course. As we saw, obviously he was passed by our leader, Trevor Foley, but hanging in there pretty well, if you ask me. But Matthew Marquardt doing the best he can to keep himself in contention, and hoping that Trevor Foley has overdone it somewhere. But Craig, as we were talking, he hasn't overdone it anywhere. I mean, to me, it's just crazy. It just kind of defies, what we're looking at here. Like, he looks like he's jogging, and he's moving across the ground so much quicker than anyone else. To me, it actually is very reminiscent body style as well of Jesse Thomas and the way that he ran, and it just looked natural and comfortable. And you're like, man, he looks like he's jogging, and he's really running away from me at quite a quick rate of speed. But Trevor Foley in the lead of Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
This is where I wanna be.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Hyperice. Keep moving. Better than ever. And by Roca. Find faster with Roca. Matthew Marquardt still moving well. And again, Craig, I think he's in a great position to have, a incredible run split for Lake Placid, but I think a run split that's on par with what he was running in Cairns and continuing to move forward in what he shows us that he's capable of. And Trevor Foley hasn't run away with it yet, and I wouldn't say there's any need for him to try to do so. Obviously, being the fastest runner unequivocally in this field or within 10 minutes of him at the moment, there's no reason to really push yourself. There's other runners out there now on course. Jason West, we know he can run well. Braden Curry is in 12th place at the moment. He can run well, but certainly not athletes that have the capabilities of moving up to Trevor Foley's shoulder. So well in control and just doing what he needs to do at the moment.
Man, he's fun to watch. I love the comparison with Jesse Thomas, another collegiate runner. I think Jesse ran at Stanford, was a steeplechaser, came over to triathlon, and just, yeah, there is a lot of similarities in the run techniques of these two athletes, or of Trevor with Jesse. And I mean, we're talking about a guy who was a Florida high school state champion. He ran at the University of Florida. I mean, that's, for those who are familiar with collegiate sports in the US, that's high level running. I mean, to be a Florida state champ. But again, to your point, I love what this man, he continues to progress. He continues to check the boxes. He's improving. He's trending up. His stocks are on the rise. His tri journey's in full swing, and he makes noticeable improvements race to race. But yeah, I've got a huge man crush on this guy. He's just, I mean, I think a lot of the indifferent performances that we referenced earlier in the broadcast today were just from scheduling mistakes. Like he tried to race Ironman 70.3 Boulder the week after Eagleman. I mean, after going deep in an Ironman Pro Series race, and I understand that. I mean, you want to race your home race. So I don't think any of those performances were due to a lack of ability, or it was more scheduling and sort of those sorts of associated issues. But yeah, I mean, it seems that he's got his pacing right on the bike. If he's got the fueling right, he's in the box seat right now, and as is this man. I mean, he just continues to be consistent and lay down, quite honestly, just world-class performances. He's not an Uber biker, he's an Uber triathlete, Matthew Marquardt. He's a front pack swimmer, incredibly strong on the bike. His run has improved out of sight. He suffered that cramping issue again, which is just extremely bizarre. I don't know about you, Matt, but I've never really seen anything like that, with just sort of the repetitive nature of that cramping. And it's almost now when, you know, Matthew's in a race, you're just waiting for it to happen. I'm sure he is. It's just happening with regularity, and it must be just so hard mentally. But yeah, he just continues to soldier on, like just a physically gifted and mentally tough athlete.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and it is remarkable what he's capable of doing. And this is our first shot of Solveig Lovseth on the bike that you know, we've had a longer shot of her while moving around on the course, and yeah, again, she looks smooth. And last we saw, she was within reach of Holly Lawrence. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we even see her bridge up to Holly when she's on camera, if she hasn't already. But certainly an athlete that, I mean, Craig, we're at the very end of this bike ride, and yeah, she looks like you could put a cup of coffee on the top of her back. I mean, she looks smooth, and again, this is aerodynamic position up some tough hills late in the course. So she's certainly not overdone anything at this point. You can't look that smooth if you've burned too many matches.
Yeah, she looks smooth as silk, and she's obviously put a lot of time and effort, as has her team, in refining her position. It can take a long time to really get comfortable in what's an awkward and unnatural position, with your posterior chain muscles in that lengthened position for so long. As we see a brake aero as she continues on this climb, but her cadence still looks great. And I mean, she's only at race number 2 of her Ironman career, and she looks right at home. The cadence, everything about the way she's riding this course and in Hamburg as well, just makes me think she's got a massive future at this distance.
Oh, she certainly does, and you know, we could be talking, you know, in just a few hours about her come from behind victory and not be too surprised by it. She certainly has, you know, a confidence to an extent, just, you know, from that result, but certainly an athlete that's new and an exploration of what she's actually capable of over the Ironman distance in triathlon. And she's doing some special things, and yeah, looking smooth here in Lake Placid in the late stages of the bike ride. And yeah, she's you know, been consistent this year for sure, and you know, she's, you know, already in 5th place in the Ironman Pro Series, and that's, you know, still with just three races. So, you know, definitely has the ability to gain a lot more points here today, and possibly move into, you know, a top position in the Ironman Pro Series is Solveig Lovseth.
And that's a really great point, because as we see our 2 lead women have dismounted, and now they're hitting the Ruby transition zone side by side. Lisa Perderer and Marta Sanchez almost started the ride together. They've definitely finished it together. There was a little period in the middle of the race where Lisa had a rest in the penalty tent, but they've now hit T2 together, and we're going to get a shoulder-to-shoulder battle, at least early in this marathon.
Yeah, no, it's certainly seems like it, and they both look comfortable and smooth getting off the bike, and you know, in control of their effort for sure. As we see, there's Marta Sanchez cruising through, not too far behind, and our Wahoo Element Bolt first off the bike split 4:51.25 to Marta Sanchez, as we look on screen at Solveig Lovseth, still riding through, hasn't quite made it through that 109-mile mark checkpoint yet, but we do know that she's riding smooth. I wouldn't be surprised, Craig, if she gets a minute or so, or 30 to 45 seconds into the lead of those top two by the time we see her get off of the bike ride. But again, it just looks like her energy management is really, really top notch right now, and seems to be riding in a smooth position. And I was just going to say, I'm curious if she did, and she has passed Holly Lawrence for third place and has made up that minute gap I thought might happen already. So she's 5:54 down at 109 miles. So again, Craig, that kind of positive momentum, she's going to come off the bike, 5:45 down, something like that, but with good energy on these two athletes on screen. And I think it's going to be a fight.
As we see Marta and Lisa leave transition, both seem to be wearing those cooling headbands. So, it maybe speaks to that humidity that you talked about here, as we see Lisa actually drop something and go back, some of her nutrition. Quickly back into stride though, but yeah, it speaks to that humidity that you talked about, Matt. When it does storm here and then clears up, you get humid conditions. So both women obviously mindful of core body temperature management and temperature management in this race. And yeah, that little drop has just cost Lisa about 10 meters, but yeah, now they're both into the marathon and both looking good to start with. But yeah, no, I completely agree with your statements about Solveig Lofset. I mean, she seems to be just carrying a lot of momentum into this marathon now. She's made up a little bit of time. She's made up some places. And just looking at her body language on the bike there, she did look like her energy management was totally under control. There's so much for these women to run for here with the Ironman Pro Series. I mean, we mentioned that Kat Matthews is sitting comfortably on the top of the standings, and looks like she's going to, notwithstanding disaster later in the season, she's in the box seat to defend her Ironman Pro Series title. But one thing that we can't forget is, particularly for the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, we're going to have athletes coming in who haven't been racing or targeting the Ironman Pro Series, like Taylor Knibb for the women, and Jelle Geens, Martin Van Riel, Hayden Wild potentially in the men. So taking points off athletes who have aspirations to maybe get an Ironman Pro Series podium. So these opportunities, these last few opportunities to bank some points are very, very important.
Oh, they certainly are, and it's it's going to be a fight to the very end, and I think that's why we're going to see some athletes really pushing to the end as well, because every second matters out here on course. And this is a course where it'd be pretty easy to lose a lot of points by not kind of staying on the gas late, and maybe letting some gaps open. It's a course that's this tough. It's certainly easy for those to continue to just open up and lose time, as we see Solveig again still raining hard here in the downtown area of Lake Placid. We see Solveig doing her best to stay smooth and upright as she heads around the city center and getting very, very close to transition here, Craig. And back to Marta Sanchez on that downhill section of the course. See how much she opens things up. And what the early racing is going to be between these two athletes, if they're just going to be trying to game each other here early, or if they realize that Solveig Lofset is within striking distance and someone that certainly deserves respect on the marathon. But right now it is shoulder to shoulder. Maybe Perder going on the right side of the road, try to open up a little bit of a gap. Marta Sanchez doesn't seem to respond, looks over, and she's like, wait, what are you doing over there? You got to be on this side of the road. And there we go. Lisa Perder on the left side of the road going up a little roller. And these can be telling too after a downhill, what the legs actually feel like and what the coordination is like going up a little rise after running down that big hill.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough marathon, isn't it? Straight into a big downhill section. And it was interesting watching the contrasting styles of these two women as they went down. Marta Sanchez had a bit more of a slightly forward lean, more of I guess what you'd call a textbook running style, which is hard to maintain, that sort of forward lean on such a steep decline. But both women are shoulder to shoulder as we see Solveig Lofset come into transition now, and yeah, she's on the charge. The race is on.
No, it certainly is. And let's take a look at that bike split. So Solveig 4:54.44 to 4:51.27 Lisa Perder, and 4:51.25 of Marta Sanchez. And let's not forget, Lisa was stood still for 3 minutes of that 4:51. So impressive bike split. That's also transitioning into impressive early section of this run.
Yeah, interesting to see that Lisa and Marta are both carrying those little gel flasks in their hand, probably got their preference for the kind of nutrition that they want to get on board. And it's something you and I have talked about, Matt, just the innovation and the progression of sports nutrition, the ability for these athletes to really just ingest and absorb a high level of carbohydrates, which, was once thought unheard of. Some of the numbers that we hear as we see Holly Lawrence coming in to Ruvi transition now, and she's had a great first Ironman bike ride. She's still in 4th position and looking like she's got a bit of spring in the step still.
No, she certainly does, Craig. And yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think the developments in nutrition aren't given enough credit as to why we're talking about these insane bike splits and run splits off of the bike and times overall. I think it's maybe the innovation that is maybe more important than aerodynamics and running shoe technology is. Talking about back in the day, I would eat 500 calories an hour, and that was the most of anybody that I knew. And now these athletes are doing 200 grams of carbs, which is like 800 or 900 calories an hour. It just means that they can, running out of energy and bonking doesn't necessarily have to be something that they're worried about if they've trained their gut to be able to ride and run through. I mean, I think Cam Wurf's, what he ingested when he did his low 350 bike split in Texas was unheard of. It made international news in sport essentially for what he was able to consume over that bike ride. So it's certainly a big part of what these athletes are doing and using to be able to have these breakthroughs and have times that are an hour faster than they were 10 years ago on the same course.
Cam Wurf's come a long way from the athlete who told me in 2015 that he used to try and drink chocolate milk on the course in his first couple of Ironmans. So no, you're right. I mean, it's as we see Holly making a very quick exit again, just calling on all her short course experience and not wasting a second in T2. Flash back to the front of the race, and Lisa Perder looks great. She looks relaxed, got a gel flask in each hand, got the cooling headband on. Looks like it's humid, even though there is plenty of rain about and rain on the road. It does look like it's brought the humidity with it, so that brings its own challenges. But yeah, no, I mean, I just think it is one of the big advancements in the sport. Athletes are metabolically more efficient. The nutritional products, they can just ingest more carbohydrates per hour to fuel their effort, and they're able to sustain their effort for a lot longer. So yeah, it's good. I mean, some of the numbers that we hear, the Cam Wurf's 200 grams of carbs. I heard Danny Reef say that she used to aim for 120 grams of carbs per hour, which it was just unheard of even 5 years ago, 5 or 7 years ago. So it's good. The nutritional products are able to support these athletes in their endeavors to go as quick as they want to go. As we see Trevor Foley coming back through town, still looking relaxed. Is that fair? Calm?
Yeah. I'd say he looked calm, relaxed. You could tell he's, that it affects him that he's running right now. I wouldn't say that he looks challenged or that it's hard in any way, but you can tell there's some effort being put forward from Trevor Foley. And through 7 miles, he had 34 seconds on Matthew Marquardt and 1:12 on Christian Hogenhog, so that race still pretty tight. Leon Chevier losing a little bit of ground, but not much from where he came off the bike at 4 minutes down. So certainly a lot happening out on course. And as far as other movers, Chris Leiferman, just kind of trying to check to make sure these splits are correct. He has moved up five spaces, Craig, in the first 4.7 miles. So that's a big mover, still a big gap behind for him. And actually, now that I look at it, I'm going to take all that back. Looks like somehow we missed 5 athletes in that timing mat. So we'll look at that 7-mile mark and have a more accurate split. Chris is running well, but he's not running that well. Yeah, those top 4 athletes still pretty tight with each other. And now, I've been talking too much, but they have now gone through, Matthew Marquardt has gone through 9 miles at 53 seconds behind Trevor Foley.
And Chris Leiferman, he's got really good history on this course. Came 5th last year, as we see Regan Holyoake and Penny Slater come through T2. They were at last bike chip. They were with Lotta Wilms, so I'm not sure if. I know Lotta's coming off the bike too, so that trio stayed together for the closing miles of the bike course, and now they're hitting the marathon together. So having solid races, and as we talked about with the Ironman Pro Series, the way it is in the point score, there's plenty of these ladies still to race hard for.
No, absolutely. And as Matthew Marquardt on screen, and more of those splits have come through that 7-mile mark. And Jason West, Craig, has gone through, as we see Lotta Wilms on screen, getting through some of that standing water and gingerly getting to a position where she can maybe put some socks on in her running shoes. But Jason West has gone through 7.1 miles, running 2 minutes faster than Trevor Foley to that point. So he's already moved up 2 positions in 6th position, now just not far behind Callan. So he's going to be in 5th place and not too much longer. And running, Craig, and again, that's through the downhill section, but right now his estimated run finish time at 2:33.
Yeah, unbelievable, isn't it, on this course and after this bike ride? But we talked about his run pedigree, and I just, you don't have to cast your mind back very far to the T100 race, or at the time it was called, I think it was the US Open, the PTO US Open, where, Jason had that terrible mechanical on the bike and still able to run up in his 2nd spot, nearly caught Jan Frodeno in the end, ran past Christian Blumenfeld. I know Christian had cramping issues and whatnot, but it, again, just speaks to the quality of Jason's run. And yes, that is over a much shorter distance, the 18 kilometers, but seems like he's really enjoying his work so far in this marathon. I mean, Trevor's was the quickest on course up until Jason went over that timing check, and both of them are running. Well, Trevor's at 5:30 mile pace, and Jason's a little quicker than that, but they're by far the 2 fastest on course.
And on screen right now, Lisa Perder running quite smoothly, and looks like she's got a little bit of space, or at least a lead on Marta Sanchez. But through the first half mile, it's still Lisa Perder with Marta Sanchez, Solveig Lovseth, and Holly Lawrence. Holly Lawrence 6:50 behind, so she's made up just a little bit of time in that first little section of the run course. And here we have a great shot of Solveig Lovseth as she's running down this downhill section, and man, she's got a stride on her. I mean, she's hooking, man. Like, there's no doubt. I mean, she ran the first half mile at 12 seconds faster than the 2 women in front of her. I believe this is Jansen coming through. But yeah, tell me about what you noticed out of Solveig. That's she's getting after it.
Yeah, she's got a very distinctive running style, and her pace is, as we see Jackie Herring come in too here, one of the pre-race favourites and 2nd place finisher here last year. Doesn't look super comfortable, Jackie, but we know she can run a good marathon, and will be trying to bag as many Ironman Pro Series points as she can as well. So, yeah, Solveig Lovseth looked amazing. Definitely the fastest on course by not a small margin. She looks comfortable there, doesn't she? She's almost got her mouth closed. It's almost like she's nose breathing, and looks like she's managed her energy levels, to your point, on the bike really well, and has finished that. Particularly the last third of that bike ride was the fastest on course, and she's carried that momentum into the early miles of this marathon.
Yeah, man, she's hooking. I mean, I think it's, you know, I'm impressed by how quickly, and sometimes looks can be deceiving as far as how fast someone actually is running, but she really does look like she's moving through space and time a lot faster than the two athletes in front of her, and I'm impressed to see that as we see, I believe this is Danielle Lewis coming through and coming off of the bike, and she came off at 14:30 down. Still lost a little bit of time on the bike, but we know her strength is the bike run, but certainly the run. So she's within striking distance, I would say, still of that, certainly of top 5 for sure, a podium as well. But you know, we'll see. She's shown me that I've underestimated her in the past, and I won't do that again. But Jackie Herring, 14:40 back. Lord Jansen was at 14:49, and that's, again, just off of the bike. But again, Solveig Lovseth right now just absolutely hauling the mail, man.
She looks amazing. She looks really, really good. And as we see Laura Jansen and Jackie Herring head out onto the marathon course, so they're leaving Ruby transition. Yeah, Danielle Lewis didn't lose much time on the bike. She's had a good ride, Matt. She's had a good ride. Maybe it was a couple of minutes in the end. She lost to the leaders as we flash back to the front, or close to the front. And now back to Lisa Perderer. She's got that slight backward lean going. It's hard to tell what the incline is, whether they're running up or downhill there, but
right.
She's still got good leg turnover, and she looks good. She looks comfortable. You know, the onus is really on the women behind if they want to catch our leaders, our 2 runaway leaders. And you know, you talked about the benefits of hitting the run course early, being able to settle into your own rhythm, get on top of your fueling, and that's what Marta and Lisa have been able to do. And it's now up to, you know, to Solveig to really put the squeeze on and show her intentions. And I think quite clearly we're seeing what her intentions are. She seems to have hit this marathon course full of running. So let's keep an eye on their relative paces over the next few timing checkpoints.
Yeah, and she's opened up a 20-second gap on Marta Sanchez at this point. So certainly moving well as we see Trevor Foley opening up a little bit now on the kind of upper section of the course, where he's able to run a little bit faster and kind of open the legs up a little bit. But Trevor Foley running quite smooth. Now has a minute gap on Matthew Marquardt and 2 minutes about on Christian Hogenhog. And yeah, running like we expect Trevor Foley to run, and right now his estimated run split is 240, I believe. Yeah, 240.08. Again, that's just kind of estimated if all things came together. But if that's the case, we also know that he's got more energy kind of in the tank. Again, it does look like, you know, he's not, if he was chasing somebody, I think he'd be in a different place right now as far as his effort goes. But Trevor Foley looking textbook. That is as good as you can look running a marathon after a bike ride like that.
Yeah, he looks incredible. I think he's comfortable. I think he's holding a little bit back. I think he's laid the foundation for this performance on the bike and worked hard. Now he's just settling into a rhythm. He's not the fastest on course, as we talked about. That honour right now goes to Jason West, but Trevor just looks so economical, so fluent, so relaxed. It really is a joy to watch. And this is what this man is capable of. These are the performances. We've seen glimpses of them, and often in young athletes, there can be an inconsistency. You see a great performance and then maybe a couple of misfires here and there. Let's not forget this man is still so young in terms of his triathlon career, and to have the bike strength and I mean, we know the run pedigree, but the run ability off the bike strength. He was riding with some of the best bikers in the sport today, and bridged up to them, and then more than held his own. So,
oh yeah.
But he needs to, you know, he's not even at halfway of this run yet. He needs to stay on top of his pace. It looks like he's doing that. He needs to stay on top of his nutrition. It looks like he's doing that. So, and I mean, they say a pitcher tells 1,000 words, and he just looks relaxed in the face. I mean, you often carry a lot of the tension in your face. You know, the face is almost a window into the nervous system, and he just looks relaxed. He looks completely relaxed.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I'm seeing a little bit more like energy, like effort than before. I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever, but again, it looked like he was just kind of joking around and you know, a different kind of relaxation than now. And I think now I'm maybe just a little bit more than anything relieved to see that he's trying. Like I couldn't tell earlier in the run whether or not he was actually trying or not. But yeah, he looks as comfortable as you can get. And Lisa Perder on the right-hand side of the screen looks fantastic as well as we move to a shot of Solveig Lovseth. And yeah, she looks powerful and smooth and, you know, contained. Maybe looking for some information from the cameraman, but she's gone through now that 2.3 mile mark at 4:55 down, so she's made up another 30 seconds. And you know, since we're out here on the Hoka run course, let's take a quick look at it, Craig. And it's you know, we've talked about the beautiful zone that we're at in Lake Placid, and it's wonderful. And you've got that big hill to start, then they go in that long out and back section that's more flat, and then up that hill, and then another 2 little out and back sections up on the top of the course, you know, before they head back in. It's a little bit brutal at the end because you've run by the finish line, you hear other people finishing, and you're at 24 miles. You got 2 more miles to go. You gotta wait. Can I just go straight and go into the oval now? I feel like I'd rather do that. I'd say it's some of the most painful miles in our sport are just that little out and back when you feel like you're almost done here in Lake Placid. But beautiful Hoka run course out here, and it looks like Solveig Lovseth is enjoying it as well.
Man, she looks amazing. She just looks like she's out on her Sunday long run, and yeah, she's taken some time out of the leaders. It's interesting as we see Matt Hansen on the other side of the shot going the other way. You know, that last shot we saw of Trevor Foley, he did look a little pain, but he was going uphill.
Yeah.
As Solveig is right now. So, you know, she looks great. She looks relaxed. She looks like she's got a real definite plan of how she wanted to execute this race. I mean, yeah, she still looks like she's nose breathing to me as they crest that hill, and then we see the turnover of the cadence slightly increases. They hit that little down slope, and just checking the watch there, making sure pacing's on point. And yeah, she's the big mover on course right now, so we need to keep an eye on these checks because she looks like she's about to uncork another one of these blistering Ironman marathon run splits.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, she's again made up about a minute just in the first few miles, first two and a half miles. So that's pretty significant. Holly Lauren's still 7 minutes down. I see Solveig Lovseth go through aid station, gets some water, gets some hydration, and gets her bottle back in her hand, and right back to work is Solveig Lovseth.
This is where I wanna be, baby.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
We're here with Lisa Perder, still running in the lead here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. I'm Matt Lieto here with Craig Alexander, and it's been a fantastic race so far. Great racing, tight racing on the women's side with Lisa Perder and Marta Sanchez on a battle, and trying now to hold off the woman on the right-hand side of the screen, and that is Solveig Løvseth. We know she's run a 2:46 not too long ago, had the fastest debut Ironman of all time not too long ago either, and right now, you know, she looks smooth and comfortable, as does the woman on the left-hand side of the screen. So can't take anything away from either of these athletes, but there's a lot more to run, and just 5 minutes separate these two women at this point.
Yeah, it's been an amazing race so far. I think we've seen different athletes at the front challenging some of the pre-race favourites, not where we would think or not where we predicted, and that's the beauty of racing. You know, over a long season, athletes' form can ebb and flow. The great athletes are able to maintain that consistency and time their best performances when it matters most. And Lisa Perder today she's been amazing. She was the earlier aggressor on the bike, hooked up with Marta Sanchez, who was a really willing ally, and of course they bridged up to Holly Lawrence, and then kept the pace on. A little bit of misfortune for Lisa. She got caught up in the back of the men's pro race and got a 3-minute penalty. Was assessed a blue card violation, which she served in penalty 10 after lap 1, as we see Trevor Foley here running that grind back up.
Yeah,
It's
no,
an interesting.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's just an interesting course topography, how there's a lot of downhill, then flat, and then a lot of uphill. It's just not a lot of changing gradients as he makes the turn here.
Yeah, no, it's challenging to say the least, and you know, the out and backs, almost, even though they're all pretty much on the flatter side of things, can sometimes make things more difficult for our athletes as they can see where everybody else is going. And this is kind of a shot of our cameraman trying to catch back up to Trevor Foley on course. And yeah, still a little wet out there, still raining, but we can see some of our other athletes still out on the bike course, as we see Matthew Marquardt kind of running the other direction and running quite well. There's Trevor Foley in the lead here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
And it looks like that lead's just continuing to steadily grow. I mean, we've seen some absolutely amazing Ironman marathon times this season. Of course, Ironman Brazil, we saw Manuel Macias run a 2:26:57, which is now the best, the world record for a marathon in Ironman racing. A gentleman who's in this race, Matt Hansen, we saw him run a 2:30 and change at Ironman Cairns, and then back that up with a 2:28 at Challenge Rock just a couple of weeks ago. So
crazy.
This is not the course to be breaking or to be laying down world best marathon times for sure. So I just mentioned those for a bit of context and really just to shine a light on how these athletes are raising the bar and these times continue to come down.
No, and I'm glad you said that, because of run pace, and again, this is all predictive. It's kind of just fun to play with. Right now, Jason West has moved into 5th place, and his predictive run split is 2:33, which not very long ago would be world's best time over the distance. And to think that someone's even running close to that pace on this course is insane. He's still 11 minutes down, so 7 minutes still behind Leon Chevalier. But he's made up 4 minutes on Leon in the first 10 miles. So if they both keep running the same pace, you know, we could see him running into 4th place, and you know, possibly if Christian Hogenhag doesn't watch himself, into 3rd. So Jason West is on one, and you kind of never know with a first-time Ironman guy, is that you know, because he doesn't know what's coming, or because he's just that well trained and you know, capable of running a split like that.
Yeah, I think these athletes, even the ones who have extensive experience at the middle distance, like Holly Lawrence, they still do a lot of mileage. There is an unknown aspect to running a marathon for the first time off a 180-kilometre bike ride. But yeah, I just think Jason's got that run pedigree. And, you know, the interesting thing about having an athlete on course moving as quickly as he is, it puts everyone up front on notice that they can't slip up. And so, yeah, it's adding another ingredient, another element to this race. And you know what? The men right at the front, if they hold pace, if they manage themselves well, really just drill down on their pacing and get that right, as we see Trevor on the left taking a gel, chasing it down with some fluid. We've got Matthew on the right, and yeah, both athletes are still moving well. So in theory, if they are able to maintain this level, Jason West won't come into play for these two athletes. But again, no, it's a wild card in the pack, isn't it? Someone who's running at 2:33 pace. I think it sends a little bit of a shockwave through the rest of the field, and these athletes will see him at the turnarounds. They will know exactly what pace he's running. They'll be getting time checks out on course, and yeah, full credit to him. It seems like he has understood the assignment. He knew how he needed to ride the bike in order to run a good marathon, and so far so good for him. But as you keep telling me, I need to call my jets. It's early stages.
I don't think I've said that once, Craig, but I'll take it. I've probably been thinking it. Bradley Weiss and Robert Callan are kind of the two, we were talking about maybe explosions or athletes that maybe are, taking themselves out of the race to a certain extent, are those two, which I hate to say, and it's crazy to say because right now Bradley Weiss is still on pace for like a 2:52 marathon, but he's now down into 7th place, 14 minutes down. That's just how fast you have to run these days on courses like this. And not too long ago, that run split would have won you this race 9 times out of 10. But as we said, all the different technology breakthroughs, training breakthroughs, and just new crop of athletes and elevated sport have these times being at a completely new level. But Matthew Marquardt, Trevor Foley, 2 athletes a lot of folks expected to be in a battle here today, and that they are, but pretty comfortably, I would say, in the lead is Trevor Foley, but also not really. Like, he's only 60 seconds in front of Matthew Marquardt at this point, Craig. Like, that's not a rest on your laurels type of gap. That's a side stitch from losing the lead, pretty quickly. So there's still a lot to race for here. And again, Christian Hogenhog also just 2 minutes down. We don't know how he's paced himself and what the back half of his marathon is going to look like on this course. So Marta Sanchez chasing the woman on screen, Lisa Perderer in the lead.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
I'm Craig Alexander with Matt Lieto, and you're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, race 13 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And we're here with Lisa Perderer, who continues to lead the women's race match. She's got a nice little buffer now to Marta Sanchez, but I guess the big story at this early stage of the marathon is the time made up by Solveig Lofstedt. She made up a little time towards the end of the bike and has continued that trend into the early stages of this marathon.
Yes, as we see Lisa Perderer go through an aid station here, trying to get all the fluids that she can, and looking at our Ruby Transition 2 top 3 fastest female times. Penny Slater at 2:18, Solveig Lofstedt at 2:18, and Holly Lawrence at 2:22. And Craig, looking through, the women have gone through 4.7 miles, and it looks like Solveig Lofstedt has made just another 13 seconds back. So the rate of pace that she's bringing the athletes in front of her back has slowed, but Marta Sanchez has slowed as well. So she's a minute and 13 behind Perderer. And we saw Holly Lawrence go through at 7 minutes down in 4th place at 2.5 miles, and Penny Slater at 11:45. Danielle Lewis looks to be one of the fastest runners on course, but still in 8th place, just 2.5 miles in. We'll get more splits as more athletes cross those timing mats for us. But right now, 2 women on screen. That's 1st place on the left-hand side of the screen, 3rd place on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's Perderer and Lofstedt in a battle, and Perderer responding quite well. And Craig, right around here is where they're going to see each other on this out and back section. So Lisa Perderer probably will be encouraged to have a gap, but might wish that it took her a little bit longer to see Solveig Lofstedt when she hits that turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, I think the athletes like to get a visual and see where the competition is. Both still look good. I mean, Lisa's still driving up this hill, good leg turnover, good cadence, and it seems like the pace difference between the two has sort of evened out a little bit. There was early, as you would expect, I guess Solveig getting off the bike, she was full of running coming down that downhill section, and it looked like there was quite a discrepancy in the pace, but it seems to have evened out a little bit now, and that gap is still coming down, but nowhere near as fast as it was a mile or two ago.
No, I think you're right. I think that we'll see the big changes after this climb, kind of out of this valley, and then after that descent back down that same climb on that second lap. I think that's when you can really see whose legs have a lot more in them. And again, to me, it does look like, and you're right, the time that Solveig Lofstedt is taking out of Perderer is slowed a fair bit, but she does look, she looks similar to like Trevor Foley. She looks like she's kind of just moving across time and space. Like she's not stressing too much. She looks very, very comfortable. Looks like she has a lot more to give. And Lisa Perderer, to me, just seems like it's a little bit more effort to be running that same pace. She looks great. I'm not taking anything away from her. But if I was to bet, the person using a little bit less energy right now is Solveig Lofstedt.
Yeah, no, I would agree 100%, I think. And I mean, look, we are splitting hairs, but we're looking for little telltale signs perhaps in their pacing or in their technique. And it does look like Lisa's using her whole body and working a little harder. And it looks like Solveig Lofstedt's just strapping herself in. She's found her steady state all day long pace, and she's playing the long game. As we return to Trevor Foley, and it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, he took that minute 27 deficit out of T2 and turned it around quite quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But bridged up, first past Christian Hugenhog and then past Matthew Marquardt, but the gap hasn't really blown out. I think Matthew's doing a great job of fighting on here, and just letting Trevor know that it's not a done deal. He's back here, he's working. Looks like he's working hard, Matthew, but this is exactly what we saw in Ironman Cairns, Matt. He looked like the arms working, the arm carriage is high, the shoulders roll a little bit, but really the proof's in the pudding and the leg turnover. He's still moving well, Matthew Marquardt, and he's still in this race.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, a gap of 1:10 halfway through the marathon for someone that was outrun by 10 minutes by the man that he's chasing now is, yeah, fantastic. And Craig's still the big mover on course through 12.2 miles. Jason West got another minute out of Trevor Foley, who's, again, at the front of the race. So, you know, he's now taken 5 minutes out of Matthew Marquardt at 10:28 back. But something about that mile 10 to 12, he really moved, and you know his predictive time now is under 2:30, which you know might be inaccurate because of that. But clearly that kind of flatter out and back section of the course, he really opened the legs up a little bit and really started moving. Now we have a few athletes through that 13.5 mile, and it's 1:12 to Marquardt, 2:36 to Hogenhog, and 5:09 to Chevier, and it's going to be telling, especially if West is really on that pace as much as it seems like he is, what that gap's going to be now, and he's going to be really threatening third and fourth position. And Greg, looks like it's absolutely dumping out there on Trevor Foley right now.
Yeah, beautiful running conditions, keeping the core body temperature down. Obviously not the safety concerns running in these conditions as there is cycling in them. So, but you know, with these rain showers and storms does come high humidity. So, you know, the athletes need to stay mindful of that and their nutrition. And almost every shot we've seen of all the top athletes, we've seen them taking care of their hydration, their nutrition, getting what they need at the aid stations. You know, our two lead women are, Lisa and Marta, are actually carrying gel flasks with them, so they're getting what they need. So it is very interesting. I mean, Jason West seems to be on one. He's on a flyer here, and that's great. I mean, it keeps the boys up front on notice, and there is, as you say, there's always question marks when someone comes to run their first marathon off the bike. It's different to running fresh. It's certainly a different type of running. As we get our first look at Jason, this is the first time we've clapped our eyeballs on him since he ran out of T2, and just adjusting his nerd belt there. Looks like it's riding a little low, but he looks good, mate. He looks good. He looks really good. I mean, I think I don't know if he seems to be playing with that belt a lot. He needs to adjust it and bring it in, but I think the fact he's even carrying that means he's super cognitive of the fact he's got to be just right on his nutrition and hydration. It's one of the big differences. He would have done the mileage in the long runs and the brick sessions. It's a matter of pacing well and fueling that effort for a long time off the bike. So he's looking good, and so is this man, not looking quite as relaxed. Doesn't look like he's just out for a zone 2 run with his mates on a Sunday, like he did look about an hour ago, but we're starting to see a little bit of pressure on the face to it, maybe a grimace or two. But I mean, look, when you bike a 4:09, it's got to catch up with you at some point. And I mean, just appreciating the elevation gain that is on this bike course, those times are phenomenal by these boys. I mean, that's world-class time trialing. And, you know, Trevor seems to be just ticking along, checking off the miles. We just saw him reach into his nutrition, his little bag of tricks there, and probably got some of his favorite gels, maybe some salt tablets. If that humidity is getting up there, you know, you tend to lose a bit more in terms of your electrolytes, so you got to stay mindful of that. And just the relentless nature of the up and downs on this course, it's got to catch up with these boys at some point.
Yeah, you would, in some ways, hope that it would, just to prove that they're human. Certainly not trying to put that on Trevor Foley in any way. And yeah, I mean, watching Jason West start running down that hill, I mean, you know, I think it's well pointed out that he was messing with his belt there, but it also shows how, like, composed you are to be able to still fiddle with those things when you're running a sub 2:30 marathon pace in your first Ironman. Like, he's not on the edge at all, right? Like an athlete that's on the edge in that space is just kind of freaking out, not knowing what to do. But again, we're talking about how great a runner Trevor Foley is. And he's running the fastest on course outside of Jason West, who's run 3 minutes into him. But right now, Matthew Marquardt on the screen again. You know, everything you just said. You know, he's holding his own, and you know, we don't know the energy and the effort that each of these men have put forward to get themselves where they are in this position at this point in this race today. But just 70 seconds separates, and you know, as we were talking earlier, that's you forgetting to get your carbs in for 10 minutes and you getting a side stitch for a second, or having a tiny little cramp. Like 70 seconds goes away like a blink of an eye. And yeah, through 13.5 miles now, Jason West has gone through 10:31 back, so he's now just 5 minutes behind Leon Chevier. But through that last section, only was running 8 seconds a mile faster than Leon. I think Leon's kind of stabilized a little bit, but yeah, Jason West running quite quickly on course. But Matthew Marquardt just cruising, and yeah, certainly not one that's holding back by any means. And you know, he wants this win. He's definitely not relegating himself to second place at this point. Still on a predictive timer, still right under 2:40 for his marathon. So Matthew Marquardt doing the thing and doing it well.
Yeah, he looks amazing. He looks amazing. We saw a slight grimace on his face there, but his leg turnover, everything, his pace. We're in for a real treat here as we hit the second loop of this run. And I mean, I just think as we see Brad Weiss here making the turn, and I think Brad's one of the athletes we talked about who still needs that qualification spot for Ironman World Championships. Robert Callan's another one of those athletes. So Brad will keep fighting, and he looks good. He looks good. We saw Jason West make that turn just a few minutes ago as Brad's making that turn and heading down the hill. And yeah, this is a great battle up front. Trevor's, he doesn't look as animated as he did on the first lap, which is understandable. I mean, we're 6 hours, 40 minutes into the race, but yeah, I just love the fight of Matthew Marquardt and just how he rations his energy and how he, you know, he's not one-dimensional in his racing. He has a few different strategies. Cramping up, don't get to smash the first half of the bike, no matter. Just regroup, do it a different way. And, you know, again, you mentioned it before, Matt, it speaks to experience, maturity, and confidence that, you know, he thinks, okay, this man did outrun me by 10 minutes last year, but I've got a little card I can play here. I'm going to exert some pressure the back end of the bike and then see what transpires in the run.
And Craig, you know, as you asked that question through the last 2 miles, it's not a lot, but it shows a momentum shift. Matthew Marquardt has made up 13 seconds on Trevor Foley. So the gap now, again, under a minute. So certainly Trevor is working a little harder than he was before, and there's a little bit more effort that he needs to use. You know, earlier it looked like he was jogging to get past Matthew Marquardt. As we look at our Mortal Hydration optimized results, 15.5 miles through Trevor Foley, 6:57.27 overall time at a 3:43 minute per kilometer pace. That's moving, but right now moving quicker than Trevor Foley is the man on screen, and that is Matthew Marquardt. And again, Craig, they're on this kind of flat out and back section, and you know, it could be tactical to some extent, right? Like, does, you know, Matthew Marquardt want to get as close as he can to Trevor Foley before the turn, so Trevor's like, oh crap, didn't know you were there? Or does he wait to get more of that gap till the uphill, right, and like save some of that energy? I don't know what the right answer is though, but I think probably tactics are a little less forward, and I think Marquardt's just trying to do the thing and trying to bring back Trevor Foley as much as he can. And just to say, Christian Hogenhog's still in third place, 15.5 miles in, and again, just 2.5 minutes back, so he's still right there with everything to play for.
Yeah, I think the right answer to that question is Matthew's just got to keep doing what he's doing. I mean, it doesn't matter if he shuts this gap down another 10 seconds or 15 seconds before the turn. Trevor will know that he hasn't extended the gap. He got it to a minute 10, and now it's come down a little bit. And I wouldn't say that would be sending shockwaves of fear through him, but yeah, I mean, when you consider that you're the better runner and that you're not pulling away, perhaps he should have come out a touch slower and not made up that gap so quickly. But again, when you're in the rhythm, you're in the flow and the energy levels are high, you just take what the race is giving you and what your body's giving you as we join Solveig Lofsted here. And she's still looking good, Matt. Still got the legs turning over, getting the fluids on board, getting the calories in, making her way through this. This has been just an incredible couple of months for Solveig, stepping up in distance and just jumping into really deep, world-class fields without fear.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, you're right. Without fear, indeed, and locking horns with some of the best athletes on the planet. And she's taken back a little bit more time, 4:15 back from Lisa Perderer. Not a ton, but still a lot of space left to improve. And she's now within 2 minutes and 10 seconds of second place, Marta Sanchez. So those three women within 4 minutes and 15 seconds of each other. Women on screen, third place. She was third place just about a month ago at the championship and trying to get on the top of the podium here today.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid is brought to you by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise, and by Mortal Hydration, thirst quenchiest hydration. Greg's still looking at Solveig Lofsted, 4:15 back. We just got a split. Holly Lawrence running behind her at 8 minutes back, still holding strong in fourth position. Holly Lawrence, great debut Ironman and still running quite well. And yeah, quite a race here between Solveig Lofsted, Marta Sanchez, and Lisa Perderer. Top three, again, just 4 minutes separated.
Yeah, it's a competitive race as we see Solveig make a pass there and a nice little exchange with that male athlete and a smile. So I think that shows that she's in control, just executing her plan. These split screens are always good. It's looking head on at an athlete running, it's really hard to get a read. I like the side on shot actually, just to see the hip extension and the turnover. And yeah, I mean the pace differential is definitely evened out, and Lisa's holding her own on the front. That gap is still coming down, but ever so slightly now. It's not big chunks of time. It's kind of like 6 to 8 seconds a kilometre at the last timing check. So, yeah, Lisa's still looking good. Still carrying that gel flask, still fueling up. Obviously getting the splits, and at the turnaround seeing where Marta is and also where Solveig Lofset is, and I think she's holding the cards at the moment, but again, still not quite at half marathon distance for the women.
Yeah, no, she's holding cards quite well, and I'm never the one to do this, and she's not thinking about it, so I'm proud of her for that. But man, imagine if she had 3 more minutes up the road at this point, right? It'd be a very, very different race, and we'd have, Solveig would probably have a little less pep in her step to think that she could catch, and Perder would be able to be a little bit more resigned. But again, I shoulda, coulda, wouldas. I shouldn't be doing such things, but it's hard not to a little bit. But Perder, again, have great attitude about the whole thing, and she's racing the race that she has at the moment.
Yeah, she's in the moment and doing what she can, processing the information she's getting on course and just checking her boxes, going through her checklist. But no, I always do the shoulda, coulda, woulda as well. I mean, that 3 minutes, that's the best part of a kilometre, of 700 or 800 metres further up the road, and the extra energy that she expended to close that gap back up to Marta. I mean, these are long races, but in the end, seconds do count. We saw it in Ironman Cairns with Lotta Wilms getting her watch. That 2 minutes potentially could have been costly. Maybe it led to her running a better paced marathon. Who knows? But I mean, I don't think you ever want to be standing still when the rest of the field's moving forward, particularly on the bike at 23, 24 miles an hour. 38 to 40 kilometers an hour. It's a lot of time to give up.
Yeah, it certainly is, and nobody wants to do that. And yeah, she's doing a great job of it. And one thing I should point out, didn't really think about saying this, but to me, I was happy about it when the change happened, and conditions like this make me pretty stoked that the Ironman and their rules commission changed that from a 5-minute penalty to a 3-minute penalty. The effect that has on athletes kind of still being in it is great, and to some extent maybe cards are shown more often because there's maybe less forgiveness in the moment. I'm just kind of making that up on my own, but cards are given freely, but they're a time that you can make up if it happens, and we saw her do that in just a few miles. So right now we're back at our men's lead, and that is Trevor Foley on the left-hand side of the screen, Matthew Marquardt on the right-hand side of the screen, about a minute apart from each other. Craig, through 15.5 miles, Jason West did go through, again, running the fastest on course by quite a bit. 6-minute mile pace through sections where everybody else is running about 6:15. So he is now just 4 minutes down from Leon Chevalier, and a further 2 minutes to Christian Hogenhag. And the predictive timing shows Leon and Jason finishing within the same minute of each other. So that's pretty tight. I will say, though, it does look like Leon Chevalier's loss of time is stabilizing. So we haven't gotten a vision of him yet, but it seems like maybe he's running a little bit more controlled and running into a little bit. We're not seeing a big degradation of pace from Leon Chevalier.
We haven't really seen Leon at all on course here, and just interesting watching again the split screen, one man head on, one side on, and this is the part of the course now where you go uphill for 5 miles, and that 59-second deficit could be erased in the blink of an eye. As we see Marta Sanchez on screen here, still losing a little time to the front for sure, but still holding off Solveig Lofset. So Marta's doing a good job. She's having a nice race. But yeah, this is the business end of the run for the men. This is where, we find out who has managed their energy levels, as you say, the best. And it's crucial. I mean, over bike by 2 or 3%. Sometimes that doesn't come back to bite you in the tail until the second half of the marathon. So Trevor had to make up so much time out of the swim. And I know Matthew had his cramping issues as well. So it hasn't all been one-way sailing. And Matthew also had that drop chain, but that's almost self-inflicted. So You know, it's an interesting part of the race. I'm super excited. I think I just got word off the course that, you know, Jason West, his coach, has said that they've set a pacing strategy on this run to try and hit 236 to 238, which I think would be an amazing run in your Ironman debut on this course. And we know the pedigree.
And he's out a little faster than that, Craig.
He is, which is nice to have a bit of, I think, be ahead of schedule, have a bit of time up your sleeve. And if you're feeling good, then he might blow that 236 prediction out of the water.
Yeah.
But again, it's a long way to go still for these men. And the last 6 miles is uphill. So I'm not going to get too carried away with the paces and the predictions. You know, if the wheels come off going uphill, it's a lot harder to stop the hemorrhaging and stop the loss of time. So we're in for a really, really exciting run into the finish here.
Yeah, certainly. And Marta Sanchez still running well. 9 miles in, she's 2:37 behind Lisa Perder, so only lost about 30 more seconds over the last 2 miles. So we'll see if Solveig Lofseth is able to take advantage of that and get closer to the woman on screen, Marta Sanchez. And you know, it does look like the feet are spending a little bit more time on the ground, but that kind of happens when you're running up a hill. Can't really blame her for that. But Marta Sanchez, see a couple deep exhales, obviously feeling the effort of the day, and as she should. Big effort on the bike and early sections of the run from Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, she's going up a steep incline here, so it's a lot harder to sort of evaluate her form and her technique and her turnover. Working hard up the hill as we get a sight on of Lisa Perderer, who's a few minutes up the road, has obviously crested this hill. She's on the way down now. So both these women, though, just great racing. Looked so good on the bike, so smooth, and really they launched out shoulder to shoulder. Lisa dropped that nutrition coming straight out of Ruby T2. Got straight back on Marta's shoulder and then pressed the advantage. So her intentions have been clear from the start. I think as much as she would have been mindful of Marta's ability, she would have had Solveig Lofseth in the back of her mind. And now we're locked in a battle here. And the time is coming down, but not as quickly as we thought it might.
Yeah, and Lofseth now 3:44 down, so 30 more seconds in the last 2 miles to Lisa Perder, and another 30 seconds on Marta Sanchez as well. So certainly, as you said, not as quickly maybe as we thought, but there's no time limit or expectation on when you get to the lead. You just got to get to the lead by the end of the race, and definitely a tight battle, these top 3 women. And through 17.8 miles, it is, on the men's side of things, it is getting tight, Craig. We see Trevor Foley running smooth, but behind him is Matthew Marquardt, 17 seconds behind, getting close to making the catch. Not what we thought, probably not what Trevor thought if he'd passed Matthew Marquardt, but again, sometimes it's a battle of who manages their energy the best. And Matthew Marquardt, even though it still looks like Trevor Foley is just out for a jog to a certain extent, he's a little bit tighter than he used to be. Matthew Marquardt has opened up his stride, and there's just more distance per stride, and oh man, he's closing fast, and he is not giving Trevor a moment to try to survive this.
Now Trevor's technique and his stride length has noticeably shortened. You know, the alarm bells would have been ringing for Trevor when he just couldn't extend that lead out much over a minute. It's stuck at that level. And again, it just becomes, I don't think this is a question of Matthew speeding up. I think this is a question of Trevor slowing down, and slowing down considerably. And this man is such a fighter. We saw it in Cairns. We're seeing it again today. He just knows his level, and he races to his level. And again, I mean, one of the questions you posed earlier was it worth that effort at the back end of the bike to get maybe 40 seconds or a minute lead? It's not so much the minute lead that you get, it's what damage it does to the other athletes and their energy reserves. So, can Trevor respond? That's the big question now. We've seen that Matthew was on the ropes but responded, and he's holding strong. What's Trevor got? What's Trevor got left in the tank?
I don't think he's got. I don't think he has enough to respond. And I do think you're 100% right that it is Trevor Foley fading and less Matthew Marquardt increasing, except for that catch. Like you could tell Marquardt was putting the knife in, right? Like he wants to make sure Trevor knows that not only is it the fact that I'm slowing down, it's the fact that this guy is on one, and he's certainly pressing. And Matthew Marquardt, we saw it in Cairns, like he can punish himself, and that's what he's doing right now, is punishing himself, trying to get as much of a gap as he can. And it's just 2:15 to Christian Hogenhag, on that last split. So probably at this point, about 2 minutes from Christian Hogenhag to Trevor Foley. We can see Christian now on the right-hand side of the screen. His form has slipped just a tiny bit, but running really well, smooth, and he'll be seeing this ahead as well, and on this out and back, he'll know that things have changed. And if an athlete that is as dynamic of a runner has gotten to the front and is being passed, as Trevor Foley just did, he doesn't need a split at all to Trevor. He knows now, oh, there's blood in the water. Second place is certainly an opportunity for me now. Don't think about first place at this point, but do what you can to capitalize on Trevor at a weak point. And if you catch an athlete when he's at a weak spot and maybe energy's low and you pass them, you have much more opportunity to then, like, the momentum, just the air goes out of the sails of that athlete, right? So like you want to make that pass before they've found a way to turn it around. And Christian Hogenhag now in a battle for this race as well. And Leon Chevier is moving closer to Trevor Foley as well. So certainly Trevor's the slowest runner in the top 5 at this point. And Craig, it's just crazy that, and it shows us how important pacing is. And then we can see Solveig Lovseth on screen here, and looks like she's moving up on second place. Marta Sanchez, love this shot from our cameraman. There it is, Marta Sanchez being run down by Solveig Lovseth, who I think is pacing off of Andrew Horsfall-Turner, who is a lap ahead. But tight racing on all sides, and not what we would expect to see in the men's race. Trevor Foley getting to the front and getting taken out of the front. But Marta Sanchez, she hasn't given up. She still thinks the win is within grasp, even though Lisa Purter is at this point pretty well in control compared to Marta Sanchez, but still that looming figure of Solveig Lovseth just kind of haunts him behind. I love seeing it, especially in these conditions out here today. Solveig Lovseth just stalking.
Yeah, I think, and it just speaks to this course as well, the finish of this marathon, how tough it is. And it's easy to keep momentum when it's flat or downhill with these sort of inclines and just the consistent uphill running. When the wheels come off, they really come off, as we see Christian Hogenhag here just clearly has Trevor in his sights. So the wheels have come off for Trevor. He potentially is overbiked. There's no question he sat on the front when he bridged that gap, when he may have, and look, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but
sure.
Every athlete will do this analysis, and like the ink's not even dry on this one yet, but these are the things that the athletes, when they do this post-race analysis, they go back and look at the way they executed, pacing, nutrition, all of these things. And I mean, Christian, you said immediately coming out of T2 that he's not forcing it, he's letting the race come to him, and I think that was a good call. He just looks like there was a race going on around him, but he knew what time he could run, and he just was hell-bent on checking off the kilometers at the pace that he knew he'd set for himself. And things are going to change around, the race dynamics going to change all around me, but I'm just going to stick to my plan. And he's just got a great temperament. He's used to being out in front, he's used to being the hunted, but he's run a really smart marathon here.
Oh, he certainly has. And Craig, he's here for points, and obviously the race experience and trying to go for the win. But right now he's only 120 points off by the time that he's given up to the leader. So he's going to get a lot of points, and doing so and doing a time trial as best you can and not messing around with trying to chase is going to give you the best opportunity to have the energy to run as consistently as you can over those 26.2 miles. Marta Sanchez in second place. Solveig Loseth, she is shadowing Marta at this point. It's looking close time for a pass.
This is where I wanna be.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Marta Sanchez doing her best to hold off Solveig Loseth, but looks like the pass is imminent at this point. Just 25 seconds last. Checkpoint looks even closer than that at the moment, but still 3 minutes behind Lisa Purder in the front, 10 miles into this run. But Solveig Loseth has, as we see Lisa Purder coming up into town. Again, looking comfortable, especially after those big hills that you can see looming in the background, Craig.
Yeah, she's still dictating this race. She has lost, I want to say, about 2 minutes to Solveig Loseth, and so not quite half her lead. So I think if she can maintain this pace again, often it comes down to, as you know, Matt, not about speeding up, but about not slowing down. The athletes who can hold pace, deepen in the marathon, and just steal the real estate away from the chasers, it makes it very difficult. And she's doing a good job right now, Lisa. Still looks good, striding out on the downhills and the flats, working a little harder on the uphills, which is understandable, but is maintaining this lead, and it still has 3.5 minutes back to third place and around 3:20 to Marta Sanchez in second. So I think that pass for second is going to happen quite soon. And then I guess Solveig Loseth's attention will turn to this lady up the road, and she'll have exactly half a marathon to erase about a 3-minute and 20-second deficit.
Yeah, no, running well in this first out and back section is Lisa Purder. And she's running quite well. And again, Solveig Loseth continuing to run quite quickly. And we have still but Lisa Purder in first place. And yeah, we're gonna go to a shot of Solveig Loseth just past Marta Sanchez in that hilly section of the course. Use that momentum on the downhill to get back and in front of Marta Sanchez. Solveig Lovseth, Craig, you could see obviously the effort in her face that she is pushing and had to do so to get to Marta Sanchez. And similar to how we saw Marquardt pass Trevor Foley, doing so, you kind of make them think that you've been running this fast the whole time and they've got no chance in keeping up if they tried to get on your shoulder. You could tell she's definitely running a faster pace than she was in that build to catch Marta Sanchez. But Solveig Lovseth now moved into second place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
I think when the pass comes this early in the race, it's just clear that Solveig Lovseth is running a lot faster than Marta Sanchez. She's erased that deficit. I think the mental gymnastics, the mental warfare of trying to send a message and running past quick, certainly different in the Matthew Marquardt, Trevor Foley situation, getting closer to the end of the race. I think Solveig's just got her heart set on the front of this race. There's no chance for Marta at all to jump on her shoulder here at this pace. The pace difference between the two ladies is just too great. And great job by Solveig Lovseth so far. And, Marta's just got to continue on with her race, though. She can't get too down about it. She's still in a podium position. Needs to continue on with her nutrition, her pacing, and all of the little things that are going to lead to a good second lap here. But Solveig Lovseth is on the charge, and it's going to be a 3-minute deficit soon with about a half marathon to run. So Lisa Perder is holding strong on the front. She looks like she hasn't dropped off her pacing at all. Although every time we get a close-up look at this lady, she just looks comfortable to me. I mean, she is working on the uphill. She has got a powerful, powerful stride, but she still looks comfortable.
No, she certainly does, Craig. And look at her. She's she's fluid. She's smooth. She's doing what she needs to do to get to the front of this course. And Craig, big mover on course place-wise, but still not running as fast as our leader or Solveig Lovseth, woman on screen, is Danielle Lewis. She's moved into 5th place, and she's run 58:27 up to this point at 9 miles in compared to Solveig Lovseth's 56, but again, moving quite well. She's now 6 minutes behind Holly Lawrence for 4th place, but again, Danielle Lewis moving into 5th place. Laura Jansen is moving up as well. She's in 7th place. Jackie Herring has moved up into 8th place as Penny Slater has faded a bit and moved down 4 positions.
Yeah, great run, great bike and run. As we see Solveig go through personal needs there, grab what looks like a couple of her drinks, maybe a carb drink there or potentially an electrolyte drink. I would suggest a carb drink. Interesting to see a lot of these athletes today, Matt, run with the gel flasks or the bottles in their hand. We saw Trevor do it at the start. Lisa Perder has done it since the start of the marathon. So smart move by Solveig Lovseth, knowing the course profile here in the hills that they had to negotiate on the bike and now in the run. You're going to need some carbs. You're going to burn through some carbs on a course like this. So you've got to stay right on top of that intake.
Oh yeah, no, you certainly do. Even, sometimes I think conditions will have some athletes think, oh, it's not that hot. You don't feel as much of the pressure from the elements or maybe the effort, but still certainly just as important. And in some cases more important when the conditions are like this, to be able to make sure the nutrition is going in the right direction. But Solveig Lovseth moving so well on the right-hand side of the screen. But Lisa Perder, again, she has not really relented. 3:30 down with Solveig Lovseth at our last checkpoint, and I think it was, it was just, it was just 5.5 minutes at the start. And so that's, that shows that, she still has it in her. The gaps would show that she's probably, if everybody holds the same pace, that she's going to get caught. But Lisa Perder is fighting every inch of this run course.
Yeah, she certainly is. She's very experienced, has raced short course, middle distance, Ironman, decorated career, a lot of experience. And All these athletes at the highest level, they invest so much in this. They've got a lot of fight. I think it's what separates the really good endurance athletes from the rest of the field, is just that not only the physical capacity, but the mental toughness as well. As we look at Matthew Marquardt here, and yeah, he just, man, this guy, he's the gift that keeps on giving. His race in Cairns was just awesome, and there was no panic from him today when we saw him again cramp up. In fact, he looked more composed than when we saw the same thing happen in Cairns. You mentioned that he made a dead stop in Cairns, whereas here he just continued to move through the field, and yeah, he's executed really well. And another great performance is on the right. We can see Christian Hugenhaug going up a hill. I'm not sure if he's caught up to Trevor yet. Maybe Trevor's had a chance to regroup, and it looked like he was really struggling though, Trevor. His pace had come right off. His stride length had shortened. He looked like he was going through a real dark patch, and I mean, that happens in this racing. You've got to batten down the hatches and minimise the damage, minimise the time lost. Try and get the heart rate down a little, the core body temperature, maybe get some calories in. Interesting on a race like today, where not as hot and humid as potentially other courses on the circuit. So maybe the fluid and electrolyte requirements are not as high for some of these athletes, but you know, the carbohydrate requirements will be very high because that's based on intensity, and they're clipping along, and they have been. I mean, on this bike, they would have burnt through a lot of carbohydrates. We saw half a dozen of the men go under the old bike course record, and now out onto this hilly run course. It seems to me, Matt, just looking at this split screen, and it is hard to tell when we're looking at one man from the front and one man from the rear. It just looks like Matthew's the best mover on course. He's got the best turnover. Christian's, he is an efficient runner, as you pointed out. It looks like we can see that second bike of Trevor Foley just up ahead. It's hard to exactly see what that distance is, but it doesn't look like it's too far. These long shots are deceptive, but that gap looks like it's coming down. And Christian, again, is just executing, getting the most out of himself.
And the gap has certainly come down, Craig, through that last checkpoint. It was just 30 seconds from Hugenhaug to Foley, and Foley losing 2 minutes to Matthew Marquardt in just the last 2 miles. You don't see Trevor Foley losing a minute a mile to anybody, or a 7 in front of the minute per mile pace of that athlete ever on a tracker. And right now he's running 7:30s, which is essentially walking for Trevor Foley. He doesn't go for an easy jog running 7.5 minute pace. So he's in a world of hurt right now. The chances of him getting on the podium at this point are few and far between. So that he's going to put a lot of energy into Christian Hugenhaug, who I bet is going to give him some words of encouragement, because he knows what it feels like to be in that position at the time, and maybe not. He's just doing what he can to get in front. And again, now Leon Chevier is quickly going to find himself in podium position. But yeah, alarm bells. There's a lot that Trevor needs to do right now to be able to get across that finish line, let alone fight for a podium. I mean, I'd bet a lot coming out of transition with Trevor a minute back that he'd win the race, and now I'd bet just as much that there's little to no chance that he's going to be able to hold on to a podium. I mean, this is almost reminiscent of Sarah True last year on this race course, just as hard as he's cracking right now. She was at different conditions, hot, and actually had a pretty big explosion out there, but a little different from him, but reminiscent in these late sections of the course. But Trevor Foley now running in third place, our early run leader, and anyone would have called that knows the sport, a minute back coming off of the bike, that he was in for the win. Trevor Foley now in for just holding on and finishing at this point in a respectable time, with Matthew Marquardt is the one that put him in this position. Amazing stuff from Matthew Marquardt. And again, Christian Hugenhaug holding on in second place.
Yeah, as we always say, hindsight's 20/20, but those moves made late by Matthew on the bike, and the patience showed early once he'd bridged up after the cramping issues. It's turning out to be a masterstroke. And again, it comes down to energy management and pacing. It's not just a matter of times on paper and adding them up. It's the way you expend your energy, closed energy equation, as we always say. And you've only got so many matches you can burn, and if you burn them the wrong way or too quickly, doesn't matter what your PBs are and your physical capacity is. We haven't seen too many turnarounds like this though in a while, I've got to say, Matt, like from the pace early in the run. And I know Trevor's young, but he's still experienced. You know, he's run marathons. He knows what it feels like, and he's run marathons on this course. So, you know, I was with you. I was confident at the start of the run. I mean, there were some decisions he made sitting on the front of the bike and closing the gap so quickly that you just think, wow, I mean, that's a bold move, but he knows this course and he's won here. So that gave me confidence too. But what we're seeing is, yeah, that there's no guarantees. It does come down to smart decisions, execution, pacing and nutrition, and all of the things that we just really harp on about. And a lot of the experienced athletes tend not to make those mistakes. And the two men on screen have just, as much as there's been a race going on around them and a race dynamic going on around them, they've been racing their own race. And you mentioned about Christian Hugenhaug right at the start, how he had that great swim, put him in position, but he just didn't go ballistic on the bike like we saw him do in Frankfurt. And I don't know if that was because of the race schedule, Swansea last weekend, who knows? But it just, looking back now, it just reeks of an athlete who knows their body, knows how they're feeling, and, you know, great course management and season management, rationing their energy race to race, and within the race.
Yeah, and calculated risk to a certain extent, right? Like, I think Hugenhaug would admit that his schedule was a risk to a certain extent, but go in there with kind of open mind and, you know, find yourself again in a position to get a ton of points, still very much in a position to win this race. You know, yes, there's less than 6 miles to go. Matthew Marquardt has a few minutes on him, but we saw Trevor Foley lose 2 minutes and 2 miles. That can happen to anyone, right? Nobody knows what the other athletes are going through. So right now, Christian Hugenhaug in a great position, and only doing so because, you know, he's, like you said, planned his season well, and you know, put some goals up there that may be challenging and hard to achieve, but put himself at a level of fitness where he could do so. And Craig, I have to mention, 5th place through mile 20, Jason West, running 5 minutes faster than the next fastest runner on course, which is Matthew Marquardt, and his pace right now, again in the predictive clock, put him at 2:30 marathon pace, which is absolutely insane. As we see Solveig Loseth on screen, running through the pouring rain, doing the best that she can to bridge up to Lisa Perder. Last time check we had, she was just under 3 minutes behind. The way she's running, I'd imagine it's a little bit tighter than that now, especially after some hilly sections of that course, but absolutely pouring on course right now, Craig. And if I had to assume, I would assume the woman on screen would be comfortable in these conditions.
Yeah, well, she's from Norway. This is a great day weather-wise, and I mean, they're just tough. They train in any conditions. We often laugh and joke about the Norwegian method, but there's so much depth coming out of all of Scandinavia, not just Norway, Denmark as well. And Solveig Loseth is just another one in a long line of great Norwegian endurance athletes, and she's still really striding out on these downhill sections. She looks amazing. Doesn't look like she's compromised on her stride length at all, and continuing to make up time on Lisa Perder at the front. Just to your point on Christian Hugenhaug and potentially what a risk it was with the race schedule. It's one thing to take a risk like that and schedule a race, particularly an Ironman race after a Pro Series 70.3 race, but then you've got to be smart and mitigate that risk. And I think that's what we've seen with Christian today. He's made smart decisions and maybe hasn't raced the way we've seen him race in the past because of the race schedule that he's had the last month and understanding that he couldn't race potentially the way he would normally on a course like this.
Yeah.
Again, that just speaks to a smart, experienced athlete.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and an athlete that is, experimenting with alongside the consistent improvement, right? If you see that you're making these breakthroughs, and I would much rather see, I see all the time these athletes making breakthroughs, be the best athlete that they can be, and then go and train twice as hard, hoping that they can increase. And almost every time you see that athlete crack and overdo it. Like when you're the best that you've ever been, you got to take a step back for a little bit. But I think, in my opinion, in this position, you can still race as long as you're taking recovery in between, right? So he reaches that new level, and he's at this new level that we saw just a few weeks ago. You take some time and race, and as long as you kind of rested into that first race and resting out of each race and not pushing yourself at all, I think you have less risk of overdoing it, because it's all those miles in training, I think, and personally, that make the damage rather than necessarily these racing days. And he's putting it out there, and he's having these breakthroughs and breakthrough performance. Like, you could not say breakthrough performance certainly today without talking about the women on screen. Lisa Perderer, again, now still in the lead here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, one of the best, deepest fields we've ever seen on this course on the women's side. Again, with a 3-minute penalty that had her stood down in T2 for 3 minutes, still with a 2-minute lead. Amazing race for this woman on screen.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next. On screen is Lisa Perderer. And just to clarify, I just want to make sure everybody knows, she actually served a 3-minute penalty just outside of transition 2 in the penalty tent before transition 2. I spoke incorrectly earlier. We all know what I was talking about. But Lisa Perderer running quite well, still holding off Solveig Lovseth at 2 minutes and 19 seconds on that last checkpoint. But at this point, it does seem like, Craig, like the math doesn't add up for her to stay in the lead, but she's holding quite well. We don't know what the energy levels are like. As we saw in the men's race, you can't really tell what's happening until you get to the real heart of the course. And right now, Matthew Marquardt, he's in it. He's coming up that big hill near the end of the race, and now he has a 3-minute and 35-second lead on Christian Hogenhag. That has opened up a lot on Christian Hogenhag, obviously a lot more on Trevor Foley, who's now 5 minutes down, running 7-minute 20-second pace in third place, and then Leon Chevalier at 2:17 total time and is just 6 minutes 38 seconds back.
Yeah, well, Matthew Marquardt is literally running away with this race. Still looks good. Still has that distinctive high arm carriage, the shoulder roll, and really his technique hasn't changed at all, to be honest. And that's always one of the telltale signs. Is, yeah, we always talk about what's the textbook perfect running technique. It's different for every athlete, depending on a lot of things. And Matthew is able to maintain his pace better than most, and he's shown that again today. Lisa Perder, as you mentioned, is still moving well, but definitely her pace has come off a little bit, and she lost a chunk of time to Solveig Lofset between the last two timing checks. And I think you're right. I think the pass is inevitable. It's an irresistible push from behind from Solveig. She's paced her race beautifully today, and we look at Christian Hogenhag on screen, and he looks like for the first time today he's showing a little bit of strain. And I loved what you said early in the marathon, that he was understanding there was a race dynamic going on around him, but he was just really in his zone and executing the way he wanted to. But it looks like he's showing a little bit of strain. He looked super efficient early, and again, it's understandable. I mean, we're splitting hairs here. We're 7.5 hours into the race, and you know, just looking at Matthew's technique and his pace, if he holds this, I mean, that course record of Trevor Foley's last year could be in jeopardy, to add insult to injury. You know, Trevor's already having a pretty rough day, and it looks like his course record from just last year is in danger of falling today as well.
Yeah, and that's just more credit to Matthew Marquardt for his, his management of his day and his energy. And, Greg, you give an athlete goes and takes his first Ironman victory, and especially under the conditions that Matthew Marquardt did in Cairns, and it gets them a new level of confidence. Now, you think you can win an Ironman is much different than I know I can and I have. So Matthew Marquardt certainly using that now. And again, what I love about Matthew is that he's got, and we saw the same thing in Cairns, he's got 3.5 minutes on Christian Hogenhag. He could be jogging right now if he wants, but he's going to be gritting his teeth to the absolute end. He's going to go till he feels like his arms and legs are going to fall off. This kid does not ever give in, even if he's just racing against the clock or himself. And, he knows the last year Christian Hogenhag was, up in the final standings of the Ironman Pro Series. So as many points as he can get is also a benefit, as well. As we look right now on screen with Solveig Lofset on the right-hand side of the screen and Lisa Perder on the left-hand side of the screen. And again, just about 2 minutes separate the two through the halfway point of the marathon. And again, Greg, we keep saying how great Solveig Lofset looks, but I mean, look at Lisa Perder. I mean, if we weren't looking at Solveig, we say, yeah, there's no way anybody's going to catch Lisa. She looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, she's had a great race. I mean, notwithstanding the penalty, everything else about her race has just showed her intent today, which was to try and win. A lot of people were talking about her with her bike strength being one of the big pre-race favourites. She's lived up to that. It looks like the pass will happen, but I mean, Lisa's just, in the end, she's doing what she can do to maintain her best pace. We talk about the wear and tear, particularly during the marathon, and normally it's like a flag up a pole. You see changes to an athlete's technique, their stride length, their turnover, but Lisa looks great. She's maintaining her pace quite well. If we look to the right, the chase, Solveig Lofset just looks great. She looks great, and it's taken this kind of a performance, I guess, to put pressure on Lisa. And the pass hasn't been made yet, but it looks inevitable. It's just a substantial differential in their pace out on course. To your point about Matthew Marquardt, I mean, yeah, you see it happen, don't you? Like once that first domino falls and an athlete has their first big win, normally one or two others come in quick succession. You know, he clearly has the physical tools to be competitive at this level and on this stage, and he just seems to me an athlete who knows how to manage himself well on course. And that might seem strange. We don't know, and he doesn't know what's going on with this cramping, but in and around that, his composure and his ability to still maintain focus and execute and win Ironman Pro Series races is really impressive.
Oh no, absolutely. It's it's phenomenal, and continuing to push that pace. And now through 23 miles, it's a 4:22 gap to Christian Hogenhag as they're getting very, very close to the finish, as you can see on our Hoka run course progress map. Getting into some hills there, and you know, that's where we're going to see, you know, Trevor Foley still fighting at, you know, fighting for a podium position, and I think those hills and Leon Chevalier running from behind are gonna be a challenge. But right now on screen, that are in a different section of the run course, that is Solveig Lovseth and Lisa Perder running quite well, and they're right now they've actually just gone through 15 miles of the run course, so they're at the flatter section, coming off these hills and reaching this flatter out and back section of the course. But Perder is still running quite smoothly as we get back to Matthew Marquardt, who now has 4:22 on Christian Hogenhag and 6 minutes on Trevor Foley. So Trevor Foley is just trying to get around the course and hoping somehow that keeps him in podium position. But right now, the way the athletes behind are running, Leon Chevalier and Jason West are big threats to run straight past our previous leader, defending champion, Trevor Foley.
We haven't seen much of Leon Chevalier at all during this marathon. We've been keeping an eye on his splits, and he's holding strong. He's a strong athlete. So it's interesting with the Ironman Pro Series, if we talk about that for a minute. You know, I think Matthew hasn't got a good 70.3 score. He's looks like, without wanting to jinx him, it looks like he's about to take his second Ironman Pro Series race on the bounce. And I think if he can carry this form into Nice, you know, he can bag another good point score there. But to figure in the overall Ironman Pro Series, you also need two really strong 70.3 scores. But it does augur well for his chances at Nice, I think. Of course, it's going to be another step up again with all the athletes there. But let's not forget, it was only 3 or 4 weeks ago that the man on the right of the screen pushed one of the greatest of all time all the way at the European Championships in Frankfurt. And whilst the field in Nice will be a step up from what it is today, Matthew Marquardt's showing that, you know, he's, even for a bigger, powerful athlete, he's great on the climbs. I think the run course in Nice will really suit him as well. So this is setting him up well.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Agree completely. And, you know, if he wins this race, you know, he will almost certainly, and, you know, you can't ever count me on my maths, but move into the lead of the Ironman Pro Series, getting himself 5,000 more points after the 5,000 points he got in Cairns. And again, more confidence, as you said, going into a world championship, more points that you're going to get at that world championship. So I know Matthew Marquardt was devastated to fall out of the podium position last year in Topah with the first kind of experience of these cramps and losing the points that he did. And man, even though he's still experiencing that condition, he's been able to fight back. And through 23 miles now, Leon Chevalier has gone through at 7:49 back, so 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Trevor Foley. But they're kind of reaching that flatter section of the course, so depending if Trevor has any fight left in him, because there's money up for grabs, as well as, you know, Kona spot, you know, the top two athletes already have, Nice spot already have their spot. So, you know, not that much up for grabs as far as that goes for Trevor, but Pride, third place position. But right now, again, Trevor running, over 7-minute pace. Leon Chevalier is still running consistent, and we haven't seen him go through that checkpoint yet. But and Jason West, last predictive split I saw had him finishing within a minute of Leon Chevalier, so that also means it's somewhat dangerous for Trevor Foley at this point as well.
Yeah, I think it's ironic too that at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in New Zealand last year, when Matthew did suffer the cramping issue for the first time and slipped off the Ironman Pro Series podium, it's kind of ironic that the man who was just on the right of our screen was the main beneficiary. Christian Hugenhaug took that third spot on the Ironman Pro Series podium, and these two men are still battling at the front of big races. So interesting to see that, Jason West is still maintaining that pace. So we did earmark him as someone who could potentially lay down a really fast marathon split. Brad Weiss was another guy, and it hasn't worked out as well for Brad, although he still seems to be in the top 10 and fighting on. He's a tough man. He'll be fighting on for that knee spot.
Oh, totally. And Craig, the thing that's crazy is it's still, with 3 miles to go, the predictive split for Jason West is 2:30, which is absolutely ridiculous on this course. Like I was saying the same thing about Trevor Foley's 2:36 last year, but a 2:30 in a debut Ironman. I mean, think about what Jason West can do on a flat course. And yeah, there are some runners that run faster over rollier courses, but this isn't that. This is a tough course. This isn't a course that you get a PB on because it's rolly and you can open the legs up. It's just that hard. And also Jason West will be getting a knee spot here as well. And I think he's going to lose a bit of time on the bike ride there in Nice, but this is a guy who he's showing right now with the 2:30 on this course is capable of maybe a mid 2:25, 2:27 run at the World Champs in Nice. Like he's putting some warning shots out there as Jason West.
Absolutely, he is. And I mean, his season 2 years ago clearly stamped him as one of the best in the world at the middle distance. Had a great swim today. He's a front pack swimmer, I think, in Ironman racing, and he raced smart on the bike mat. He raced to his own pacing plan. He and his coach had a definite plan of how he could ride the bike and run. Well, they planned for a 2:36 to 2:38, so they're transcending those expectations. But yeah, he's that kind of runner. I mean, it's amazing. He's the kind of runner who would run well on this course with his leg turnover and his ability on the downhills, but you certainly don't make up the time on the uphills on a course like this that you gain on the downhills. So I agree, he can run faster. As we see Lisa Perderer here still just working hard at the front of this race, still holding that gel flask, still looking good. I mean, I know Solveig Lofsted is eroding this lead, and the lead is coming down at every time check, but Lisa's doing what she can. Her stride length has definitely shortened a little bit. We're well into the second lap, and she's laying down a really great performance here today.
Oh, she certainly is. And, now at 15 and a half miles, it's 90 seconds to Solveig Lofseth. And wow, Solveig Lofseth has already put 3 minutes into Marta Sanchez. So Marta Sanchez struggling at this point, definitely losing some pace there. She has a pretty big gap to Holly Lawrence in 4th place at this point, but she definitely needs to kind of bring things back together at this point, losing that much time that quickly. But back here with Matthew Marquardt through 25.2 miles, still well in control. And again, Craig, to me, it's just so impressive how much this athlete just continues to push, even though he's clearly, at this point, has the win in the bag. And maybe the only thing that could take it away from him is if he overdid it and he still just has his foot on the accelerator and trying to get every little bit that he can out of it. And again, talking about the Pro Series, when we first talked about it, I thought he was maybe going to get 120 points on Christian Hugenhaug, but at this point it's going to be more like 300, and that's an amount that is reasonable and worth putting an effort in for.
Well, absolutely, and he still looks good. He looks strong. He's just such a strong, well put together athlete, strong through the hips, great core stability. You see it in his technique and his posture on the bike, and it carries through to the run. you know, his arm carriage and the shoulder roll is a little unconventional, but just look at that number belt. Look at his stability in the core and the hips. He looks amazing, and he does have Pro Series points in mind because he's trying to still put as much time into the chases as he can. He will bag the maximum 5,000 points today, and he wants to make the others work for whatever points they get.
Totally, and also I can't ignore Leon Chevier. He's obviously going for the series as well, and an athlete that's proven performer the last, I think, 4 Ironman World Championships, being in the top 10. You know, he performs generally on that stage, and a lot of points up for grabs there. So a good thing for Matthew Marquardt to get as many points as possible on that gentleman. And Craig, on the right side of the screen, I don't know if you see it or if I'm just making stuff up, but it does seem like the first time I'm seeing Lisa Perder tighten up a little bit. She seems stiffer, and it does seem like it's not maybe just Solveig Loseth that's bringing the pace in, but it's also Lisa Perder is starting to fade.
Definitely. The last 10 or 15 minutes, it looks like the stride length has shortened a little bit, especially when we see the side-on shot. And I mean, we talked 10 miles ago that, you know, a chunk of time was taken out early, but then the pace differential wasn't so great. It was just coming down slowly, and it was a question of, I thought, whether Lisa could hold pace. And I think she's just gradually doing a fantastic job, but gradually coming off the pace. And Solveig Loseth is just, she's metronomic out there with her pacing. She looks strong. She's still working the downhills, got the leg turnover and the leg drive going. And but no, I agree. I think Lisa, there's definitely a bit of wear and tear in her run form and her technique. A few telltale signs that, you know, she's feeling the effects of a long day in the lead. And yeah, it feels inevitable, doesn't it, that Solveig's going to catch up and make this pass.
Yeah, it does seem so, especially with the distance remaining left in this run course. She certainly, you know, has to turn it around to a big effect. And, you know, I think Lisa Perder, again, on a breakthrough performance today. And as far as the marathon goes, she was, you know, right now she's still on a predictive split at a 2:50 marathon, which would be a huge PB from her. So I think, you know, maybe just going out a little bit strong in this marathon to be able to hold off a runner like Solveig Loseth, if it all doesn't come together for you. And it looks like from our math that Matthew Marquardt, if he wins and when he wins today, he'll be 363 points ahead of Christian Blumenfeld. And man, that's a lot. You know, when we saw him cramping in St. George and other races this year before 2 back-to-back Ironman wins, you would not have thought that guy would be in the lead of the Ironman Pro Series with 2 perfect scores over the Ironman distance. And Matthew Marquardt proving people wrong. Man on screen right now, Christian Hogenhog, he's certainly going to move up in the results sheet as well in the Ironman Pro Series.
Absolutely he will, but you've just got to wonder what toll this month of racing will take on the back end of his season, when a lot of the other Ironman World Championship contenders are locked away at altitude or doing specific preparations. It's, as we see Matthew Marquardt just acknowledging the crowd here. What a great performance by this man. Just another exhibition of not only physical prowess, but just mental toughness, overcoming challenges, and yeah, another world-class performance by Matthew.
Oh, it certainly is, Craig. And, you know, I would say Ironman has a bunch of amazing finish lines, and you can see Matthew Marquardt, I mean, accelerating. You know, he now has 6 minutes on Christian Hogenhog, and he's pushing every meter of this course to get every second he possibly can, because every second matters. But this to me is one of the best finishing circuits and lines on the course. You run around the Olympic Oval and you hear the crowd screaming for you. I mean, look at this scene. Matthew Marquardt taking this final left-hand bend, giving himself and getting it from the crowd is Matthew Marquardt coming across the finish line. Your athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid champion, Matthew Marquardt.
Take a bow, Matthew Marquardt. Another great performance, under pressure, different challenges being thrown out, and again, you've overcome, mate. That's a great performance. We take our hat off, and he's charging up the Ironman Pro Series rankings, no doubt. Just a huge shot of confidence. Takes the $18,000 first prize check as well, which doesn't hurt. And, I'm gonna see your maths, Matt, and I'm gonna raise your maths, because I think if Leon Chevalier finishes within around 8 minutes of Matthew Marquardt, he might overtake Matthew on the Ironman Pro Series points. So how do you like them apples? How do you like that math?
You were fed that math, so I'll take it. But yeah, very, very impressive. Impressive, too, is the Wahoo Element Rivals split of 2:39.53 for Matthew Marquardt over the marathon distance. That's his second sub-240 marathon in about a month's time, and he didn't have one of those to brag about a month ago. Matthew Marquardt absolutely crushing it out here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. Again, just driving it home as much as he can, and overall finish time 7:50.08. And Craig, I mean, again, it used to be just high eights. You get under 9 and you're on the podium of this course. You know, maybe that's probably 15 years ago now, but insane to see these guys going sub-8 in the fashion that they are on this incredibly, incredibly hard run course.
Oh, mate, it was only last year we had 2 sub-8 times here, and we thought that was incredible. Fast forward 1 year, and now we're 10 minutes under 8. The bar just keeps getting raised every year. Great performances by the men and the women. I think it's all the things we've talked about, but just the depth of field. I think the competition, that bringing the best athletes together more often, creates this sort of situation where the racing just goes up a notch or 2 or 10.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just amazing stuff from these athletes. Looking through what's happening right now, we got Leon Chevalier's gone through in 4th place behind Trevor Foley. And we'll see if we can get the ambient and listen in on Matthew Marquardt. Okay, we're going to get back to the race here. And again, so Trevor Foley, I'm impressed right now, Craig, holding on for 3rd place, somehow has been able to increase his effort. Still has a minute and 15 seconds on Leon Chevalier, so might hold on to that podium position. Women on screen trying to hold on, but oh man, it is so close. Solveig Lovseth, it's just, there is no way that Lisa Perder is going to be able to hold off the fast closing Solveig Lovseth, who still looks like, she looks exactly like she looks when she left transition, Craig.
She looks awesome. Hats off to this woman, though. What a gutsy, courageous performance. She knew her strategy, she knew her card, and she played it well. We've talked about the bad luck, the penalty on the bike. That's part of racing, unfortunately, and that's going to cost her today by the looks of things. But yeah, I just think we've got to give credit to Solveig Lovseth. She's absolutely paced herself beautifully here, has not panicked, has shown the maturity and the composure of a veteran at Ironman racing. And yeah, contrasting picture there is Lisa saying something, shouting out to Solveig as she runs past. But yeah, just a great performance. Solveig doesn't want any part of a conversation here. She's going to work.
Dude, and she looks so smooth and so comfortable, absolutely tearing up this run course, going through 15.5 miles, 1:36 is her split. And Craig, I cursed off camera or off the mic because Tamara Jewett is doing some crazy stuff out there. She was 14th off the bike. She's now in 6th place. Run 1:32 to this point to Solveig Lovseth's 1:36 and is now 16 minutes down. But Danielle Lewis is going to have to fight pretty hard, as well as Holly Lawrence, if this pace keeps up. But Tamara Jewett absolutely cruising through this marathon course after leaving a lot on the table after the bike ride. But on screen right now, Christian Hogenhag,
he is, I can't believe the gap that Matthew Marquardt put in on this guy in this amount of time, but every second does matter. But the result sheet is going to show a second place for Christian Hogenhag after a great race, and again, 3 big races in 3 weeks. Pretty crazy. Hopefully he doesn't make a habit of it. I think that might end up taking something out of him, but Christian Hogenhag, taking in what I think is one of the best finish line circuits on the Ironman scene, and Christian Hogenhag looking good, doing it. Oh, which way do I go? Go that way, Christian. There you go. There we go. He's found his way, taking that last little left bend around the oval. He's getting high fives as he comes down the finish line. And your second place finisher at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, Christian Hogenhag.
Nice to see the boys embrace there, and oh yeah, Christian looks sore. It's what a month of racing. Hopefully he has a little break now. That is just a brutal schedule he's had. But all in all, Matt, I think the way he's managed himself this month, the second place in Frankfurt, the 5th place, looking strong last week at Ironman 70.3 Swansea, and now the 2nd place today. But it's taken a toll on his body, no doubt. There'll be a come down from this month's racing and this effort, not only today but the whole month. That residual fatigue, it accumulates.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think well called, and man, so impressed by this athlete today. Went out, went for the win, was aggressive on the bike, aggressive on the run, paid for it on the run, but holding on to 3rd place is Trevor Foley, and of all those things, that's what I'm most proud of and excited for Trevor for, is that he held on to 3rd place, because he was in a black box there at the bottom of that hill, and when he was passed by Marquardt and Hogenhag, he was in a world of hurt, and he somehow found himself some light in that black box and got himself to that finish line in front of a fast-running Leon Chevier.
Yeah, they're the results and the races that shape your career, the tough ones. It's easy to race well when everything's going to plan. He put himself out there today. Interestingly, he was only a couple of minutes outside his course record from last year, so still had a great performance. And maybe in hindsight he may have raced a little differently, maybe not. I mean, I love the way he races. I love the way he backs himself, takes charge on the bike. He shut down a big deficit very quickly, and then ran well. But when the wheels came off, they came off all right.
Yeah, no, they did, and but he was able to keep him on the chassis at least, to come across the finish line in 3rd place here in Lake Placid. Solveig Lovseth just looks so smooth and controlled and focused and able to take in her surroundings and gather what's happening around her. But now she's just going to be opening up this gap more and more. I mean, we don't see Lisa Perder anywhere, and we're going to be talking about whether or not Lisa can hold on. See Solveig take a big look around to see if there's any reason to worry at this point, and Solveig, there is not. You have certainly solidified that gap, and Perder, I do not see that athlete making any moves back onto this woman.
Yeah, it looked like she was working hard. Lisa Perder's strategy was to just hold the lead as long as possible, and I think the dam wall has burst now, and but she'll soldier on to the finish. I mean, let's not understate the race that this lady's laid down today. I mean, just again, experience beyond her years. It is really only her, well, it's definitely her 2nd Ironman race, but she's only really, I guess, contested this distance for a couple of months now. So she's showing great maturity, great composure. But again, as you mentioned, she has an extensive international resume and career. She's raced at the Olympic Games. She's raced on the WTCS circuit, European Championships, World Championships. So she knows her way around big-time racing. Obviously very well trained, and was able to keep her composure and make smart decisions at the right time. She didn't panic on the bike. It seemed like she was losing time early, and she was, but just maintained her own rhythm, her own momentum, and ate back into the lead of Marta Sanchez and Lita Perderer that last 50K on the bike, and then has laid down just another impressive marathon to date. Let's not forget there are still 6 or 7 miles to go, but yeah, she looks like she's well in control. Again, just the face still looks like she's nose breathing, the mouth is closed, and checking the watch, checking the splits every kilometre or so, and she seems right on top of things here, Matt.
Totally. And again, her predictive run split still in like the 243, 244 range, which is pretty stinking crazy. And Solveig Lovseth is gonna get a ton of points, moving her to the top of the Ironman Pro Series. And yeah, I mean, with her debut Ironman was incredibly impressive. This one is almost as much to win your second, all things considered, if she holds on here, to win your second Ironman ever, and to have the type of performance that she's having here in Lake Placid is pretty remarkable. Craig, as we see splits from our men's finish, Leon Chevier does come across the finish line in 4th place at 7:59.01, 8:52 behind Matthew Marquardt. So it looks like Matthew will go into the lead of the Ironman Pro Series, but it looks like Leon Chevier is going to get that ticket to Nice, which I know was something he very much was looking forward to. And we're going to expect to see Jason West cross the finish line here pretty soon. He did slow somewhat significantly over the last couple miles, but he's still going to come across the finish line in the mid 230s. But yeah, he's come across the finish line now, 2:37.20 for his marathon time of 8:01.59. So definitely slowed a fair bit the last few miles. And you can do it a couple different ways, Craig. We saw the splits he was putting out there. And for him to actually only finish 2 minutes faster than Matthew Marquardt on the marathon shows there's 2 different ways to get around a run course. And I'm betting Jason's was the harder way to do it.
Yeah, no doubt it would have felt like someone dropped concrete boots onto him those last few miles. But, in fairness, he didn't really have a choice. He was that far behind. He had to make a statement early in the marathon. I agree, Matthew Marquardt, the way he raced the marathon, just pacing yourself, rationing your energy is always the best way. That steady state output that we've seen Matthew do so well. And his run split today, 2:39.53, was very eerily similar to his run split in Cairns. Again, a different course, different conditions, but just speaks to a consistency that Matthew Marquardt's been able to find in his racing at the highest level. And again, just I think speaks volumes of his improvement as an athlete.
Solveig Lovseth still at the front of the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. I say still, but just to the front and holding there for sure. But she is having a great Ironman for her second race out on the Ironman circuit. We're gonna have another split from here pretty soon, but I bet that gap to Lisa Perderer has extended even more than the last time we looked at it.
It's crazy to think that in her Ironman debut in Hamburg, where she laid down a historic performance, fastest Ironman debut in history, she still lost so many points in the Ironman Pro Series, because what we also witnessed that day was one of the greatest races we've seen outside of the World Championships between Laura Philipp and Kat Matthews.
Yeah.
Who nearly broke 8 hours. I mean, Kat obviously ran a 2:30. Laura ran a 2:38 that day. Kat was a 2:40. And they were perilously close, both of them, to breaking 8 hours that day. So on the face of it, an 8-hour 12 Ironman debut is extremely impressive and unheralded, really. She didn't probably get as many points as that performance warranted, but that's just the way the series works. If you're up against the best in the world, you may put down a great performance, but it might not be enough to get as many Ironman Pro Series points as you think you deserve.
Yeah, no, that's what makes the Ironman Pro Series so interesting. Is you got to race the field on the day, and it's
who shows up and whose legs show up on the day as to what the points are going to be. And you got to push to the very end to get maximum points for yourself and to get as many on the others as you can. Solveig Lofseth still looking over her shoulder, trying to see where Lisa Perder is. She's in one of the sections of the course where there isn't an out and back nearby, which is unique. There are so many on this course, but still feel like she's running scared a little bit. Right now, our GPS gap was showing last about a minute. I bet it's a little bit more than that at this point, but Solveig Lofseth still running quite smoothly. And again, Greg, I'm just impressed with it. Seems like she looks exactly like she did when she left transition a few hours ago. Lisa Perder, a little bit tighter. Turnover's still pretty good, but definitely a little bit different dynamics in that run form than we saw a few hours ago.
Yeah, it's definitely a contrast with this split screen, looking at the two women. And Solveig's just been able to maintain her pace. She was still charging down that last little downhill, leaning forward, striding out. Yeah, I think she's going to run a great marathon split here today. Lisa Perder needs to take stock here, though. She needs to just continue, being mindful of her nutrition and her pacing. I think it's pretty clear that the victory is going to elude her today, but she can still finish second on the podium. She just needs to make sure that she really battens down the hatches and weathers this storm. It looks like she's going through a bit of a rough patch. The wear and tear is clear in her technique, in her form, but also in her face. And she's got to get through this last 12 kilometers as best she can.
No, she certainly does. And in the women's race, still absolutely cruising through the field. Tamara Jewett has moved into 5th place, passing fleet-footed Danielle Lewis, who rarely gets passed on the marathon at all. And her run pace at this point for predicted split under 2:40 is Tamara Jewett. So Holly Lawrence now is 3 minutes in front of Tamara and has lost 15 minutes to her through 17 miles. So going to be hard for Holly Lawrence to keep in front of Tamara Jewett as fast as she's running. And man, Marta Sanchez needs to keep her eyes open too. When somebody's closing that fast, you really never know. And Tamara Jewett would not have bet that coming off the bike in 14th place.
Yeah, I mean, she's having a run performance for the ages so far. Let's see if it continues through. We saw Jason West came off his pace late in the marathon. Tamara does have an Ironman under her belt, though. She raced Ironman Texas earlier this year, and let's not forget she was a world-class runner before she switched to triathlon. So she has that run pedigree too, as well as more Ironman experience than Jason West brought into the race today. But both of these athletes have been super fun to watch today. It's always nice to throw a cat amongst the pigeons when someone from back in the field is launching an attack like that. It puts everyone on notice up front. And I don't think in the men's race Jason West was ever in danger of winning, but he certainly, I think, would have put shockwaves through the field. And Tamara's doing the same in the women's race here. And she could pick up more spots yet. Let's see how close to the podium she can get. It looks like if things stay the same as they do, and we still got about 45 minutes of racing for our lead woman, Solveig Lofseth, at this stage. It looks like she's in the box seat. But again, when someone's moving on course as fast as Tamara is, you just never quite know.
No, you never know, and especially if that runner somehow is paced conservatively and has the energy to increase as it goes. Definitely challenging to hold any athlete like that off. Solveig Lofseth right now through 20.2 miles with 1 minute and 16 seconds over Lisa Perder. So still running super, super well, and in control of this race with, again, 75 seconds over second place. Craig, we had Henrik Ghosh go through the finish in 6th place with a 2:40 marathon on the men's side, and Bradley Weiss went through a 2:48.57 to come across the finish line
in 7th, as we're back to shots of our 3rd place woman on the course, and that is Marta Sanchez, running last we saw about 5 minutes behind our leader, and still holding on to 3rd place with about a 7-minute gap on the closest athlete behind, and that's Holly Lawrence. But still looks good. It looks like she's steadied herself and is on a consistent run pace at this point.
Yeah, she looks great. And I mean, she's just adding to her resume for this year. 2nd at Ironman South Africa, early season. 4th at Ironman 70.3 Axon Province in another Ironman Pro Series event. So she's just continuing her role this season. She's got a nice little streak of consistency going, and another great performance by her.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic performance. And, you never know. This is why we do the race. A lot of pre-race favorites not really showing themselves. At this point, Jackie Herring still in 7th place. She's going to lose kind of a lot of points, from what she was hoping to get out there on course today. Laura Jansen in 8th place. Regan has gone down a bit. Lotte Wilms is in 10th. Maya Stage Nielsen in 12th. So, yeah, you never know. And this course really will, chew you up and spit you out if you're not on a great day. And I think people underestimate Lake Placid at times. I don't know how they can do that with the amount of elevation gain and loss on this bike and run course. It is a challenge, and Marta Sanchez is holding on quite well.
It looks like in the men's race, Trevor Foley's been able to bag himself one of the World Championship qualifications. Jason West as well, if that's part of his plans for the season, was to qualify for the race in Nice, and he's punched his ticket today. And I think Brad Weiss as well. So great job by Brad, who's got an awesome record at Ironman World Championships, as we mentioned before. And again, we just look at Solveig Lofset here, and yeah, not a lot's changed here, Matt. I mean, just maybe a couple of little grimaces here and there, but in terms of from the shoulders down, she looks good. Still turning the legs over, still charging on the downhills. Now we pan back to Lisa Perderer, and I think she's clearly starting to struggle a lot more. Although still keeping a decent pace, but losing time to our leader and maintaining her position in 2nd, but clearly not running the same pace she was even 15 minutes ago.
No, definitely not. And you can't blame anybody at this point in the Ironman marathon if their pace slows when they're 20 miles in. That's to be expected by most of us mortals. I know it's not the same for you, Craig, or it wasn't the same for you, but you're 1 in a million.
Thank you, Matt. I'll take that as a compliment.
At this point in the day, we got to have as many compliments going around as possible. And let's compliment Marta Sanchez. She's been so consistent over the last year, over this Ironman distance, and doing so again today. And what's great is she never really puts herself in a spot where she's like, oh, I'll see if I can be in a position to win or whatever. It's like, no, she tries to win whenever she's out there. And I love seeing kind of the gumption of this athlete and how she attacks every course that she steps foot on.
Yeah, she's an incredibly consistent athlete as well. I mean, always fighting for the podium. I was fortunate enough to be over at Ironman and Ironman 70.3 Western Australia at the end of last year, and she won the Ironman 70.3 Asia Pacific Championships with just another well-rounded performance. So she's no stranger to the podium. She's raced a great race here today. She looks so smooth on the bike, and this woman though, she's just been lights out since she stepped up to Ironman racing. I mean, an amazing performance in Hamburg, and I mean, it's hard to judge the two performances, but this is right up there with what she laid down in Hamburg. That was a European Championship against, well, I was going to say two of the best in the world, but possibly the two best in the world, 1st and 2nd from the Ironman World Championships last year in Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews. And this woman was not overawed by any means. She rode with the leaders, even had that aero bar extension come loose, stopped,
Right.
got that fixed, bridge back up to the lead, and just did not look out of place at the front of, a world-class championship race.
No, and she did so in her debut Ironman against two veterans who have raced the distance many, many times over in Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews. Solveig Lovseth seeing if she can hold on to the win here in Lake Placid.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Solveig Lovseth cruising in the lead here of the marathon. The Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. I'm Matt Lieto here with Craig Alexander. The racing has been consistently fast and back and forth, Craig. It's racing we don't often see over the Ironman distance, but again, the Ironman Pro Series has really brought all of the best athletes in one spot, and we can see that the racing's hot and the racing's tight, and man, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I really feel that the Ironman Pro Series has been the catalyst for some just really deep, world-class fields assembling more often. You get these situations where athletes are trying to win the race, take the prize purse, but you also get these different scenarios of races within a race. And we're seeing that play out now. 8 of the top 13 from the Ironman Pro Series are here today, trying to add to their Ironman Pro Series points tally. And look, I just think Solveig Lovseth has really been dominant. She's raced a brilliant race. She wasn't in contention after the swim, but there was no panic on her part. She biked a really well-paced 180 kilometres, and her run's been phenomenal. I've got a question without notice for you, mate. I mean, I know Kona, different conditions, a different beast with that heat and humidity and the wind, but I mean, what do you think of Solveig Lovseth's chances in terms of, replicating these sorts of performances on the Big Island in October?
No, I mean, I think that's a great question, Craig, and I think, if right now she's again still on pace to run a low 240 marathon. So I mean, I certainly wouldn't bet against her for the podium, and I think depending on what her swim consistency is like, you know, she could be putting herself in, you know, conversations as one of the racers that has the ability to win, you know, and you know, maybe it's not this year, but I think certainly pretty soon down the ranks. I mean, this is a very young athlete still, and you know, she does not have much experience over the distance, and again, I think that the swim is kind of the only thing that really stands out that she needs to make some improvements on to be consistent as an athlete over that distance in a world championship field in Kona, just because we know how important that swim is. But yeah, I mean, she has the bike and run certainly to put herself in a podium position, I think, as of this October. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. I mean, of course, there's always that question mark with how an athlete performs over that length of time in the heat, in those conditions, but there's things you can do to prepare for that and acclimate to the conditions. And I guess we won't really know until we see it firsthand in October. But she's an exciting prospect, and yeah, I love when new athletes come on the scene and I wouldn't say shake things up, but just add another ingredient into the mix of what's already just amazingly competitive racing on the women's side of the sport right now. You know, we've seen some really historic performances the last 12 to 18 months. And just like in the men's racing, the women just continue to get quicker and quicker. As we see Lisa Perderer coming down this little slight decline and taking some aid through the aid station. And now we're back with our leader, Solveig Lofset, who, again, just casually going about her business, checking the watches. We've seen her do 1,000 times on this run course, and she's a very intentional and organized athlete. She's got her pacing, her fueling. She seems on top of all of these things, and yeah, just continuing to charge towards the finish line. I noticed that some of our other female athletes who have aspirations to finish high up in the Ironman Pro Series point score are still hanging in and around there. Jackie Herring's got herself up to 7th place. The big mover on course, as you've mentioned, is Tamara Jewett. I mean, potentially could be pushing Holly Lawrence for that 4th place position. At the moment, right. Holly's holding strong in 4th, and Tamara's a little ways behind. But yeah, I mean, let's keep an eye on the minor placings there, because there's still some Ironman Pro Series implications to play out here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're right, but at this point, she's putting almost to this mile point. Tamara Jewett's almost put a minute a mile into Holly Lawrence. So definitely, I wouldn't be surprised if Tamara Jewett was in 4th place by the time we hit our next split. But yeah, amazing run from that woman, and Holly Lawrence still on a really, really good debut Ironman. But it's woman on screen, Solveig Lofset, well in control here in Lake Placid.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. I'm Craig Alexander here with Matt Lieto. And Matt, we're in the deep part of the race here for the women. Solveig Løvseth has taken this race by the scruff of the neck, as we say down here in Australia. I think we say that everywhere, don't we? That she's just really, I'm not going to say it was a dominating performance, because for 2/3 of this race, Lisa Perderer led the race, but this woman never looked out of it, really. Even when she drifted back to 7 minutes, a 7-minute deficit on the bike course, she was able to close that to about 5 towards the end of the bike, and has just looked in complete control the entire marathon.
Yeah. No, I mean, she's shown us something special today for sure, is Solveig Løvseth. And, she stopped looking over her shoulder, and I think rightly so. But Lisa Perderer has hung on a little bit better than, I thought she might after the rate that she was passed by the woman on screen, and is just 2 minutes and 15 seconds down, 22 miles into the run here in Lake Placid. But it's great racing from those women, as well as the rest of the women in our top 10. A lot of shuffling going on right now. We're looking at that tracker to see how close Tamara Jewett's getting to Holly Lawrence, or if she's passed her already, and if Marta Sanchez is holding on her pace, and if there's any reason to think that it's possible that she could get passed by Tamara Jewett as well. I believe that is likely out of reach at this point, but anything is possible. But our leader is now through 23 miles on the course. That's Solveig Løvseth, and her predicted time still is 2:43, Craig. And if she goes under 2:45 on this course, I mean, that is bananas on this course.
It's amazing. If she holds that pace, I'm going to say now that's a better run than any of the runs that the men laid down.
For
243,
sure.
243 on this course. I mean, again, on the downhill, she still looks like she's striding out, checking her watch at regular intervals, making sure she's staying on task and on pace. There did seem to be a little shortening of the stride up that last hill, but this is just a brutal marathon course. I mean, it really is a brutal course, and for her to be sustaining and holding this pace really is a phenomenal effort.
Oh, totally. And, if 245, it's insane. And it's close. The men's, the fastest men's was 237. Our men's winner went just at 240, essentially, 239 high. That's crazy. And last year, we saw, again, this ridiculous come from behind win that I never would have thought was possible from Danielle Lewis, and she ran a 252, right? So, I mean, she is doing something quite special, and again, just in her second run. And, we talked about World Championship, and I think that shows you that she is capable of being at that World Championship level. Now, were we talking about someone from the part of the world that she's from is racing in the rain in Lake Placid the same as racing in the lava fields in Kona? Absolutely not. But it's showing what she's capable of. And anything under 250 just a few years ago was transcendent on the women's side of things, let alone a mid 240. So Solveig Løvseth, in her very short amount of time on the Ironman scene, is making waves, and all the competitors, even the World Championship contenders, 100% are taking notice of this woman.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
It's just where I wanna be.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Solveig Lovseth in the last few miles of the marathon here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. She's up out of that kind of down spot in the lower section of the course, up on the toughest hills of the course, and most, a little bit of a up and down around here, but mostly flat crag, and should be able to keep her pace up as much as she wants to. And, I'm curious whether or not she's going to be pushing that pace as far as the Pro Series goes with, Danielle Lewis and Jackie Herring in the race with her she's going to be getting a ton of points on. And those are two athletes that were very, very high in the standings last year. So we might see her, hold on to that fast run split if she's really pushing that pace. But through 23 miles, she's 2 minutes and 30 seconds on Lisa Perderer, who, again, I'm so impressed that she's held on as well as she has. And through 22 miles, Marta Sanchez was just 8 minutes behind those two athletes. So still pretty tight over that podium with Lisa Perderer on screen.
It's crazy that towards the end of the bike we were talking about Lisa and Marta having PBs in the low 3 hours, and I think they're both going to go well under that today. So great performances if they can hold on. And I think, to your point, Matt, that's one of the things that the Ironman Pro Series has done. It means that a lot of athletes now, we saw it with Matthew Marquardt in the men's, they push right to the death, right to the last metre of the marathon, because, if you work hard to get yourself in this position and you want to take full advantage of whatever separation you've created to the women behind you, especially if you are eyeing off a podium finish in the Ironman Pro Series. And Solveig has so far been faultless in this race today, and she can bag a lot of Ironman Pro Series points and get quite a leg up over some of her rivals in that Pro Series, given that we are coming into the championship part of the season, as we see just a little bit of wear and tear and strain showing on her, which is understandable given the pace that she's running. But I think something else that's quite amazing, Matt, is what you talked about. Tamara Jewett is actually running a minute a mile faster than some of our leaders and people at the front of this race. She's running. Insane. She was ticking 6 minute miles. She's been ticking off, and that is incredible running.
No, absolutely. And I was wrong, Craig. She, woman on screen, Solveig Lovseth, wasn't quite through all the hills. That was, did look like she slowed there, because that was a pretty good little rise, one of the tougher hills on course, actually, that she just ran up. But yeah, Tamara Jewett
insane. 6th or 14th off the bike, 4th place now. She's still on pace. Predictive run split. I can't believe that I'm going to say it. And again, it's just predictive, but 2:37:45. That is just bananas.
Man, that is
bananas.
It's just outrageous, isn't it? I mean, it's incredible. These women are pushing boundaries. I mean, I think a lot of these women would have watched Laura Philipp run the 2:38 in Hamburg and think, you know what, it's possible. And not only is it possible, that's actually the level.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not for a second suggesting what Tamara's doing today is on par with what Laura did, because we know Laura was second off the bike that day. But in context, the 2:37:45 run, if she can hold on to this pace, is just out of this world.
Oh yeah, no, it's insane, and you know the likelihood of that exact time is kind of slim. Again, it's a predictive timing, but to be anywhere close to that pace is just crazy. And you know, I'm looking at fastest run times, and yeah, it's. I can't actually find it, but I'll get there at some point. I'm gonna get those fastest times, and I mean I know that would be the fastest run split here by a fair bit, and it's it's crazy to see.
Well, it would be the fastest run split here by over 10. I mean, Danielle Lewis ran a 2:52 last year. That's the run course record. So I think it's fair to say there's at least 2 women are going to go under that today. One of them is who we were just looking at on screen, Solveig Lovset, and Tamara Jewett's clearly the other one as we pan back to Lisa Perderer, who's still just chipping away at this marathon and doing a great job. I mean, amazing race by her today. You know, in the end, it looks like that penalty is not going to cost her the win, so to speak. Although it's never as simple as just deducting 3 minutes from the time. So I think I actually said Danielle ran a 2:51 last year. It was a 2:52. I'm just checking my notes here. So low 250s, but the point still stands. If someone runs a low 240 here, they've just blown the course record out of the water by 10 minutes. So it's
crazy. And I'm looking at some historic results, and blast from the past. Caitlin Snow in like the late aughts was running 259s, 257s on this course. But the amount of times this course was won with a 305, 308. Heather Jackson won with a 307. She won with a 308 as well. Lisa Norden won with a 316 in 2021. 304 from Sarah True. 306 from Alice Alberts. And we're talking about, and again, Tamara isn't going to win with that time, but a run split under 240 possibly, and the woman on screen to win with a run split about 20 minutes faster than some of those times that I'm talking about. We're talking about Heather Jackson, and that she's running 20 minutes faster. It's remarkable.
It's just an awesome time to be a fan of the sport. The men and the women, they just continue to raise the ceiling. And I think there's a lot of reasons why we can speculate, or we want to. I just think it speaks to the commitment and professionalism of these athletes more than anything else. They have access to great equipment, of course they do, but they're well trained. Physiologically, they're world-class endurance athletes, mentally tough. Their preparation across the board, checking all the boxes with aerodynamics, equipment, uniform choice, shoe choice, nutrition. It's just, there really is a lot for these athletes, you know, performance components they have to be across. And I think it's a little bit of all of these things that are ingredients, but just also the racing. The depth of field, I want to say, is one of the main ingredients. We just see a lot of the best athletes racing more often, and it's athletes who have always pushed their colleagues and their contemporaries to great heights. It's the athletes pushing each other, which is raising the roof.
Oh no, it is. The athletes are absolutely raising the roof and pushing the pace as best they can, and knocking down those barriers and the walls that we've had in this sport. And Solveig Lovseth does look like she's slowing just a little bit as she looks at her watch, as you would expect someone to do 24 miles into a marathon. But still, again, she's up one of the risers late
in the course, but just about 2 miles or a little less than 2 miles to go for our women's leader, Solveig Lovseth. Again, running incredibly fast after a controlled and contained bike ride. Still a very, very fast bike ride, but didn't seem like she got out of her race plan and did anything outside of what she was planning to do.
Yeah, no, it's been an incredibly composed and just mature performance from this exciting new superstar athlete on the tri scene.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is a remarkable time in the sport, and can't wait to see what Solveig shows us the rest of the season. There's certainly a lot more to come, and World Championship of both distances, and Ironman Pro Series points up for grabs for her, and we're going to see some great things out of this athlete.
We see her making the turn now and heading for home. So she's got to have that smell of the finish chute in her nostrils, surely. I mean, it's been a long, hard-fought day, but she's certainly on the homeward stretch now.
Yeah, and we'll see what what pace she continues to hold through, but through 25.2 miles, her time still under 2:40 for the marathon. So she's going to be probably around 2:47, high 2:46, which is insane on any course, let alone the Ironman Lake Placid course. If you've ever run it, you know how tough it is. It's absolutely brutal, and she's making pretty darn quick work of it. Is Solveig Lovseth, and love to see it, and still holding strong behind Lisa Purder and Marta Sanchez. Marta Sanchez 8:38 back. Tamara Jewett still closing, but certainly not enough time to bring back a gap, about 5 minutes of Marta Sanchez, but 20 minutes into Marta Sanchez at this point. And again, Tamara Jewett's run split now still predictive in the 2:37 range. And again, that's crazy. If you're Marta Sanchez and you're running sub 3-hour pace and somebody tells you lost to 20 minutes to the woman running behind you, I mean, that's something nightmares are made of.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you just don't see it. You don't see that kind of time differential between the top performers on the world circuit. So, every now and again we're blessed to see these outlier performances, and as we mentioned, Tamara was a world-class runner in a former life. She's also a lawyer, so another one of those high achievers that you talk about, Matt. So great to see her closing out with a really strong marathon today, and getting her season back on track.
Yeah, and I should have asked the same question about Jason West, and I didn't, just because I hadn't thought about it, but I think I know the answer, and I'm just trying to create conversation, and no way do I necessarily think this is true. But when you see something like that, you being someone was a transcendent runner in the sport, were you ever, when you ran that fast, were you ever like, man, I could have pushed it a little bit more on the bike? Like if you didn't win the race, right? Like, is Jason West running at 2:30 pace? Does that show us that he probably could have ridden a little bit faster, and maybe he's left a little bit too much of the tank? Or is it simply like, no, these pure runners, that's what they're going to run if they have the right energy?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. It's a closed energy equation. You've only got so much energy to spend, and if you overbike, it does impact your running, and your run, not only your ability to run, but your run time, obviously. So I think it's one of those things with experience. You learn how to get very close to that edge of where you can push it to on the bike and still maximize your full potential and capacity in the run. So yeah, it's exciting, and I think that's why you do have to put a lot of these run splits in context. Someone who like today, for instance, if Trevor had been able to close with a low 2:30 off a 4:10 bike on this course, I mean, how does that low 2:30 compare to, say, the Ironman world record time of 2:26:57 that Manuel Macias ran. How does it compare to the 2:28, 03 that Matt Hansen ran in Challenge Rock 2 weeks ago? I mean, it's very hard to make these comparisons, but I think, when someone lays down a run split like that and they've biked at the front or close to the front, for me, it always carries a lot more weight for sure.
Yeah, but I think good input, good thoughts, and we just got this stat. We got some people looking through numbers for us, and talking about Tamara Jewett and her run pace through 35.5 kilometers. There's only one other athlete on the day that ran quicker to that point, and that was
Jason West.
Jason West, yeah, which is crazy. And at that point, he was still on 2:30 pace. 2:32 pace possibly. So it's insane what she is doing out there, and crazy to see and great to see. And you're talking about an athlete that's, again, the running conditions today are kind of perfect if you've managed things right? 65 degrees, raining, like you're certainly going to be able to push the effort and not overheat. Going to be very different in Kona. But Tamara getting a spot to the World Championships is, it's possible we'll see something special out of her out on the lava fields if she's capable of running at sub 240 in Lake Placid, and she can somehow manage the heat and the race up until that point and come to it with good energy, which is much more difficult. I mean, that's there's something scary there, but it's also the level of the field too. And if Laura Phillip is watching right now, she's like, well, wait, I mean, I'm planning to run a 240 off the bike in Kona with a good bike ride. It's no big deal, right? And that's quite possible. But to me, it's just insane the pace that these women are riding the bike, swimming, and running, obviously. And Solveig Lovseth is certainly one of those athletes that is pushing the pace. In 25.2 miles, Lisa Purder has only lost 3 minutes to this woman on screen. So still running quite well, definitely safe in contention for second place. And Greg, it looks like Solveig Lovseth has taken maybe that last right-hand corner before the left-hand bend, and she's looking pretty excited to get to that finish line. Yeah, she's going under the arch. She's going to have this gentle right turn. Still that great run form by Solveig Lovseth as she reaches the oval, and we can see her coming around this corner here in just 1 second. Our tape holders are gonna have to make sure they get out there, as we see now running around the corner of this oval, celebrating as she comes, is Solveig Lovseth. And I'm actually, here we go. Yeah, she was doing some real celebrating around that last corner, and she's got a smile on her face now. High fives as she goes down the finish chute. Her first win and your 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid champion, Solveig Lovseth.
Just an awesome performance by Solveig today, and new course record by almost 17 minutes. So
crazy.
Yeah, it is amazing. And I think it shows that, look, the conditions are good today for sure, but that's not a small chunk of time. This is a great performance. This young lady just continues to show us that she really has taken to this long course racing like a duck to water, as we say in Australia. But she doesn't look overawed by not only the distance, but the competition or any of it. She just looks right at home.
No, she certainly does. And Craig ran the 2:46.49. Our Wahoo Element rival split shows us just that. And you're right, really good conditions, but 17 minutes is that's crazy. And I will say, I'm probably going to get some comments from some hydrodynamic people out on course, some scientists, but I'm pretty sure that rainy of a bike ride isn't the fastest conditions you can be out on a bike course, right? Like, that's certainly not where the equipment is optimized. So still quite impressed even with the cool conditions, but 2:46
for this woman on that run course. Again, 20 minutes faster than women were winning this race with just a few years ago. So it's absolutely crazy. And again, overall time of 8:43.29. Just remarkable work from Solveig Løvseth.
Yeah, she continues her meteoric rise in long course or Ironman distance racing. Be interested to see how she performs at the 70.3 distance, because I think she's purpose built for it.
Yeah.
Particularly with the bike and run leg, as we see Lisa Perder now almost about to hit that finish straight and finish off her day. And what a solid day it's been for her, Matt.
Oh, Craig, it absolutely has been. And, she did have unfortunate issue with a blue card for, a drafting penalty for her on the day. So 3 minutes that she had to stand down in the penalty tent after that first lap of the bike ride. But she kept a positive attitude and was aggressive to get back to the lead, the spot that she had earned herself out of the swim and early sections of the bike ride. And Lisa Perder showed her class all day. And it was only, an athlete that we're talking about as this transcendent new force with this crazy run time was able to get in front of her. And, you talk about Solveig Løvseth beating the old course record by 17 minutes. That means Lisa Perder would beat the old course record by, 13, 14 minutes, which is all you can ask for. And you kind of hate for the athlete to look down and be like, wait, I broke the course record and somehow didn't win. But she's got to be happy with this, and you can see the smile on the face. She absolutely is. Your second place finisher at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, Lisa Perder. And Craig, she did it with a 2:55.48 run split, which again, most years would have been the fastest run split by a fair bit, but on today, 10 minutes slower than the woman who won in front of her, Solveig Løvseth, but just 3 minutes and 20 seconds down, Craig.
Yeah, great performance by Lisa. No doubt she would have been eyeing off the victory, particularly in the early stages of that bike. She was setting up her race nicely, overcame a few obstacles and challenges, but really that's just a solid all-round performance. And again, I think these fast times speak to just the quality of fields that the Ironman Pro Series is attracting. You mentioned right off the top of the broadcast that this was the best fields assembled here at Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, and I agree. I think we've got, again, just that depth of talent, that quality of field, depth of field that really leads to fast racing.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the thing, is that none of these athletes on the podium would have the performances they did today if it wasn't for the other athletes on the podium. It's, the rising water, so to speak, and it's rising tides, or you know the saying. I'm not so good with my words this late into the race, Greg, but you know what I mean. And I think it's true. And I think Marta Sanchez on any other day in the history of Ironman Lake Placid would have won with the performance that she had today. And just because of those other athletes performing at that point, she doesn't win today. But at the same time, she would not have been as fast today as she was if it wasn't for those other athletes. So long way to say it. They're all incredibly talented, fast. And Tamara Jewett now a mile out and just 3 minutes behind Marta Sanchez. Obviously not going to catch her, but still running incredibly quickly. She's going to probably just tick over into the 40s for her run split, but who knows? If she looks at her watch and sees possible to see a 3 is that second digit, we might see her turn on the afterburners a little bit. But Tamara Jewett absolutely flying through the late stages of this marathon.
Yeah, it's been just a outlying run performance from Tamara Jewett. We have seen it at different events. She had an incredibly fast run split at Oceanside earlier this year. I meant 70.3 Oceanside. So we often talk about her background in track and cross country running. She's put that to good use today. Left herself a little too much work to do after the swim and bike, but just a great way to resurrect a race. And it goes to show you that, yeah, you just can never quit. You can never give up on a performance, particularly if you're someone like Tamara who has that amazing run ability up your sleeve to click off the miles a minute quicker than some of your other leading competitors. It means you can take a handful of time or a bunch of time back. And I think the saying you were looking for, Matt, was a rising tide floats all boats. Is that the one?
Yeah, something about ships. I'm not sure boats. Yeah, it works. I like it.
Ships in the night, boats, tide.
I think we're ships in the night at the moment, Craig, but wouldn't want to be rising tides with anybody but you. It's great. We're going to get quoted on these for sure. Magnificent commentating by you and I. And I will say, Craig, all joking aside, fantastic working with you today, and great insights and some insights that we can only really get from someone who has the world championship titles that you have, and getting the insight of being in the very, very top end of the sport. And it's great to be able to have these athletes having these performances when you're on the mic right beside me.
I appreciate that. Thank you, mate. I've enjoyed calling the race with you. It seems that every time we get together to do one of these broadcasts, we see something special, whether it be cramping or historic run splits. And it's just, again, it's just a fun time to be a fan in the sport. And the professional side of racing and the age group side of triathlon is very healthy. So I'm just enjoying this season so far.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. And the athletes and this Ironman Pro Series, it's so exciting to see it be such a great success. And the athletes, that's the big thing. The athletes are really excited about it, and they're motivated by it. And that's how you know it works. You see these athletes giving their best on courses that, they haven't necessarily raced before. I don't think many of these athletes would be flying out to Lake Placid if it wasn't for the points on the board and the exposure available in the broadcast with Ironman Pro Series. So it's great to see it really bringing excitement to our wonderful sport here. And the athletes are the ones that are doing it inside of that container. And it's Marta Sanchez right now. We can see her getting close to that oval, that left-hand turn, so she can get into that right-hand bend on the oval, and she will be so relieved to be there. Again, one of the most exciting finish lines to enter into the sport, and you have to run by it so many times before you get to run through it. It can be a little bit painful. You hear the crowds, especially when you got athletes finishing in front of you, but right now the crowds are going to be cheering for no one other than Marta Sanchez, and amazing performance by her here today, Craig.
Yeah, she's been consistent from the gun, led the bike ride with Lisa Perderer. They formed a great little duo. In fact, there were three of them for a while, Holly Lawrence, and that was a really strategic and convenient partnership for those three athletes. And then it ended up just being Marta and Lisa, and now Marta's closed it out with a good marathon, and she too will break the old course record here and break 9 hours, which is no small feat, as we see Marta Sanchez from Spain cross the line here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid, race 13 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. In third spot, we see her get her finisher medal from Scott DeRue, CEO of Ironman, and great job, Marta. Her consistent season continues.
Certainly does, and you can see the pain on her face. Craig, there's no doubt that she pushed it to the very end, asking for a little bit of refreshment, a little sugary drink. You can see she's got a little bit of humor in her still, but sometimes you don't know if you want to laugh or you want to cry when you cross these finish lines. And she's getting a little bit of help from our CEO, Scott DeRue, as you said, and love to see it. Great stuff by these three women, first across the finish line here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. And again, it's Solveig Lovseth with a finish time of 8:36:30. Insane. Lisa Perderer, second place, 8:39:35. And Marta Sanchez, 8:46:01. Incredible finishes by those three women.
Don't stop the beat and go!
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Great overhead shot of transition and the oval and the finish at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid. We did just have Tamara Jewett cross the finish line in 4th place with a run time, Craig, of 2:40.05. Incredible running from Tamara Jewett and the rest of our women. Great performances out there on course. And in just a few minutes or moments, we're going to go down to the high price recovery zone and have a little chat with our women. And yeah, great performances by those three. And let's go down to
welcome into the Hyper Ice Lounge with our Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid champion, Solveig Lovseth. Solveig, you are really making a splash here at the Ironman distance. What went well for you today to take home the win?
I think that was just being patient, really. I think what I like about the Ironman distance is that it is a long day, so you don't have to stress too much. Like I lost some time in the beginning, and to be honest, I was expecting to maybe lose some time on the swim or to lose some time on the swim. But I lost a bit more than I thought I would, and I was also maybe expecting to gain some time on the front on the bike, which I didn't do at all. So it was all about just keep believing that I could win in the end, and I was just going out quite hard on the run and trying to just keep it all together, and yeah, really proud that I made it work in the end.
Well, if we look at your results here and your results in Hamburg, obviously a lot of eyes are on you now. Very impressed about what you're capable of. What are your goals for the rest of the season?
For sure, I want to do well in the Pro Series. That's one of the reasons I'm here now. After Hamburg, I realized that the Pro Series was something I wanted to do, and then it was really only 2 Ironmans left this year, so it made it easy to plan the rest of the season to go here, and then Kona is then my next big goal. Yeah, Kona and Marbella.
All right, well, congratulations on your first full-distance Ironman win. I know it won't be your last. Your Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid champion, Solveig Lovseth from Norway. And we are going to keep our European theme going. We're going to bring in our runner-up today, Olympians 1 and 2 here, finishing on the Olympic Oval, something very special. So we're going to welcome in the Austrian Lisa Perter. Come on in, grab a seat. Congratulations on your second-place finish, 3rd in Texas, 2nd here. A lot of consistency this season. How are you feeling about your result today?
Oh, I'm super happy. And my first race, 3rd podium this year. I only can thanks to all the people around me, believing in me. It was super hard time for me after the first season. Training went not well, but I say, okay, take it easy, make a break from racing, reset. and it was worth it, and I just felt amazing today out there.
Well, it was amazing to see your success. We're going to be keeping our eyes on you as the Pro Series goes on. Here's our runner-up today, Lisa Perter, another Olympian on the podium today. Thank you, Lisa. Congratulations. And we're going to bring in our third place finisher out of Spain, Marta Sanchez. Marta, you look like you gave it everything out there on the run all day. How did it go for you?
Wow, yeah, it was incredible, and I was thinking all the time like every second matters until the end, so I tried to push until the last very second. I knew that Tamara Jewett was a really good runner, so I say, okay, today it's been a long day, so I just want to keep the podium. So yeah, I just fight until the end, and I saw all the people out there with the rain and everything, and say, okay, we just need to go for it.
And you did that in the Ironies and the Pro panel. We talked about mental toughness on the run. That's what you showed to get on the podium today. So congratulations, Marta Sanchez. Been racing a lot. I'm sure we'll see more of you. We're going to send it from the Hyper Ice Lounge back to you guys. That's your top 3 females here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Great words and great racing from those 3 women. And we can tell definitely the effort on those 3 ladies, as they've not had too much time after their finish, but yeah, fantastic results from those 3, and great to hear them all out there fighting, and certainly motivated by the Ironman Pro Series. You can see Marta Sanchez saying that every second does matter as she pushed through the line. So love to hear that, and how excited and motivated these athletes are from what is up for grabs here at the Ironman Pro Series and the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
The sun has come out here in Lake Placid, maybe driven by the amazing performances by our women's and men's fields out there today. Great racing across the board, even tight through the top 5, top 10 in both fields. Great athletes out here on course, and solid performances throughout, tight racing. And we're gonna go down to the Athletic Brewing podium here in just a few minutes for our women's podium presentation. And in third place, we've got Marta Sanchez. Craig, amazing race from her today. You know, she wasn't afraid of putting herself in the front of the race, no matter who was around her, and always fighting for that win.
Yeah, great race today by Marta. She'll be very happy with her consistency, and she continues to make inroads in the Ironman Pro Series as we welcome to the podium second place today, representing Austria, Lisa Perderer, with a time of 8 hours, 46 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, great racing from her as well. Again, loved her attitude and her resiliency amongst, you know, some setbacks out on course, but was just knew she belonged in the front as long as she could hold herself there, and she did a great job of it, just getting bested by our women's champion in a time of 8:43.29 with a 2:46 marathon split. Just her second Ironman ever, Craig. 6 weeks ago, she'd never done an Ironman. Now she's been third and now won her first. It's Solveig Lovseth. And what a women's podium, Craig.
Incredible racing by these three ladies. Some great storylines today. I think all three will be super pleased with their performance. Lisa and Marta continue to show that they pepper the podiums at the big Ironman Pro Series Ironman events. And Solveig Lovseth, well, I mean, I think she announced her arrival in Hamburg, but she followed that up with just an incredible performance today that showed she is a force to be reckoned with at these big races. And I'm excited to see how she goes in Kona and Marbella later this year in championship season.
Yeah, so am I. It's gonna be insane. And as we see these athletes celebrating with their athletic brewing, they've already wet, so they're not being extra kind to each other today. It's not gonna change things too much, but well-deserved celebration from those three women. And we're gonna swap out real quick and take a look at our men's podium for today, Craig.
Yeah, and in third place, representing the US, our defending champion from last year, a gallant performance, Trevor Foley.
Yep, very, very great performance from him, and time of 7:57.13, and hard for him to hold on to that for sure. And second place, it was Christian Hogenhag in a time of 7:56.16, and our men's champion, Craig, unreal performance. Didn't give up when he got past early on the run. 7:50 for Matthew Marquardt. Great stuff as we see this overhead shot. And let's take a peek at our men's results and the points that they acquired. Matthew Marquardt getting 5,000. Christian Hogenhag just behind 46.32. Trevor Foley in third. Chevalier in fourth. West in fifth. Impressed with Chris Leiferman making his way up to eighth place. We saw Braden Curry also move into the top 10 there, Craig.
Yeah, Braden, he's a fighter. He's such a fighter. As we now look at the women's Ironman Point Series totals up today, Solveig Lovseth banks the 5,000 points, which I'm sure she'll be more than happy with. Lisa Perderer from Austria taking home 4,799 points, and Marta Sanchez from Spain continues her consistent season, and she gets 4,472 points. We had some debutantes racing today, Jason West, Holly Lawrence. We had the defending champions. I think we had a lot of drama and some great storylines today, Matt.
Yeah, we certainly did, and some changes in the Pro Series standings. Leon Chevalier just getting in front of Matthew Marquardt, but he's got 5 races to Matthew Marquardt's 4. The same amount of races that Christian Blumenfeld has, so Matthew Marquardt in the lead there, but with one more Ironman finish. Hogenhag moves up into third, and then on the women's side, Kat Matthews retains her lead. Solveig Lovseth, though, moves into third place. Tamara Jewett with a big jump, as well as Danielle Lewis, Lisa Perderer, and Marta Sanchez. Well, Craig, it's amazing racing here today, and I will want to thank you, obviously, for having such a great input on what we had to say and our observations here today. And I want to thank everybody for watching here at home, and you can watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusively in the U.S. and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, watch proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global distributors. The next Ironman Pro Series broadcast is Ironman 70.3 ZLMC Kaprun on August 31st at 10:30 a.m. Central European Time and 4:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. For Craig Alexander, I'm Matt Lieto, and I'd like to give a special thank you for our producer, Mark Mosbach, for all he's done for our productions this year and the last few years. We love you, buddy, and thank you all for watching and tuning in to the Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid.
Broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.